In a stormy night, filled with thunder and lightning all around, Sheng lay on the ground. He mourned for being someone who brings misfortune to those around him. He began to recount that in his past life, he caused a driver's death simply by being a passenger in the car. Lu Sheng then related that after this, he reincarnated in another world where he brought bad luck to his parents until their deaths. At that time, even the townspeople were angry with his presence, as drought struck the village soon after Sheng was born. He also shared that he had been away training for a while, during which time he brought disasters to all his sect brothers. Now, as he still lay under that storm, he said that it was finally his turn. After saying this, a powerful lightning bolt struck exactly where Sheng was lying. As he lay there, he merely stated that he was finally about to die. Following this event, a system notification informed that Sheng activated the Fatal Tribulation ability. Time passed, and now people were heading towards the most powerful houses among the 8 sects of the Floating Lands, the Wantian sect. One person remarked that the training back then was truly risky, as they faced numerous dangers. Another said it was indeed difficult, but they managed to complete it thanks to senior brother Sheng. At this moment, Fang Shu arrived joyfully calling for brother Sheng. Fang Shu was 17 years old, and her qi cultivation was at the 7th stage. Sheng then said he was happy to see her, but asked what she was doing there. Sheng, now 18 years old, also had his qi cultivation at the 7th stage. Fang then jumped into Sheng's arms, saying she was there because she missed him a lot. People around were embarrassed watching the scene. Sheng merely asked Fang Shu where her master was. She yelled at Sheng, saying that the sect leader was already waiting for him. Sheng, feeling embarrassed, just thanked her for letting him know. As Sheng walked towards the sect leader, he started to think about his story, how his name is now Lu Sheng, and he's a traveler who reincarnated from another world. Essentially, he died in his old world, and reincarnated in this new world where the floating lands exist, becoming part of the population of that village. He also shared that he became an orphan at the age of 12. However, in the current year, he was seen by the Wantian sect leader and became his disciple, after which Sheng began to cultivate. As Sheng approached the door, he thought that he needs to become someone powerful, someone who can control his own destiny and thus protect everyone around him. Sheng then clasped his hands and, standing before the throne, said he was there to pay his respects to his master and all the elders. Zhou Lin, who is the sect leader, told Sheng that he had led the team to train in a splendid manner. Sheng simply responded that all of it was possible thanks to his master's teachings, and thanks to this he was able to surpass the 7th stage of qi cultivation during that training. Mu Rong, observing Sheng from a distance, commented that he could probably be considered a genius among all the youth of the Floating Lands. Another person remarked that having qi cultivation at the 7th stage at 18 years old was incredible. Mu Rong said that was interesting, but comparing him with Xuer there was still no contest. Worse than that, they shouldn't even dare to compare Sheng with Qing Yu. Sheng then looked at Qing Yu and thought that she was a powerful genius, and also his rival. Qing Yu was a genius at 19 years old, and her qi cultivation was at the 9th stage. The sect leader caught Sheng's attention, saying that he has a unique body and his talents are unlimited. However, he must not by any means frustrate everyone's expectations. Sheng just replied yes, although he thought he didn't understand what was so special about him. The leader then began to rise from the throne while saying that, since Sheng had returned safely, it was now possible to start preparing his own funeral. Everyone around was shocked to hear that, as they weren't expecting this news. Sheng then, surprised, asked if he was really considering this. The leader, already standing, announces that he is about to begin his tribulation and ascension. Sheng starts to wonder how it works. Essentially, in the Floating Lands, when a cultivator fully achieves the Great Path, they can summon a celestial tribulation. If they succeed, they will ascend and become a deity. However, it is said that the rules of the heavens have changed, and thus there has been no celestial tribulation for the last 3,000 years. At this moment, Sheng begins to question how confident his master is, at least how likely he thinks it is to succeed. Leader Zhou Lin asks everyone not to worry. After all, he has his own reserves, and everyone there knows his technique. Sheng feels a bit more relieved, remembering that this technique is the ancestral divinity technique, stealing from the heavens, changing the days. Sheng believes that indeed his master Zhou Lin might be able to invoke a tribulation. Leader Zhou Lin informs everyone that he has become the first person from those floating lands to ascend after these 3,000 years, and that since the Wantian sect was founded, a new prosperity will fall upon everyone. Murong remains serious upon hearing all this, but does not say a word. The sect leader tosses something toward Sheng, telling him to appear tomorrow at the time of Chen. Sheng, confused, catches what the leader threw his way. Sheng then observes it, while Fang Xiao screams that it is the sect leader's token. She also says that this probably means that the sect leader is going to hand over the realms to brother Sheng. Sheng, pleased with this, simply responds with, yes. The sect leader then says he is leaving, and his body begins to disappear gradually. Fang Shu, with a suspicious smile, asks Sheng if he has heard that if any human manages to ascend, even the chickens and dogs of that village will ascend as well. Sheng, baffled, starts to imagine himself with his arms replaced by chicken wings. Fang Shu tells Sheng that, when he is doing well next time, please do not forget her. Sheng remains silent watching Sister Qing Yu approaching him. Qing Yu then congratulates Sheng for surpassing the 7th layer of qi cultivation, but unfortunately, that still wasn't enough. She continues walking while saying that if one's talent does not match their position, a terrible calamity will arise in that village. She goes on her way asking him to take care. Fang Shu overhears the entire conversation and wonders why Qing Yu, who is at the same level as her, thinks she is so conceited. Fang Shu just asks Sheng to ignore her. Sheng then just feels concerned, since, like it or not, Qing Yu is right in saying that. Sheng then begins to leave the hall while thinking that, despite having completed the 7th layer of cultivation, the road will still be long, and he will need to travel it. Sheng starts to think that cultivation is not an easy task, since cultivation has 6 phases, and each main phase is divided into 9 smaller stages. They are qi cultivation, cultivation base, spiritual formation, fetal essence, combined body, and the complete great path. Sheng continues reflecting that each overcoming is defined after hard work and several fortuitous encounters. Many who have walked this path ended up being buried in the sand. Sheng thinks about all this, despite not knowing about his own gifts and talents. He just recognizes that being chosen by his master was one of the fortuitous encounters. The next day arrives, and Sheng goes to the top of a hill where his master is about to ascend. Zhou Lin just says that Sheng can stay there watching everything that will happen. Sheng is surprised by how quickly everything is happening. Zhou Lin says that all this is about a secret of the sect, as well as some special supplements. Sheng listens attentively while saying yes. Zhou Lin begins his ritual to ascend, saying, "Profound ancestors of the heavens and earth, the base of all creations." After this start, energy already begins to overflow from his clothes. Zhou Lin then continues, "Extensive cultivation, challenging the tribulations, prove yourself worthy to be noteworthy. In the 3 realms, only I am the king." At this moment, in addition to his body overflowing with immense energy, his body is also floating towards the sky. Sheng is amazed by all this, saying that this is the technique of stealing from the heavens, changing the days. Zhou Lin continues his ritual. "Body imbued with golden aura, throughout my entire body. Watch but do not see, listen but do not hear. Spanning heaven and earth, hearing the masses." Zhou Lin is close to the sky, yet continues his ritual saying, reciting poems 1,000,000 times inner glow, "The guardian of the 3 realms, 5 emperors to receive, the gods carrying gifts, exercising the thunderous blows." And to conclude, Zhou Lin shouts, "Attract!" while holding up 2 fingers and his body overflowing with immense energy. The sky begins to darken as a great storm approaches. Some lightning bolts start to fall around Sheng, and he is confused as to why this is happening since those bolts should be heading towards Zhou Lin, not him. Zhou Lin, trying to escape from it, yells to his master that the tribulation was about to land on him and not on his master. His master Zhou Lin then looks down seeing Sheng running all over the place. Sheng keeps running towards his master while dodging all the lightning bolts. Zhou Lin then focuses his power on Sheng, causing Sheng to be paralyzed on the ground, unable to move. Sheng is confused about what is happening. Suddenly a strong lightning bolt strikes Sheng's body directly. He begins to scream in pain as all that energy hits his body. It was an extremely powerful bolt. The bolt leaves a small crater on the ground right where Sheng was, and Sheng now falls towards this crater while his body is energized. Zhou Lin begins to descend back to earth while asking Sheng if he is confused about all this. Zheng has completely blue eyes while unable to speak a word. Zhou Lin then asks Zheng if he finds it strange that he is not receiving any help from his master, or why is the tribulation affecting him and not Zhou Lin. Then, looking up at the dark sky, Zhou Lin responds that the person who actually attracted the tribulation was Zheng, not him. Zheng, sweating profusely, is shocked to hear that. Sheng is on the ground, disbelieving that it was really him who attracted the tribulation. Zhou Lin, seeing him on the ground, replies that in the last 3,000 years, Jing was the only one in the floating lands to possess the body attribute disaster attraction. He continues to explain that this body attribute can only be found in the secret scriptures of the Wantian sect. Zhou Lin explains that originally his body attribute was 1,000 disasters, and that he meddled with the secret inheritance and put it in his body and weapon to recreate him. Zheng, in disbelief, asks if he really recreated him, because if that's the case, before he can finish his sentence, Zhou Lin says that the drought that Sheng's village suffered did not worsen because of him. In fact, Zhou Lin used his technique, stealing from the heavens, changing the days, to alter the climate. He also explains that it all began the year before Zheng's parents died. Zheng then recalls when he was mourning over his parents' grave. Zhou Lin says that there were setbacks during Zheng's training. Sometimes the unlucky body attribute really caused things, but many times Zhou Lin needed to send some special gifts. Zheng then begins to imagine the things he went through in his life and starts to understand that all of it was his master's fault instead of his own. Zhou Lin, with an evil laugh, says that all the deaths of those insignificant were worthy to get where he arrived. He further explains that after all the sacrifices he has had so far, Zheng finally advanced his body attribute to million disaster. Zhou Lin begins to fly again, while saying that tribulations never happened in those floating lands. But now, thanks to Zheng, this would be possible. That even in those god-forsaken lands, Zheng will still be struck by the storm. Zheng tries to get up enraged. He shouts out loud, calling his master Zhou Lin a traitor. Zhou Lin continues with his evil laughter, asking his good disciple not to be angry. After all, it was thanks to the protection of his good master that Zheng was not struck by the storm to death. Sheng then sees a power emerging from his ring. It was the token that the sect leader gave him the day before. Sheng is frustrated for not realizing this earlier. A strong energy rises to the sky from the token, while Zhou Lin recites, "The signal in fact consists of the power of stealing from the heavens, changing the days." Zhou Lin can't contain his happiness and continues laughing like a madman. Sheng then points his sword at himself, saying that he will not allow Zhou Lin to finish with that. Zhou Lin points his fingers at Zheng, saying that he will not allow his ungrateful disciple to spoil his plans after so long. At this moment, the sword in Zheng's hands is completely destroyed. Zheng looks at his hand as his sword turns to dust and cannot believe what is happening. At that moment, another powerful lightning bolt strikes Zheng's body directly, and he can only scream in pain. Zhou Lin, looking at the new sky emerging, happily says that in all these eras of cultivation, he will finally escape the mortal realm, and that the path of ascension will be his alone. He then heads towards the sky, saying goodbye to that lower realm. He says this while continuing his evil laughter. From afar, his other disciples comment that Zhou Lin probably ascended. Qing Yu, seeing that glow in the sky, asks if the tribulations of that land can still undergo ascension. Sheng sees that huge beam of light reaching the sky and laments that it will end this way. He starts to remember everything he went through there and says that he was wrong, that he trusted the wrong person. His hopes were shattered. In the end, he couldn't protect anyone. Apparently, he is the disaster himself, the original sinner. At this moment, the system wants to notify something, but it seems to have no energy. Several notifications try to emerge but lack the strength to show what is written. Sheng laments that now death is certain, not to mention that this will be his second death. He then remembers that in his past life and the current one, all he wanted was to get stronger, protect his friends, and even fulfill his revenge. But in the end, he didn't do any of that. Sheng, with hatred in his heart, says that he will die, but why will he? Why does Zhou Lin have the qualifications to ascend? Why? Why? Zheng complains that no one should carry the burden of the original sin, but in the end, all this happened because he is weak. The system then gains strength and notifies that Sheng activated the certain death tribulation. It is also noted that he successfully revived the system. Sheng then opens his eyes, not understanding what is happening. He begins to stand up, asking if he is still alive. He looks at his hands and notices that the wounds have disappeared, and he realizes that his cultivation has increased. Zheng then sees a system in front of him and says that it seems like the gold finger system needed in an isekai world. He is still surprised by what he is seeing, smiles, and says that it was extremely difficult to find. Zheng then reaches out to the system and presses confirm. Then the system status appears, informing that the name is Sheng. His cultivation is at the 8th layer of Qi. His tribulation is 7. His attribute is disaster of millions of bodies. His techniques are Million Disaster Sutra and Basic Immortal. The mission is Tribulation Day, and the remaining time is 5 minutes. The system also notes that Sheng survived the certain death tribulation. The first completion prize is one more survival point which has already been used. He will not gain points in the tribulation count. The system also congratulates him for activating the system, and therefore he will receive a new gift. The system also notifies that Sheng accepted the mission. Failure to complete Tribulation Day will result in a punishment, and that he has 5 minutes remaining to complete the mission. Sheng, seeing all this, is confused, especially with this punishment and this day of tribulation. He doesn't understand what is happening, but he looks to the side and says there are other things to worry about. Several Peak Chi demons approach from behind Sheng. He can't believe the sheer number of demons present, and with his current level of cultivation, it won't be possible to handle so many at once. Sheng then thinks that the only way is to open the new gift he received from the system. This must be the solution. The system then congratulates him on receiving a new technique called the Immortal Million Disaster Sutra. Sheng receives it as he prepares, since several of the demons are coming towards him. The system also notifies that now his chi will be imbued with the attribute Mortal Million Disaster Sutra. A lightning symbol begins to form on his forehead. At that moment, one of the cultivation demons was almost devouring him. Sheng is pleased to receive this technique just in time. He then leaps into the air, sending out lightning in all directions. Sheng then draws his sword while realizing what is happening. He sees his sword bathed in lightning and says that this is the power of the celestial tribulation. He then strikes one of the demons, finishing it off easily. The other cultivation demons become more cautious upon seeing this. Sheng, full of confidence and still with lightning emanating from his body, taunts the cultivation demons, asking if they are scared. The cultivation demons start running towards Sheng, just as he also starts running towards them. Sheng, at high speed, cuts down all the cultivation demons at once, finishing each one with his lightning sword. Sheng stands in front of the system, just as the cultivation demons lie dead behind him. He starts to think that this technique, Mortal Million Disaster Sutra, along with the power of the celestial tribulation, could actually gradually increase the speed and power of his technique. Sheng observes the system again, and notices that by killing the cultivation demons, he receives 7 tribulation points. But Sheng doesn't understand what these points are for. Sheng, still observing the system, also sees the Day of Tribulation option, and wonders if he should summon it. Sheng is worried that he didn't have time to think carefully about that option, but decides to press summon with 2 seconds left on the timer. After pressing summon, the sky begins to thunder heavily. Sheng is worried if all this will happen again, and as expected, a lightning bolt strikes towards Sheng, just like before. Sheng finds a cave while saying he didn't expect the system to be that bad. Sheng, now seated inside the cave, says fortunately the power of the Day of Tribulation was still very low. He then activates the system again and notices some changes. He begins to understand that the Day of Tribulation happens once a day, and after passing through the Day of Tribulation, he will earn 5 tribulation points. He then starts to spend his points to increase his status. He realizes that he has no more points to spend. Sheng clenches his fists, realizing that something really was different. He then punches the wall, cracking it due to the impact. A crystal that was stuck in the ceiling falls. He picks up the crystal in his hand while saying he really is stronger. Apparently that system is like the one from the legend. Sheng, holding that crystal, says it's time to return to the Wantian sect. He even starts to think that, because of Zhou Lin's strength, the sect took the biggest place among the top 8 sects for 1,000 years. The amount of resources for cultivation was huge. Things like techniques, pills, treasure weapons, spiritual gems are all he needs. Zheng still thinks that despite all this, as he is no longer a disciple of the sect master, probably those power-hungry elders will never let Zheng become the heir of the sect. And to make matters worse, he cannot forget the great genius Xiao Qing. Zheng smiles and says that despite all that, now in possession of that system, his gifts will not be like before. Zheng further says that besides all this, the content of the disaster of millions of bodies is in the secret heritage of the Wantian sect. Zheng then breaks the crystal with his hand while thinking that he can never give up. Zheng, with a look full of confidence, declares that he will definitely kill his former master Zhou Lin. At that moment, Zheng senses a presence nearby. He shouts, asking who is there as he throws a kunai towards the noise. The kunai hits a rock squarely, and there was Fang Xiu, who gets startled by it. Zheng, looking in the direction of his kunai, asks if it is indeed Sister Fang Xiu who is there. Fang Xiu then comes out from behind the rock, saying yes. Sheng asks what she was doing there. She simply replies that she was worried about him since he was taking long to return. A bashful Fang Xiu approaches Sheng and says that when Master Jolin ascended the day before, she noticed that Sheng also disappeared. She thought that he might have been hit by the tribulation too. Sheng, speechless, only manages to think that indeed he was also struck by the tribulation. Fang Xiu asks if he is all right, if anything is bothering him. Sheng only thinks that apparently his feelings were quite obvious, but responds that it was nothing. Sheng then disguises it with a smile and says that his master has finally ascended, and he is just missing him. Fang Xiu then happily says that she will ask her mistress to take care of Sheng. Sheng can only think that her master is Murong and Zhou Lin, and that these people are not easy to deal with. And just the fact that they haven't come to take revenge, Sheng is already thankful. Sheng then looks suspiciously to the side. He begins to think that her master, Murong, is a cultivator who only cultivates spiritual mental power. But it was Fang Xiu who came there to look for him. Sheng just sees Fang Xiu smiling back at him. Sheng then takes a deep breath and says they should get out of there quickly since they need to return to the floating lands. 3 days have passed and several people were gathered inside the hall. A person asks Sheng if he was really present when Sect Master Zhou Lin ascended. Sheng responds that yes. Murong then asks if his master Zhou Lin successfully ascended. Zheng simply responds that yes. Jiang, upon hearing all this, can't believe that his master really managed to invoke the divine tribulation. Feng also says that in the last 3,000 years only he, Master Zhou Lin, managed to summon the celestial tribulation. Murong, not very pleased with this, merely says that Master Zhou Lin ascended, but left all of them behind. So do they still want to remember him as the master of the Wantian sect? Sheng becomes serious upon hearing this. Jiang takes the opportunity to ask Sheng if by any chance Master Zhou Lin passed on any technique to him related to the summoning of the tribulation. Murong and Feng wait seriously for Sheng's response. Sheng then gives a slight smile and thinks that the method to achieve it is just to use Sheng in the ritual. He also starts to think that if the disaster of millions of bodies is exposed, it would likely be used merely as a tool for the ascension of all cultivators who have completed the path. But of course, the system will never give him a second chance to revive. Sheng then answers Jing's question, saying no, that if there were any technique to be passed on, the master would probably have passed it to the sect. Jing begins to reflect worriedly, saying that the floating lands really have nothing related to the divine realm. Murong then interrupts, saying to stop talking about Master Zhou Lin. He says that now that the master has ascended, there's not much to do. Now it's just about thinking about who will be the next heir to his position. Jing says that it is indeed true, especially since the power of the sect fell by half after the master's ascension. He also says that now they need someone with sufficient ability to take care of it and keep the sect at the top of power among all 8 sects. Sheng listens in silence to all this. Basically, the Wantian sect is the house with the most power among the 8 sects. However, several hundred years ago, sect leader Zhou Lin led a team of experts to find remains of deities. The outcomes were disastrous, with many dead and injured along the way, leading to a sharp reduction in manpower. The experts were getting older, but they still were not comparable to leader Zhou Lin. The elders were at the body combing level. After that, the subsequent generations of disciples were not so talented as to reach the body combing stage. Moreover, there were 3 tiers of disciples, some quite talented but too new. Among them were the administrative spirit formation disciples, the inner base cultivation disciples, and the normal qi cultivation disciples. Now that Zhou Lin has ascended, the Wantian sect was significantly weakened. Now being considered the most powerful sect no longer made sense. However, before ascending, Zhou Lin made some rules, being at the 9th stage of the combing layer. The first rule is that the elders will hold the reins of the situation. After that, the direct disciples of the 3 body combing cultivators will become candidates for sect master. The resources will be concentrated until the strongest emerges. Only then will the ceremony to assume the position of sect master be held. Murong then speaks about the disciple of the master, specifically about Sheng. And looking at Sheng, he says that when Qing Yu joined the sect at 12 years old, she started very late, and even though Master Zhou Lin saw potential in Zheng and wanted to put him as a candidate, the one with more potential is Qing Yu, who is at the incredible 9th layer of qi cultivation at 19 years old, while Zheng is still at the 7th layer of qi cultivation at 17 years old. This means that Qing Yu has already surpassed Zheng, says Murong, looking at everyone. Sheng clenches his fists and feels outraged while thinking that he understands that his power is not so strong, but to blatantly steal something that should already be his. Murong then turns around and says that after reflecting on all he said, he has come to the conclusion that Sheng does not have enough strength, and is also not suitable to enjoy the privileges of being a candidate. He is then interrupted by Sheng, who with a smile on his face says that he has heard enough about the first elder being considered a sensory master, but apparently he hasn't noticed anything up to this moment. Murong, confused, asks what he was talking about. Sheng then begins to overflow with immense orange energy. The energy grows stronger, shaking the entire hall while leaving everyone in disbelief. Murong, witnessing all that power overflowing from Sheng, can't believe that he surpassed the base cultivation. Everyone present is amazed that someone only 18 years old could reach such a point, despite that energy really being true. Sheng smiles while overflowing that enormous energy from his body. Qing Yu becomes worried seeing this and wonders how he reached the base cultivation. Since 3 days ago he was still at the 6th layer of qi cultivation. That was impossible to be happening. Fang Shu is surprised to see this, and now it makes sense to her that Sheng found her hidden outside the cave. Sheng then begins to walk, saying that he used his power of tribulation enlightenment to awaken his dormant physique. He says that the previous day he managed to surpass the base cultivation. Sheng stands up still, overflowing with power and confidence while thinking that all this was only possible because he added all his system points in the Day of Disaster category. People, hearing this, ask how is it possible for him to achieve all that in 3 days. After all, qi cultivation is the one that takes much more time than the others. Normally it takes 1 to 2 years just to surpass the lower stages. So what the heck was that special physique that Sheng mentioned, people around him asked. Jiang interrupts, smiling while clapping. He says that Master Zhou Lin's disciple, Sheng, has already demonstrated his incredible talents and that it's good to see such a young disciple full of life. Zhang believes that this is a great omen for the Wantian sect. Feng says that everything Sheng did was just to catch up to Qing Yu. Qing Yu, not satisfied with the situation, states that it won't take long until she surpasses the base cultivation that Sheng has just achieved. Murong, unsure of what to do, says that given the situation, he will leave the 3 of them as candidates. Sheng walks towards Murong, stating that it won't be necessary. He explains that just before his master ascended, Zhou Lin assigned him a task. Sheng takes the token from his pocket and shows it to everyone, declaring that he is now the newest master of the Wantian sect. Everyone in the hall is outraged by this. Qing Yu, unable to accept it, exclaims that it is impossible. Meanwhile, Fang Shu is amazed to see Sheng asserting himself in such a manner. Sheng, addressing everyone, says that he holds the sect leader's token, and even after showing it, do they still want to claim it as fake? One of the attendees in the hall remarks that it is indeed incredible that Sheng has reached basic cultivation, but like it or not, he is still an administrative disciple. So how will he carry out tasks that are usually entrusted to the leader or someone from the high command? Feng wonders why the great leader Zhou Lin would entrust this to Sheng. She says it makes no sense. Smiling, Sheng replies that he is a direct disciple of Master Zhou Lin, so what's the problem with taking his place after the ascension? Zheng looks confident and says that besides, if he doesn't inherit Master Zhou Lin's throne, who will? Could it be the 3rd elder? Elder Feng, sweating, accuses him of slander, since the old elder has no such intentions. Sheng chuckles lightly, saying that the 3rd elder can better answer that question. Sheng points his finger at his administrative brother and asks if he doesn't think Sheng is suitable to be the new sect leader. The administrative brother is left speechless. Smiling, Sheng says he has another question. He asks if someone who has been stuck in the body combining stage for a few hundred years would oppose someone who has just entered basic cultivation, which of the 2 would have a better chance of ascension. Again, the administrative brother is speechless. Sheng explains that nowadays, there are a huge number of sects around the world, yet the Wantian sect is indeed a very powerful house with many treasures to be used. Whether or not, other sects have always been envious of the Wantian sect. Sheng continues that after the ascension of the current master, who is Zhou Lian, if the person who is to inherit his position as leader is not someone who also has cultivation equivalent to the master who ascended, what would the other sects around the world think about this? Sheng says these are facts and no deception. After all, naming the younger disciples as potential candidates is an act to hide the sect's strength. Still full of confidence, Sheng says that now that he has awakened his hidden talents, he has definitely surpassed the other 2 candidates for sect leader. With that said, it is obvious why Master Zhou Lin let Sheng take his place as sect master, even though it might have been a bit early. Sheng then calls on the 3 elders, asking if they are perhaps trying to go against Master Zhou Lin's orders. Jiang smiles, thinking about how Sheng is truly a cunning child, since he mentions the 3 elders, but he says this looking directly at him. Jiang reflects more deeply now, seeing all that discourse. Now, indeed, it seems certain the decision of the former sect leader Zhou Lin was right. Qing Yu interrupts everyone and asks to wait for her to speak. She says Sheng's thinking is correct. However, all this must be built on his talents having surpassed the other two candidates. Qing Yu begins to draw her sword from its sheath, as she says that Sheng took advantage of the old sect leader's ascension to self-promote to basic cultivation. She also says that this doesn't mean he is stronger than her. Qing Yu points her sword towards Sheng and challenges him to a duel. Feng is pleased with Qing Yu's attitude, saying she is doing very well. Sheng raises a finger and says only one move. Qing Yu asks what he means by one move. Full of confidence, Sheng replies that if he doesn't defeat her with just one move, he will gladly give up his claim to become the sect leader, and she can have the position. Qing Yu becomes extremely angry with the provocation, shouting that he created this problem himself, and now he will pay for it. She immediately leaps towards Sheng, channeling powerful energy into her sword, the orange energy swirling throughout the hall. Feng Shu is surprised to see that Qing Yu's sword is a spiritual-grade treasure. Meanwhile, Feng smiles and says that Qing Yu, wielding the spiritual-grade treasure that she herself had made to help Qing Yu, is sure to win. Elder Jiang gives a slight smile, saying that Sheng may have made some minor discoveries, but his foundation is not stable, and because of this, he probably won't stand a chance against Qing Yu. Moreover, Sheng's sword is below average, so he will definitely lose. Murong is also annoyed with the situation and hopes that Qing Yu quickly knocks Sheng down so they can rectify the situation. After that, they will just invent something to tell the people to come up with a new plan. Furious, Qing Yu advances towards Sheng while screaming his name. She points her sword at him while asking what he could possibly do in the face of all that power she was exuding. Then a huge explosion occurs where the two were standing. Everyone watching is shocked by the impact caused by Qing Yu. They wonder if Sheng will be all right. It seems impossible to be fine after being attacked by a spiritual-grade treasure. The dust from the explosion begins to settle as Qing Yu still points her sword at Sheng's body. Sheng then emerges with a smile, asking if that was all she could do. Qing Yu can't believe what she's seeing. Sheng, with his body overflowing with electricity, says that her strike was too weak. He says this while holding Qing Yu's sword in his hand before it could hit him. Feng Shu and Feng are shocked by this scene. Feng says it's impossible. Sheng, still holding Qing Yu's sword with his fingers, starts to think that indeed that strike was extremely weak. It couldn't even compare to the strength of the day of the disaster. Sheng begins to remember when he received that power, and thinks that 3 days after the system was activated, the strength of the day of the disaster gradually increased as the days went by. He also remembers standing after receiving that great electrical discharge, and thinks that he needs to assume the position of sect leader at any cost. Sheng needs sufficient resources to become more powerful. Only in this way will no one else try to control him. Sheng then lifts Qing Yu's sword to his own forehead, while thinking that his main goal is to kill his former master Zhou Lin. After thinking all this, Sheng uses his electrical discharge to throw Qing Yu away from the sword, doing so without even moving. Sheng starts to charge a powerful energy in his hand while apologizing for the offense, but saying he would end the battle immediately. Sheng then charges at Qing Yu. She's completely unresponsive as he quickly approaches with his hand overflowing with electricity. Elder Feng screams from a distance asking him to stop his blow. Sheng ignores her cry and strikes Qing Yu in the stomach with just a touch of his hand. This is enough to make Qing Yu cough up blood due to the impact of the blow. In addition to the damage caused, she also flies far away with the powerful impact of Sheng's strike. Qing Yu is sent flying so far and so high that Elder Feng jumps to catch her. Otherwise, the damage would have been worse. Sheng, looking at Elder Feng holding Qing Yu, declares that he has won the fight. He then turns around and mentions that one of the 3 candidates has already been defeated by him, and he asks Feng Shu if she wants to try her luck as well. Feng Shu waves her arms, saying that it never even crossed her mind to try something like that. Murong continues to watch from a distance, unable to believe all the power that Sheng has acquired. Carefully, Elder Feng places an unconscious Qing Yu against a pillar. Feng nervously looks at Sheng and says she ordered him to stop the attack. So why didn't he listen? The atmosphere becomes tense as the two stare at each other in the hall. Sheng smiles and says that he did hear her. Then, with a menacing look, he asks what she plans to do about it, saying this as his hand overflows with power, ready for a new fight. Feng becomes furious and tells Sheng that he has barely reached the base level of cultivation and is already so arrogant. Elder Feng then leaps towards Sheng, gathering immense power in her weapon, and says that today, in place of the former leader Zhou Lin, she will teach this arrogant kid Sheng a lesson. Sheng is extremely excited, thinking this is exactly what he wanted to happen. Feng, with her power, sends a malicious hand toward Sheng, saying that the arrogant one will learn his lesson right there. Sheng starts to overflow power in his hand while saying this was exactly what he was waiting for. At this moment, a huge purple explosion is caused by the impact of Feng's power. The explosion is much larger than the one caused by Qing Yu. Feng Shu is worried about what might have happened to Sheng from that powerful blow. Murong, smiling, says that old Elder Feng really is very strong, so probably this child couldn't resist the blow. After saying this, he widens his eyes in disbelief at what he is seeing. Murong is seeing Sheng unscathed. He had defended the powerful blow from Elder Feng without much difficulty. Sheng takes advantage of the situation to provoke Elder Feng by saying that she alone can do nothing against him. Feng becomes even more enraged and charges at Sheng, saying it's impossible for a base cultivator like him to dare challenge a body combining like her. Sheng just smiles and grabs the leader's token in his hand while saying, "This will be way too easy." He then raises his hand, and a huge energy starts to emerge from the token he is holding. Feng is clueless about what's happening. Everyone in the hall is confused as suddenly an orange light starts coming out of the ground. Sheng, already overflowing with huge power from the token in his hand, yells that the sex protection matrix has been activated. Elder Feng, in disbelief at what she is seeing, asks how a kid like him has the power to activate the sex protection matrix. Sheng shows what's in his hand while laughing at the situation. Murong and Zhang, in disbelief, respond that it's the sex token. Sheng, holding the token in his hand as it overflows with immense energy, gives the command "imprison" to the token. At this moment, several magic chains emerge from the lights that appeared on the ground. All the chains begin to surround Elder Feng while she is in disbelief. The chains completely bind her body while she becomes furious at this happening. The chain then starts to exert downward force, making her kneel while still trapped. Feng becomes furious despite not having enough strength to free herself from those chains. Murong, surprised at this, didn't imagine that Sheng still had such a trick up his sleeve. Feng, still imprisoned, asks Sheng how long he thinks she will stay trapped there. With a wicked smile, she says that with Sheng's current level of cultivation, he won't be able to hold her for long. She adds that when his stamina runs out, she wants to see if he still has any tricks left. Sheng lowers his head while laughing. He then raises his head with blood coming from his eye and says that her assumption isn't bad. But as the former leader of the sect Zhou Lin passed the position to Sheng, it's obvious he will have other methods to handle the situation. He continues as enormous energy overflows from the token, saying that probably everyone present felt that the token was imbued with a restriction. And as more and more energy emerges from the token, Sheng says that no one besides him will be able to activate the sect leader's token. He then begins to laugh maliciously while telling Elder Feng that for this reason, she shouldn't make him go all the way. If he is forced to use all the power of the order, even if she doesn't die, it definitely won't be pleasant for her. Moreover, all the thousands of years of history of the Wantian sect will burn along with him. Elder Feng looks at him completely terrified, saying that the kid is completely insane. Zhang coughs lightly, drawing Elder Feng's attention, saying that since all this was arranged by leader Zhou Lin, they probably need to give Sheng a chance. Zhang also emphasizes that if Sheng cannot masterfully control the sect's token, the main order of the sect, treasures, and forbidden areas will become completely unusable. He even asks her if she knows what this means. Elder Feng, frustrated, is at a loss for words. She just lowers her head while still imprisoned by the chains of the token, while the token continues to overflow with immense energy in Sheng's hands. Qing Yu wakes up and sees Elder Feng in that situation and asks how all this came to be. Murong, looking at Sheng, says that he really is the direct disciple of the former leader Zhou Lin. He even has his dexterity. Murong still points out that on that day, Elder Feng is to blame. That said, everyone can temporarily agree on Sheng becoming the new sect leader. However, if at any time they see that he is no longer managing, the body-combining elders will not retreat in the name of the order. Sheng, with both eyes bleeding, finds it odd that this is coming from the first elder Murong. Sheng lowers his head, thinking that probably Murong is pressured to retreat just by the order. Otherwise, he would never acknowledge Sheng as the new sect leader. And also, without a doubt, he is much harder to deal with than Elder Feng. Sheng remembers having access to the token during the battle against Zhou Lin, and Sheng says that fortunately, Zhou Lin demonstrated the technique, steal the heavens, change the day, before he finally ascended, leaving thus the force of the tribulation within the token. Now only the ability Sutra of the Million Immortal Disaster can activate it. Sheng, holding the token, says that being able to reach such a level could already be considered a miracle in itself, but it was a shame that that power was never his. He then looks at Elder Feng still trapped and says that suppressing those chains to bind her was already quite complicated. Otherwise, he's just trying to talk tough and spouting nonsense to convince everyone of his purpose. Sheng then releases the spell that was imprisoning Elder Feng and also says that, as she contributed well, he will spare her life. Sheng then finally descends to the ground. He takes the opportunity to ask if anyone else in the hall has any objections. Zhang joins his hands and congratulates Sheng on achieving the position of sect leader. Everyone in the hall congratulates him on his new place as sect leader. Sheng fixes his hair while smiling confidently at what he has just achieved. He then places his hand on the throne and sits on it, saying that from now on he, Zheng, is the new leader of the Wantian sect. He smilingly asks Fang Xiu and Qing Yu to stay by his side, protecting him at all times. Fang Xiu and Qing Yu respond affirmatively. Sheng then says that the 3 elders, the 12 clan leaders, the 300 administrators, the 8,000 disciples, and the 36 different families that this floating land possesses. He, Sheng, will be there building his foundation to be able to ascend. He says this with a smile on his face. At this moment, the system congratulates him for reaching the base cultivation and that now the Deity Rock commercial city is unlocked. Sheng excitedly says that now is the time to test the new function that the system has made available. Sheng goes to the top of the green bamboo peak of the Wantian sect. From a distance, it was possible to see the energy of the tribulation being discharged into the ground. Sheng is on his knees with a huge hole around him, caused by the electric discharge of the tribulation. Sheng is grateful for having survived another tribulation. Sheng notices the scar on his forehead shining. He places his hand on that scar and says it seems the system lives in that scar, as every time he uses the system's power, it feels like a mysterious force circulates right where the scar is. He also says that the system is truly a great mystery. Sheng is pleased, thinking that his skill, Day of Disaster, is getting stronger every day. However, the points he has earned remain at 5. Sheng begins distributing his points while thinking that after reaching the base cultivation level, the points needed to progress to the next layer are 10 times greater, requiring 1,000 points to advance. He also thinks that he needs to find other methods to get stronger as quickly as possible. Just growing on his own will not be good enough to keep up with Day of Disaster, and it's very likely that Sheng will die in one of the tribulation storms. Sheng asks the system to open the merchant city. He thinks that in the floating lands, the essentials for good cultivation are basically divided into 4 groups: celestial, earth, spiritual, and normal. He also says that all the groups are categorized into 3 subcategories: low, intermediate, and high. Sheng, staring intently at the system, thinks that the lowest level items available in the system and for sale are at least of the terrestrial classification. Such an item could even cause envy in those who are in spiritual formation. Sheng then, still observing the items, notices that there are super expensive treasures available in the system, such as the armor of mixed heavens fighting, which costs 500 divine rocks. There are also the 108 transformations, which cost 700 divine rocks. There's the Monkey King's staff, which is a low-level celestial weapon and costs 500 divine rocks. There's the crossing ship, costing 8,000 divine rocks, and even the floating lands matrix mark, costing 9,000 divine rocks. Sheng, exploring the whole system, says that the currency in the merchant city is this so-called divine rock. At this moment, Sheng receives a mission from the system. First, he needs to advance to spiritual formation. The reward will be 50 divine rocks. Mission 2, devour an ancient item. The reward will be a disaster count and divine rocks depending on the item devoured. And the third mission is for him to survive a mutated disaster. The reward is unknown. Sheng says he has never heard of these divine rocks, so he will probably depend on the system to get them. Sheng begins walking again while thinking that advancing to spiritual formation for someone at his level is still far off. And to make things worse, the mutated disaster that the system also requested is even further away. Sheng observes Qing Yu and Fang Xiu waiting for him, while he thinks that the ancient item the system mentioned is also something he does not recognize. However, probably with the sect's history, he must have some chance of completing it. Sheng walks down the stairs towards the two. Fang Xiu is happy to see that Sheng has finished his training. Sheng says he is happy that the two are working hard to protect him. Qing Yu angrily says she isn't protecting anything. Clearly she is being held hostage to threaten her grandmother, who is Elder Feng. Sheng then looks at her and asks if that is true, What is the problem? Qing Yu gets furious, although she can't do anything. Sheng starts walking back to the village while saying that being the protector of the sect leader isn't a bad thing. He also remembers that before Master Zhou Lin ascended, Sister Qing Yu told Sheng that if talent does not match the position, disasters could happen. Sheng turns to her saying he will remember that forever. As Sheng walks, he tells them not to worry, that he won't do anything to complicate their lives. Indeed, they can return to the village since he has some things still to do. Qing Yu is worried about having to deal with Sheng, but does not respond. Sheng goes to a small temple on the edge of a cliff. He is sitting talking with Zhang. Zhang asks how he could help the sect leader. Sheng says that actually, it is he who should be asking that question. Sheng picks up the coffee cup in his hand and thanks Elder Zhang for allowing him to ascend. Zhang responds that Sheng really is a fair person who does not speak of darkness. Zhang truly admires his methods. Zhang also says that the former sect leader Zhou Lin was an acquaintance of his for a few hundred years, and that the token's restriction was not designated by him. Sheng then, drinking his tea, asks what he means by that. Elder Zhang, with a suspicious look, responds that because of current events, he felt obliged to protect the sect. That being said, he had no choice but to place him in that position, but he did not imagine that Sheng would have such a cunning heart. Zhang says that unless he gives an acceptable explanation, Sheng places his cup on the table and responds that part of the power is the force of the celestial tribulation. Zhang, incredulously, asks how it is possible to force the celestial tribulation. How could that be? Sheng gives a slight laugh, asking why else would the elder have chosen him. Sheng stands up and says he will tell something just to him. Sheng then tells Elder Zhang that he was born with an affinity for storms, so he is currently quite familiar with the tribulation storm, and when he finally achieves the combined body, he will be able to replicate his master Zhou Lin's method. Sheng then turns around and says that only then will he be able to summon the celestial tribulation. Zhang, disbelieving all of this, stands up and asks if Sheng is serious. Sheng then smiles, but thinks that it was obvious that all that is a lie. After all, he would never use his own life to help others ascend. Sheng, looking at Zhang, thinks it is good to reveal just a little, as this can help make others side with him, which is very convenient for him. Sheng also thinks that Elder Zhang has always had a good guy image, but being a combined body cultivator, why wouldn't he have anything to gain? Sheng starts walking while thinking that Elder Murong and Elder Feng already have successors, only Elder Zhang is left without a successor. Sheng knows that Zhang suspects he is lying, and yet he is helping. It is probably because Zhang will also benefit from this. Sheng comments on what Zhang said about being a fair person and not speaking of darkness. Sheng then decides to clear that up. Sheng says that the combined body elder, Murong, has a completely ambitious heart. Elder Feng's game is too small. It seems only Elder Zhang has the necessary attitude. Sheng turns around and tells Elder Zhang that if he really is trying to help him, then when Sheng finally succeeds, he will return the favor by helping Zhang ascend as well. Elder Zhang watches carefully and notes that the expression Sheng is giving is not one of deceit, and he is saying all this with quite a bit of confidence. Zhang decides to bet on him, and then asks Sheng what he wants Zhang to do. Sheng responds that he just wants him to help him cultivate. Sheng and Zhang go to a place. They arrive at the sect's treasury. Sheng says it is his first time there. The two start to enter while Elder Zhang says that the treasures of the treasury are not exactly there. In fact, they are stored in another dimension. Zhang stretches out his hand while saying that it is necessary to pass through the matrix to be able to retrieve them. Zhang uses his spell to access another dimension while saying that each treasure has a certain restriction. However, with the sect's token, it will probably be possible to retrieve them from there. Zhang throws an item to Sheng, while saying that even possessing the token that allows a high chance of release, they still need to choose very carefully. Sheng catches the item Zhang threw to him while thanking him for these reminders. Sheng stretches out his arm while saying he needs to choose something. He then takes the sect's token and says that indeed he will need to choose something. Sheng activates his spell and orders all the treasures to come out of their dimension. At that moment, various items emerge bathed in power. The items begin to fly in all directions inside the treasury. Now Sheng stands before all the treasures that float, so he can choose which one he wants. Sheng, looking at all those items, begins to reflect that his goal is to increase his cultivation, so probably consuming pills will be quite efficient. However, he thinks that the pills will only help up to a point, as excessive use will cause stagnation, leaving the foundation unstable and making it impossible to advance to the next stage. Sheng also thinks that all this, except for the technique, stealing the heavens, changing the days, which is a bit special. The rest of the sect's techniques are no match for the system's techniques. Sheng regrets that the technique stealing the heavens, changing the days isn't there, but instead in a forbidden area to which he has no access, and much less the necessary exchange to get it at that moment. Sheng glances aside and says there's something interesting there. Sheng approaches and picks up the item he found interesting. At that moment, Sheng receives a notification from the system saying that he discovered a fragment of cloud water, and after absorbing that item, it will give him 27 tribulation points and a divine rock. The system asks if he would like to absorb that item. Sheng is surprised, as he did not know it was possible to absorb something. Happily, he tosses the item into the air and agrees to absorb it. Energy begins to emanate from the item and flows throughout Sheng's body. Sheng is amazed as he absorbs the fragment. The system then notifies him that he has absorbed the cloudwater fragment, and as a reward will gain 27 tribulation points and a divine rock. Sheng, looking at the item he just absorbed, is pleased to see that a mere broken fragment can indeed provide 27 tribulation points. He thinks this is more than enough to survive about 5 celestial tribulations. Happily, Sheng tosses the used fragment away and thinks that if he continues like this, with 4 or 5 fragments, he will accumulate enough points for the next ranking. Sheng looks at all those items while thinking that the ancient item mission really should be his first choice when it comes to increasing his strength, especially since, the way Murong is behaving, he won't let him cultivate in peace. Sheng figures he can't waste time absorbing those ancient items of the sect. Night falls, and there are 2 guards patrolling at the Mystic Water Gate. One of them says that someone mysteriously died there in the sect, and wonders if they are really safe going out at that time of night. The guard with the bandana, arguing with him, asks how he can be so cowardly even though he's a cultivator. The guard with the bandana also says it would be good if the assassin showed up that night. He'll be very unlucky to face him on patrol, so if the assassin appears, he will enter alive and leave dead, says the bandana guy. However, he notices his friend having his throat cut. The bandana man turns while asking if everything he says makes sense. But before he can even finish his sentence, both his friend and the bandana guy have their heads cut off without even seeing how it happened. After that, Jiang is waiting for Sheng to come out of the dimension where the ancient items are. He pleads for Sheng to come out soon, as he has something urgent to report. At that moment, the portal opens, and Sheng begins to emerge from it. Sheng asks if Elder Jiang is still there. Sheng's body is overflowing with power as he exits the portal. Elder Jiang can't believe seeing Sheng's body. He comments that Sheng in 3 days managed to reach the 2nd layer of base cultivation, and that is unbelievable. He also thinks that even if Sheng consumed the cultivation pills, the rapid consecutive advancement would have made him even weaker. But apparently, that wasn't the case. Jiang imagines that this is only possible because Sheng's foundation is really very strong. Jiang thinks he made the right bet this time. Sheng asks Elder Jiang what happened for him to have come there personally to tell. The 2 start walking as Jiang replies that he fears that Leader Sheng will probably need to go out to resolve a problem that has arisen. Leader Sheng asks what problem that would be. Elder Jiang comments that the Mystic Water Gate, which is under the control of the Wan Tian sect, is recently wanting to separate and join the Ming He sect. Sheng asks where all this information came from. Jiang replies that they are reliable sources from the investigation hall. Jiang further explains that there are already rumors circulating that there have been some very suspicious deaths among the disciples at the Mystic Water Gate. He further explains that the investigation hall suspects that someone from the Ming He sect, which they want to join, is creating all these problems. Jiang also mentions that the hall wanted to investigate further, but the Mystic Water Gate rejected any kind of collaboration. Sheng is a bit thoughtful, considering that the Ming He sect is currently one of the 8 great sects, whose focus of their techniques are demonic techniques, which by the way is completely different from the Wan Tian sect. The 2 start walking while Jiang explains that the situation is strange, as if the killer was someone who invaded from outside the place, then it does not make sense for them not to accept help from the Wan Tian sect. Sheng takes the opportunity to ask when the Mystic Water Gate began to be under the domain of the Wan Tian sect. Sheng says this while remembering the treasure that absorbed moments before, and that the Cloudwater fragment was given to the Wan Tian sect by the Mystic Water Gate as a gift. Jiang gives a slight cough and explains that the Mystic Water Gate has belonged to the Wan Tian sect for 300 years and has always been loyal. However, everything started to go downhill after the rise of leader Zhou Lin. Jiang comments that they probably heard that a mere young cultivator became the current leader of the Wan Tian sect, and apparently they are worried that this is the end. Elder Jiang says that the Mystic Water Gate is one of the strongest pillars of the sect. He also explains that the leader of their sect, a man named Song Jo, is a ninth layer, fetal essence cultivator. And even if they are not on the same level as the Wan Tian sect, there is the issue of leader Zhou Lin's rise and what the Wan Tian sect lost in terms of power. The two begin to walk through the village, while Zhang says that once the other 7 sects start to compete for supremacy and become independent of the Wan Tian sect, the title of most powerful house of all will be increasingly difficult to maintain. Zhang also says that the current elders discussed this and came to the conclusion that Zheng could personally visit the Mystic Watergate to show them some power, just to prove that the Wan Tian sect does indeed have a bright future with the new leadership, and certainly leader Song Jo will also recognize this. Zheng starts to laugh in his thoughts that, on the one hand, the Mystic Watergate does not have a reputation for traitors, and likely Murong will also find a way for this to be a reason to break Zheng's cultivation. Zheng then looks to the sky and says that he will no longer delay this. Now at the Mystic Watergate, the sect leader, Song Jo, is standing with some servants, waiting for leader Zheng's arrival. The servants are commenting that the letter sent by the Wan Tian sect said that leader Zheng would personally visit the Mystic Watergate. Another servant is interested in seeing Zheng since he heard that he is only 18 years old, besides being cute. Leader Song Jo is surprised to see Zheng approaching the place. At this moment, a huge beast appears in the sky heading towards them. The beast begins to get closer and closer. The servants go crazy when they realize that this is a 3rd-degree spiritual beast, which is equivalent to a light dragon spiritual formation ranking cultivator. Another servant screams that the Wan Tian sect really deserves respect. Another servant finds it a luxury to have such a powerful beast merely as transport. The huge spiritual beast flies over all of them. The beast then gets even closer to the tower, and with that all of them jump off the back of the spiritual beast. 4 members of the Wan Tian sect were present on that tower as they jumped off the back of the spiritual beast. Leader Song Jo, looking up, says they have finally arrived. He notes that the person beside him is the ceremonial clan leader of the Wan Tian sect, named Heiyu, who happens to be a cultivator of the 9th layer of fetal essence. Song Jo remarks that this position is somewhat stronger than his own, and that if the two were to fight, Heiyu would likely emerge victorious. Song Jo also observes that there are 2 beautiful girls who, besides being very attractive, seem to be extremely talented. He imagines that the young man in the middle of them must be the new leader of the Wan Tian sect. He looks closer and sees that this person must indeed be leader Sheng. Everyone then heads inside the meeting hall within the mystical Watergate. Song Jo then says that leader Zheng is truly handsome and talented, since at 18 he is already at the base cultivation level. Song Jo adds that he truly inherited the talents of his former master, Zhou Lin. At this moment, the vice leader of the mystical Watergate, Hong Ya, tells Zheng that the wine they are drinking is quite old, as it has been preserved for nearly 300 years. Hong Ya asks Zheng to enjoy the moment to toast and rest a lot, because of the long journey. Zheng, with a smile, says that he would indeed like to toast to the occasion. He says this while thinking that the mystical Watergate is very courteous, but so far they have not mentioned the real problem that has been happening there. Zheng still thinks that this peaceful visit is just to show how the Wan Tian sect treats those under its command, so it wouldn't be smart to use force. Zheng begins drinking the wine while imagining that Elder Zhang sent only Heiyu this time to protect him, so if things get ugly, Zheng will need to handle it alone. Thus, he cannot let his guard down at all. At this moment, someone enters the hall shouting, "Father!" causing Zheng to be startled upon hearing that. Zheng looks towards the person at the gate and is baffled, wondering if that shout calling father was meant for him. This person, calling his father, says that this moment is terrible, as something has happened again with another disciple. This person who arrived shouting in the hall is Tian Lin, the son of leader Song Jo, and who is in the 4th layer of qi cultivation. He had a very worried expression. Zheng observes that boy and wonders if he is really the son of leader Song Jo. However, Song Jo gets furious with the interruption and shouts at his son, asking how he dares to make such a fuss on the day when the sect leader Zheng was present. Song orders Jiang He, who is Song's eldest disciple and is in the 9th layer of base cultivation, to take Tian Lin away immediately. At this moment, Zheng extends his arm asking them to wait. Zheng says he did not come there to act like a distinguished guest, and if he happens to bother the sect while he is having fun, it will make him a sinner. Zheng asks for them to let leader Song's son finish telling what he wanted. After all, the mystical Watergate is still under the domain of the Wan Tian sect, so if something wrong is happening, Zheng would like to know, since he cannot just stand by and watch. Tian Lin asks his father if he can then continue telling what is happening. Zheng does not wait, Song responds and says that he can indeed tell. Tianlin lowers his head and says that earlier there were some mysterious deaths of disciples, and it was not the first time. Zhang turns to Leader Song and asks what he has to say about this, since it seems to be a recurring issue. Leader Song is worried about the situation and tells Zhang not to worry, that this is just a small problem they are already dealing with. Zhang, with a mysterious air, asks if he really believes that this is just a small problem. Zhang slaps his hand on the table while shouting that Leader Song's disciples are in danger, and he dares to say that this is just a small problem? Song, already worried about it, says that's not exactly what he meant. Zhang stands up and says he does not want to hear Song's lame excuses. Zhang turns to him and says he only believes what he sees with his own eyes. At that moment, Heyu begins to overflow with a powerful energy throughout his body, completely intimidating everyone at the mystical Watergate, including the leader. Zhang becomes concerned that the situation is getting out of control, and then bows his head, ordering everyone there that everything will proceed according to Leader Zhang's wishes. Tianlin begins to lead everyone to the crime scene. They approach a door, while Zhang asks if that is the place. Even before entering, Tianlin replies that yes, all the bodies are inside that hall. Zhang opens the door to check what happened. He then enters and is disturbed by what he sees inside. There were several dead bodies, but their faces were completely bizarre, and their limbs were all mutilated. Zhang and Heyu look at each other, wondering what this could be. Zhang decides to get closer to inspect what happened better. He then kneels before the lifeless bodies. Zhang looks back and asks Tianlin if this is the so-called mysterious death, noting that the bodies were completely mutilated and asking if all this was done by humans. Tianlin, concerned, says that earlier when he was there, the bodies were not mutilated in that way. He turns and asks the guards who were responsible for protecting the place if they saw anyone entering there. The two reply that they saw nothing. Zhang He comments that the guards are not that powerful, so with the power of the possible culprit, they would be able to enter easily without anyone noticing. Tianlin lowers his head while taking a deep breath and says that all this is his fault. At this moment, Leader Song approaches and asks Leader Zhang and Heyu if they have found anything. Heyu responds that everyone was brutally mutilated, so for that reason, he can't determine the cause of death. Zhang says that it seems someone managed to fulfill their wish. Song, by then, no longer knows what to do about it. Zhang stands up while telling Song not to worry about it. He also says that if his hunch is right, then it's very likely that the assassin will strike again that night. A little later, elsewhere, two people are talking while walking near some torches. One of them knows that Sheng said they will act that night, and wonders if he found something to say that. The other boy replies that this is not possible. After all, Zheng is just a kid who just entered the second layer of base cultivation. That said, he couldn't possibly guess anything. One of the assassins, who was wearing a mask, says that they can't be complacent even if Zheng is a base cultivator. The man with the mask says they need to find an opportunity to kill Zheng, and with that, manage to separate the mystical Watergate from the Wan Tian sect and gradually conquer all the floating lands. Zheng, at the moment, is tinkering with his system. He says that now that he has entered the base cultivation, the celestial tribulation can be stopped. Zheng finds this very convenient. At that moment, he receives a note from the system informing him that the celestial tribulation has been halted. Zheng, observing this, says that the power accumulated over all these years must have spoiled. While still tinkering with the system, he is startled by a noise coming from outside. He then looks out the window and sees that Qing Yu is handling her sword. He decides to go out and ask what Sister Qing Yu is doing, but in his thoughts, it was obvious that she is destroying everything at the mystical Watergate. Qing Yu, furious, says that Heyu went to spy on Leader Song, while Fang Xu went to investigate other information, but Qing Yu was left as a mere guard. Zheng realizes what is happening, but thinks that with her temper it's not possible for her to investigate anything discreetly, and even imagines her attacking poor Tianlin to obtain information in a not-so-discreet manner. Zheng, trying to calm Qing Yu down a bit, says he only sent Sister Fang Xu to gather information because she has low cultivation, and also because that night, Zheng has a very important mission for Qing Yu. He says all this, but does not notice that Fang Xu was nearby and overheard everything. Fang Xu gets angry and starts to pout at Zheng, saying it seems she is only assigned simple tasks because of her low cultivation. Seeing the mess he made, Zheng asks why she returned so quickly, and says it's not what she's thinking. Fang Xu turns her face away while saying that she went to ask Tianlin about the incident, and he informed her that this time the death was against a normal disciple, not a new one like the other times, so apparently there is nothing suspicious. Fang Xiu then hands a notebook to Zheng and informs him that this notebook has more details about the other deaths, and that she glanced over it, but didn't identify any pattern. Zheng starts to review the information in the notebook and thinks there's a small chance that the mystical Watergate is hiding important information. Zheng notices that the dead disciples were all from qi cultivation and base cultivation. After reading this, Zheng catches Qing Yu's attention. Qing Yu asks what he wants, and Zheng simply replies that now it's up to her. Qing Yu is left confused. Then finally night arrives. Qing Yu leans against a pillar cursing Zheng for saying he would give her an important mission, but in the end, it was just to watch over the ancestral hall. She watches the night while remembering Zheng's words. But this is also good. It will reveal his weak side. At that moment, the candles in the hall go out. Qing Yu looks back completely terrified, as there was no wind or anything like that. Already out of patience, she draws her sword and enters the hall, asking who is the fool pretending to be a ghost. Qing Yu also warns them to be careful, as she is not just any cultivator. At that moment, the coffin opens even though it was nailed shut. She is startled to see this. A hand emerges from the coffin, breaking it with its strength. A kind of zombie emerges from the coffin. Qing Yu is shocked by this, since she realizes that this monster is one of the people who were murdered in the morning. The zombie, with its body all stitched up, leaps at full speed towards Qing Yu. She uses a spell as a shield to prevent the zombie from getting close. The zombie attacks the shield with just one hand, while Qing Yu puts more strength into her shield to withstand the impact. The zombie's strength was so great that it starts to crack Qing Yu's shield, even using just one hand. The shield then breaks, and Qing Yu is thrown far away by the impact. She manages to slow down a bit with her feet to not be thrown out of the hall. Qing Yu is a bit worried since that zombie has the power equivalent to a base cultivator. The all-stitched zombie begins to scream and heads towards her again. Qing Yu raises her sword and says this piece of crap will meet its end right now. She charges at him, saying that this time he will die. Then a huge explosion occurs at the location. The explosion was so strong that Qing Yu was blown out of the hall. Up high, someone catches her while she was flying because of the explosion. It was Zheng who caught her in his arms, while she was still a bit dazed from the explosion. Zheng says he asked her to break the talisman if she needed help, but apparently, she didn't want to do that. Qing Yu just stays quiet while feeling embarrassed to be in Zheng's arms. They then look at the all-stitched zombie, while Zheng asks if that monster only has the power of a base cultivator? Because if so, he can handle the situation quite easily. Zheng, without wasting time, starts to gather energy in his hand and charges at the zombie. He approaches and punches the zombie's head into the ground with all his strength, while lightning shoots out in all directions. The zombie's head is smashed into the ground with such force from Zheng. Zheng smiles and says it's all resolved now. Qing Yu comes flying towards him. At this moment, they hear the other coffins breaking inside the hall. Both remain alert, already anticipating what will come next. All the coffins then break open, and they notice there are more than 6 coffins inside. All the zombies start emerging from the coffins and converge into one spot. Qing Yu, in disbelief, realizes that the corpses were joining together to become one. A red energy begins to emerge in front of those corpses. Zheng and Qing Yu just watch, unsure of what it is. The red energy becomes even more powerful, destroying the roof of the hall and shooting up into the sky. They now face a giant monster. Zheng comments that things are starting to get boring. Qing Yu, still surprised and confused, asks what the hell that is. Zheng explains that it is a corpse puppet. They look at the sinister monster as Zheng elaborates that the corpse puppet is constructed using human bodies through special means. Their power is not as strong as when they were alive, but since the body has become giant, no one of qi cultivation or base level can handle it. Qing Yu, furious, asks if Zheng knew this would happen and still left her there guarding something so dangerous. Zheng simply draws his sword and tells her not to worry, he will protect her. Zheng begins to think that coincidentally, while he was not there, he managed to obtain some divine rocks and exchange them for a skill called Secret Refinement Tribulation Technique, and this is the reason he knew all about it. Now, Zheng has 0 divine rocks. His attribute is still the disaster of a million bodies, but now, he possesses 2 techniques. One is the Sutra of the Disaster of a Million Immortals, and the new one is the Secret Refinement Tribulation Technique. The Sutra of the Disaster of a Million Immortals is an attribute of the tribulation added to qi cultivation, basically managing to wield the power of tribulation. The Secret Refinement Tribulation Technique uses the power of tribulation to deal with all kinds of living things. It can be used to enlarge one's body, condense pills, forge weapons, among other things. Zheng remembers when he observed those lifeless bodies in the hall and noticed that they had a twisted diaphragm and a scripture of the secret technique. Basically, the injuries showed that they were cultivated using a corpse cultivation technique. For this reason, not even Yu was able to identify it. Zheng starts to think that he had already anticipated that dismembered corpses could be revived using the secret refinement tribulation technique, as there are at least 10 ways to revive a dismembered corpse. However, combining them into a single being as strong as one of spiritual cultivation is another level. Zheng stands before the giant corpse while imagining that to discover which technique was used, he will have to investigate further. The corpse monster begins to spew red power in all directions. Zheng manages to cut those coming in his direction. Some of that power also speeds towards Qingyu. She defends herself while Zheng blocks the attack for her. While blocking the attack with his sword, Zheng realizes that indeed those powers are of the water element. Qingyu is surprised by the power of that monster. At that moment, Yu and Song are flying overhead, watching the fight. Fang Shu and Qianlin also arrive running with some servants, asking if Zheng is okay. Qianlin, concerned, asks what the hell is happening there. At that moment, Song begins to gather a huge amount of water energy in his hand, wondering how a demonic monster like that was able to infiltrate such an honorable place. Song continues to gather more and more energy, ready to fire. Zheng looks up and says the situation is not good, and shouts, "Quick, stop him." At that moment, Song fires his power, but Yu catches his power with his hands. Song is taken aback seeing his power easily dissipated by Yu's hands. Song, not understanding anything, shouts at leader Zheng, "What does this mean?" Zheng then cuts through the power of the corpse monster. After that, Zheng decides to answer Song, stating that he already knows the answer, and yet still asks. Zheng explains that the corpse is only at the stage of spiritual formation, while the power Song was using is at the fetal essence stage, which would have instantly eliminated the corpse, preventing them from learning anything about what's happening. Song, taken aback, says he was only concerned about leader Zheng's safety and acted too hastily. Zheng thanks him, but not for leader Song's consideration. Zheng begins to radiate energy from the mark on his forehead, stating that he has his own way of dealing with the corpse monster. Zheng then kindly asks Yu to restrain the giant monster. He simply replies affirmatively. Zheng begins to sprint towards the monster. The monster attempts to hit him with its red energy. Zheng just leaps, easily dodging the power while still charging energy in his sword. He then cuts off part of the corpse monster with ease. Yu continues with his spell aimed at the monster, keeping it completely immobilized. Zheng then jumps onto the monster's head and grips his sword with both hands. With this, he slams his sword down into the monster's head, sending lightning in all directions. Zheng concentrates a massive amount of energy in his sword, while raising 2 fingers to use his new technique. The completely controlled corpse monster begins to receive a massive electrical discharge. Zheng, after charging his ability, shouts, "Refine!" and activates his ability. A massive red energy begins to emanate from the body of the corpse monster. This energy overflows the area, reaching up to the sky. Qianlin, seeing this, doubts that it will have any effect. Qingyu gets angry upon hearing this and asks if he said something by chance. Qianlin remains silent before her. Jiang He, observing this, says that the strength of the corpse monster is equivalent to a cultivator at the stage of spiritual formation, so even though Zheng is strong, he won't be able to do much about it. Fang Shu asserts that all this is no problem for Zheng. Yu observes from above, watching all that energy emerging from within the monster. The monster continues to overflow with power, as does Zheng, who keeps discharging his lightning into the body of the corpse monster, especially after activating his ability. Then, still atop the monster's head, Zheng raises his sword to deliver his final blow. He drives his sword in, causing blood to spurt out. Zheng easily finishes off the corpse monster with just one blow. Zheng, after effortlessly dealing with the monster, just smiles at everyone. All look in disbelief at the immense strength of leader Zheng. Qianlin comments that Zheng is incredibly strong. Song approaches Zheng, praising how amazing he is despite being so young. He adds that although he has eyes, he was unable to recognize such immense power at first, but now he acknowledges it. Zheng responds that the situation was handled easily, but he didn't do all this just to be flattered. Zheng reveals that he now knows the necessary method to refine corpse puppets, and he also discovered why Song's disciples died suddenly. Song is startled by how easily Zheng figured it out. A desperate Qianlin pleads for him to clarify what happened. Zheng reflects that earlier, During the banquet, Tianlin was quite energetic and went against leader Songzhou's intentions. Zheng hints that he probably already knows the reason. Tianlin, confused, asks what he means by that. Zheng explains that the so-called sudden death seems like a fatal error during cultivation, but that's not the case. Zheng reveals that the techniques that use qi for cultivation can also be used in a way where one sacrifices life to forge a weapon. Everyone present is shocked to hear this. Zheng begins to harness that red energy while explaining that this qi, cultivated from a technique, flows along the meridians and will alter the cultivator's physique by absorbing their blood essence. Zheng continues to explain, stating that the qi essence gathers in the diaphragm, becoming hard like a rock, and acts as the core of the corpse puppet. He further explains that when the power of the blood rock reaches the limit of its capacity, it will start leaking through the body's orifices, thus causing an unexplained death. At this moment, a red energy is emanating from the corpse on the ground due to Zheng's power. Zheng is using his power to draw the corpse's power into his hand, while explaining that the blood rock itself is considered a weapon. A person can invest a bit of qi into it, and use it at any moment with any dismembered part of a body. This will form different levels of corpse puppets. Sheng, holding a piece in his hand, says that the dismemberment of the corpse was just to remove the blood rock, thus successfully concealing the cause of death. Everyone is surprised by this explanation, including Heyu, who observes Zheng wondering how someone at the base cultivation level could possess such advanced knowledge. Zheng begins to walk, stating that the mystical water gate is only going through all this because they themselves have been practicing that kind of technique. Tianlin, trembling, asks how this is possible. Zheng wonders if Tianlin will be the next one to die. Everyone wonders why Tianlin might die. Song then approaches him and presses his wrist to check for any changes in his blood. Tianlin, worried, asks if he can still be saved. Song regrets, and says that he was weak as a father for not noticing the anomalies earlier. Zheng at this moment says he figured Master Song would say that. Zheng crosses his arms and merely comments that a Yuanying cultivator who can't see that this isn't the genuine martial method of the Xuan Shui sect is somewhat strange. Song starts sweating, saying he got it all wrong, and that his son Tianlin inherited this technique through a chance encounter and decided to train it secretly along with some people from the sect. Sheng then asks how he stumbled upon a martial technique from the Hades sect so casually. Father and son face each other after hearing this. Zheng changes his expression, saying that only one person allowed Tianlin to practice demonic martial arts, so he should not be surprised by the outcome. But regardless of who did it, in the end, the only one responsible for the deaths of several disciples and his own son is solely you, Song. Zheng says this to Song while asserting that he is definitely the only one to blame. Tianlin immediately kneels down and then lowers his body, begging Zheng that it was he who brought that technique to the mystical water gate, not his father Song. Tianlin, still begging, says he doesn't mind dying, but if leader Zheng has any solution, then he pleads for him to save the disciples of the Xuan Shui sect. Song looks worriedly at his son after hearing this. Fang Shu and Qing Yu watch the situation closely. Zheng looks down at Tianlin after hearing all this. Zheng then smiles and asks why he is panicking in such a way. Tianlin raises his head crying and sees Zheng extending his hand to him. Zheng takes Tianlin's hands while saying that if the situation really is as described, then their sect is also a victim of all this. Zheng, still smiling, says that the only people guilty of all this are those from the demonic sect. After leaving there, Zheng picks up a book and mentions that this is indeed the method for making puppet corpses. Qing Yu asks Sheng if he is really capable of curing Tianlin. Fang Shu asks if he wants her to seek help from her master. Zheng says that's not necessary. While everyone is walking around the place, Zheng thinks that now is a great opportunity for him to establish his authority with his new position, and that he cannot let Mu Rong overshadow him at all. Zheng also imagines that with his new secret technique, he already has a way to resolve the problem that Tianlin was hiding. Zheng starts to enter the hall while saying that if the secret technique he acquired turns out to be even more surprising, then it will be even easier to deal with the situation. Sheng enters the hall and asks Song if he has thought about it. Song makes a respectful gesture and says that the Xuan Shui sect has indeed failed in its duties and responsibilities. Sheng says that it is great that they recognize this. He also comments that he had seen a magical weapon called the Qianguang Shui Mirror in the Celestial sect, which was sent by the Xuan sect. He further mentions that it is a magical weapon made of a rare water attribute material, which also has martial arts effects and might have some restrictions, Sheng says that if the sect still has a similar type of magical weapon in the treasury, it probably won't be difficult to make an antidote to destroy all the hidden demonic dangers. Tianlin is surprised to hear all this since Sheng has a lot of information. Song watches Heyu while imagining that Sheng is trying every way to get to the hall where all the treasures of the Xuan sect are kept. At this moment, Hongya asks Sheng how he will recognize such precious materials. Sheng says it is simple. As long as he looks with his own eyes, he will know what the materials are. Qing Yu and Fang Shu are surprised to hear this. Jin Long, an elder of the Xuan Shui sect, tells Master Song that Sheng is being extremely greedy by asking for this, and asks him not to allow it. However, Du Ping, also an elder of the Xuan Shui sect, says he understands Jin Long, but 2 of his disciples and brother Hong died because of that problem. So how could the sect send Tianlin to his death without doing anything? Sheng calls Song's attention by asking what he will decide. Tianling tells his father not to worry about it, as it is his fault alone. Song thinks for a moment, and then finally looks intently at Sheng and asks him to follow him urgently. Sheng barely enters the treasure room when the system starts to distribute several notifications asking if he wants to absorb the tribulation of those fragments. Sheng continues walking into the treasure room and is amazed at the many pleasant surprises inside. Song informs him that the alchemy room is ready and asks Sheng if he is sure about this. Sheng turns and simply says, "No doubt about it." Jin Long, watching, asks if Master Sheng is not going to empty the entire sect's treasury, is he? The elder explains that, even though he is Song's son, the sect master, it is still a huge risk. Du Ping, indignant, asks Jin Long how he dares to say that. Hong Ya says that all the sect's disciples are in danger at that moment, and even if the chief cannot protect them, what will others think about the sect? Sheng interrupts everyone by raising his hand and saying that he has his own means. He further says that he will only need a few magical treasures and some spiritual level medicines. From this, he will be able to prepare an antidote when he is in isolation. Elder Jin Long hears all this, worried, but realizes there is not much to be done. Sheng is now sitting in the alchemy room, absorbing the fragments of the treasures. One of the treasures falls to the ground after its tribulation is absorbed. Sheng observes his status and thinks that he absorbed all the fragments present in the treasure room, and after that, the number of thefts increased significantly, but the immortal stones only increased by 7. Sheng, still observing his status, imagines that the secret method of tribulation can greatly increase the effect of alchemy and body refinement. Sheng begins to think about how efficient the alchemy skill would become after this. Sheng takes his finger to the system and then starts distributing points in the beginning secret tribulation technique category. After doing this, Sheng feels a powerful energy running through his entire body. At that moment, the system notifies him that the secret alchemy method has been updated to a higher level, and that with this, Sheng will gain experience equivalent to that of a master of alchemy and weapon crafting. Sheng is pleased to see this notification as he has become a master of alchemy. He cannot believe that he went from beginner level straight to master level. Sheng closes his eyes and has a complete vision of all kinds of alchemy experiences, all of this passing in images in his head as if he had been an alchemy master for hundreds of years. He can only imagine that ascending to the heavens is a wonderful feeling. Looking at his hand, Sheng imagines that now he has enough power to solve Tianlin's problem and develop the pills. Sheng thinks that definitely, those 100 tribulation points were not wasted. With his system still open, Sheng decides to use the remaining points to increase his cultivation level. At this moment, Sheng is at the 2nd level of foundation base, needing 724 points to reach the 3rd level. He has 7 immortal stones, possesses the physique, body of 10,000 tribulations, has 2 techniques, one of them being secret, and has an active daily tribulation mission. Sheng, observing the system, laments that his tribulation points were not enough for him to reach the 3rd level of his foundation base. He imagines that even absorbing all the treasures of that sect, he will still have to go through the daily tribulation missions. Sheng notices a system notification saying that the daily theft has been accumulated 3 times, and it can accumulate up to 3 more times, going to a total of 9. If after all this it still fails, Sheng will receive a punishment. He reads that but cannot imagine what the punishment would be. He thinks it might be a super strong celestial tribulation, or even instant obliteration. Already worried, Sheng imagines that the daily tribulation is a double-edged sword and that he cannot accumulate anymore. Thus, that night, he needs to find a way to pass the triple tribulation at all costs. Sheng then gathers the ingredients to make the pill. He starts making all the ingredients float with his magic, while saying that the pill is composed of 4 main herbs, called Qing Kunji, Qian Qian Tao Wu Tu, 9 flavors of Xiong Huang, red syrup from the heart of the earth, along with 27 auxiliary herbs. He makes all the ingredients fly into the container while saying that, according to the analysis of the secret refinement method of the tribulation, this should be enough to escape the disadvantages of the demonic secret art. Song and Qianlin are outside talking while waiting for Sheng. Song notices something. Sheng is coming out of the alchemy room saying it is finished. As Sheng walks towards everyone, Song asks if he really finished preparing the pill. Sheng approaches holding a bottle and says that he just did his duty. Sheng removes the bottle cap, and a magical pill emerges from it. Sheng explains that this pill is called Fa Yudan, and, although it is not of a very high grade, it is extremely effective against the specific symptoms of the demonic technique. Elder Jinlong intervenes, saying that it might as well be poison. After all, not just anyone can prepare a pill of that level. It is not so simple to prepare, and it should not have been so quick. Song gets irritated upon hearing that and orders Jinlong to shut up. Song commands someone to find a disciple who practiced the demonic technique to test the pill on him. Hong Ya, looking at Qianlin, asks if he knows anyone who also practiced the technique and, if so, to find that person as soon as possible. Qianlin just says no and asks to test the pill himself. Sheng is surprised by his courage. Song tells his son that it is not necessary. Qianlin says he does not care, after all, that incident happened because of him, and it brought problems to the sect. Qianlin confidently shouts that he will be the first to take the pill. Sheng smiles while holding the pill in the air, and says he's pleased to see such courage from the son of the sect master. Sheng then takes the pill and hands it to Qianlin, saying that he will be the first to take it. Qianlin, already holding the pill in his hand, observes it for a moment, and then puts it in his mouth. Song watches worriedly, imagining that there is not much he can do besides trusting that the pill is effective. Qianlin swallows the pill, and suddenly his eyes start turning red, and several red veins appear on his face. Qianlin begins to scream in pain, placing his hands on his neck. A red aura starts emanating from Qianlin's body. His father watches this, extremely frightened, not understanding why it is happening. Qianlin continues screaming while the evil energy keeps flowing from his body, and even his eyes are filled with blood. Qianlin starts to fall backward as the energy continues to pour out of his mouth. Little by little he becomes unconscious, while the malignant energy doesn't stop coming out of his body. Song catches his son before he hits the ground. Elder Jinlong starts shouting, saying they shouldn't have trusted the child from the Foundation realm. After all, look at what is happening to Qianlin after taking the pill. Sheng just remains silent, watching everything unfold. Qing Yu approaches He Yu and asks about the current situation. He responds that Qianlin's cultivation is disappearing, and apparently he is not breathing. Song supports his unconscious son against a pillar. He says that he highly respects the celestial sect, seeing it as superior to the others, and he also respects Sheng as the true disciple of the immortal Ling Yang. However, at that moment, he would like some explanations. He says this while turning to Sheng. He Yu, angered by Song's tone, asks what Song intends to do about it, emanating a tremendous power from his body. Sheng raises his hand and says it is all right. He Yu asks if he is sure. Sheng then calmly explains Song's request, but also says that Song owes an explanation after that. Sheng says that Song probably noticed that the technique is similar to that of the Hades sect. Sheng then asks Master Song, if he values his son's life so much, why did he allow him to practice such a forbidden technique without even knowing its origin? Song replies that it was not his technique, and he did not make his own son practice such a demonic technique. Elder Duping intervenes, saying that the matter involves the mysteries of the techniques inherited from the Xuan Shui sect. He asks Master Sheng not to interfere in this. Song, looking at his son, says he can speak about it without problems. Jinlong laughs, asking if he will betray the sect's secrets again. Song says that both Qianlin and the other young disciples were determined to perfect the legacy of the Xuan Shui sect, and Song, as the sect master, was unable to stop them. Sheng applauds upon hearing this, pointing out that Qianlin took the pill without knowing the risks. Sheng praises Qianlin, saying he is always thinking for the sect's good. Song becomes furious upon hearing this. Duping starts shouting at Sheng, asking if he thinks the Xuan Shui sect is so easily intimidated. Jinlong also starts shouting, asking if Master Song will continue being a coward just because Sheng is doing these things. Song begins gathering water energy in his hand, saying they cannot let a junior from the Foundation realm intimidate them. Song's eyes turn red as he asks what the purpose of the realm is and why they all cultivate from a young age. After gathering a lot of energy in his hand, he unleashes it with all his might. The water power rushes towards Sheng at full speed. causing a massive explosion upon impact. However, after the explosion dissipates, an orange energy barrier is seen. It was Yu who easily blocked the power from Master Song. Sheng merely observes and comments that Song's true chi is indeed powerful. Without Yu there to defend him, Sheng probably would not be able to stand after the shock. Sheng also thinks that Song alone is not capable of breaking through Yu's defenses. Moreover, all the elders who claim not to support Sheng in the end will not do anything about it. Song turns, asking if Kim Wan and Hong Ya aren't going to help him at that moment. Then, Song is startled by what he sees. His son is standing after going through all the confusion with the pill. Song runs to his son and asks if he is really okay. Tianlin replies that he is, just a bit tired. Sheng, smiling while Yu dissipates the barrier, asks how Tianlin feels at that moment. Tianlin, looking at his own body, responds that Master Sheng's pills are really powerful. The stagnant qi in his dantian has completely disappeared. Elder Jinlong is indignant, saying that it is impossible. After all, even Yuanying level elders can't achieve such a feat, so how could someone at the foundation level do it? Sheng, looking at the elders, explains that it's a spiritual technique, and the patients who cultivated it were at the refined qi stage. To solve this problem, immense qi cultivation strength wasn't needed, but rather a successor who could prescribe the correct medication. Holding the bottle with the pills, Sheng says the true qi condensed by the technique is like a venomous snake trapping a human body. Thus, Sheng just needed to prepare a pill powerful enough to burn the core and bloodstream. Sheng further explains that this is equivalent to burning the dantian's meridians. The pain will be so great that it will make the user pass out, causing the true qi to decrease drastically. However, after that, the problem will be resolved, and with just a little rest, the person will fully recover. Sheng hands the bottle to Song and says this is the explanation he requested earlier. Song receives the bottle with the pills and sincerely thanks Sheng. He also immediately apologizes for his earlier rashness. Sheng, with his eyes closed, says that both sects stand side by side, so Song didn't need to say that. With that, it was proven that the pills are effective. Sheng then asks to please call the other disciples who practice the same demonic technique so they can be cured as well. Tianlin says he will call them immediately, saying this as his father hands him the bottle with the pills. Fang Shu is overjoyed, saying that brother Sheng is amazing, and that she was sure everything would turn out well in the end. Sheng, concerned, hears this and thinks it's not entirely true. After all, this is far from over. An hour has passed and everyone is inside a hall. At this moment, Tianlin comes running in, shouting for Sheng. He says that the disciples who practiced the demonic techniques have all disappeared, and there were hundreds of them. Sheng rises from his chair and asks how this could happen. He looks to the side and wonders if that is really what happened. Sheng starts to think that assassins killed them all and hid any traces before anyone saw. Sheng also thinks that he noticed it quickly, but probably those responsible were even faster. Moreover, Sheng begins to worry, imagining that the situation is heading toward the worst possible scenario. Furious, Sheng imagines that regardless of the sect, something very wrong is happening everywhere. He reflects that in recent days he had Yu's protection, and with that, Sheng tried to uncover the truth of what's been happening. However, everything led to more clues, but never a conclusion. Sheng starts walking and tells Master Yu that he needs to think for a while, so no one should disturb him. Yu says that won't be a problem. Sheng then walks to a place 15 kilometers from the Xuan Shui sect. He imagines that no one will find him there. He then draws his sword, thinking that this time he will be struck by triple the daily tribulations, so the chances of him not making it through are high. His eyes and scar begin to shine brightly. He points his sword upward while a strong blue light shoots toward the sky. A lightning bolt crashes down with full force toward Sheng, causing a strong wind throughout the area. The lightning strikes Sheng's sword directly. He sees it clearly and imagines it's not good. The lightning grows stronger, as if shattering the sword. Sheng begins to be lifted off the ground, despite putting a lot of effort into holding on. He grits his teeth, trying to endure the immense force from the lightning. At this moment, the system notifies him that it is about to invoke the triple daily tribulations. The weather grows increasingly ominous, with multiple lightning bolts striking from the dark clouds. Another bolt of lightning crashes down with full force toward Sheng. Lightning starts striking all around as Sheng holds his sword upward, trying to contain the enormous energy. The sword begins to crack under the immense power of the tribulations. Looking up, Sheng realizes the sword is already fragmenting from the sheer energy. He then closes his eyes and concentrates his power on the mark on his forehead. He raises both hands, recites the 10,000 celestial tribulations from the Sutra of Immortality, and starts shouting loudly. He screams louder and louder as his eye fills with the energy of the tribulation. At this moment, several extremely powerful bolts of lightning hit Sheng directly, causing a massive explosion and creating a crater in the ground. The lightning dissipates, leaving only the open crater. Inside the crater is Sheng, happy to have survived. The damage was so great that most of his clothes were destroyed, and he had several burns on his body. He looks at the system and sees a notification saying he successfully passed the triple daily tribulation and earned 15 tribulation points because of it. Sheng, barely able to stand, thinks that the magic sword was completely destroyed, even though it was of a lower level. He imagines that the power of the daily tribulation is becoming increasingly strong, especially when accumulated. Sheng also thinks that if he hadn't absorbed the powers of the sect's treasure fragments, he probably would have died this time. He already knows that in the future, he must not let the tribulations accumulate again unless it is absolutely necessary and there is no other option. Sheng starts walking away, with his clothes already restored, and realizes that despite being 15 kilometers from the Xuan Shui sect, the noise he caused was extremely loud, so he needs to be more careful and can't stay there for long. Dawn arrives. Sheng is meditating at this moment. He opens his eyes and says he didn't realize it was already morning and that apparently his wounds are healed. He then decides to open the system and begins to think about where to distribute the points he earned from the triple tribulation. He starts distributing his points while thinking that after all he went through, he is just one step away from the third layer of the foundation stage. This is a huge increase, considering it would have taken years of hard work, but he almost couldn't withstand the power of the daily tribulation this time. Sheng closes his eyes and thinks that the first part of his mission was resolved without many problems. However, the next stage will not be as simple as it appears. Sheng starts walking down the mountains and imagines that the Xuan Shui sect is also an immortal cultivation sect, so the death of some low-ranked disciples is not a major concern. Moreover, if the Hades sect is really involved, it becomes a bit more worrisome since it goes beyond Sheng's abilities as a foundation stage master. Sheng thinks that at first, he imagined Jiang didn't trust his abilities, sending Heyu to accompany him, but he feels that something very strange is happening since it can't be such a coincidence. Sheng crosses his arms, thinking that the techniques seem very much like those of the Hades sect. It's a very subtle move. He thinks about the corpse puppets, the flawed martial arts, and the possible traitor. Sheng continues his path, still deep in thought, saying that something is wrong, and he has a bad feeling. He also says he needs to solve the Xuan Shui sect's problem as quickly as possible so he can return and improve his strength. At that moment, Sheng notices something moving near him. He hides near a tree and sees someone flying very low and fast. Sheng watches from his hiding spot and wonders who that person is and why they are flying so low in the middle of nowhere. Sheng takes a good look at the person and notes that their appearance is very suspicious, and they are wearing a mask. He wonders if it is someone from the Hades sect. Sheng thinks that his own strength isn't that high since he is only at the foundation stage, but he needs to follow that person to discover what is happening. The flying person arrives in front of a huge gate. Sheng observes while staying hidden. The person recites a spell, and the gate opens. The hooded person enters the giant door, and it immediately closes. Sheng looks at the door and wonders how there can be a hidden place in such an isolated location. He starts walking towards the huge door, wondering who that person could be. He approaches the door and begins to use his power on it. He recites the powerful secret method of tribulation and refinement, and with his immense power, he completely destroys the giant stone door. Inside, there are two people talking. One of them says to his brother that this time it's his fault since he didn't expect the puppet, which is of the 5th layer of the foundation stage, to be defeated so easily by the lightning boy. The other person says it doesn't matter. After all, it was just an experiment and wasn't good enough for practical use. Not at least as good as if it were a true demon. The man then asks what happened to the other disciples who practiced the blood sacrifice technique. His brother reassures him not to worry, saying that after they managed to create an antidote, the hooded man quickly lured all the disciples to control them. Sheng stays hidden, observing their conversation, and wonders what this blood sacrifice technique is, and if it is that demonic technique. Sheng then realizes that all the missing disciples are in the hands of those two men, and it seems they plan to make more puppet monsters like the one Sheng faced, or even stronger ones. One of the men turns, also wearing a mask, and says he can't believe that lightning boy actually managed to successfully refine an antidote. His brother responds that yes, That's what those two people personally told him, and that they were quite surprised to see the result. Sheng, still hidden, wonders who these two people the man mentioned are. The men keep walking while one of them says that the technique he worked hard on for so long was easily resolved by a mere foundation stage practitioner, and it's sad, though it doesn't matter anymore. After all, the purpose of the technique is to draw their attention and make them believe it's all the work of the Hades sect. The man looks intently at the other and says they will achieve their final goal, which is to finally eliminate Sheng. Sheng is startled to hear that. He begins to wonder why he is the final target. Sheng looks closely at the two men and realizes that no matter what they are planning, there are only two of them there. So this is the perfect opportunity, and Sheng can't wait any longer. Sheng uses his power to gain more speed and then leaps at them at full speed, saying that he must attack first at all costs. The two men are startled, as they didn't realize there was an intruder. Sheng quickly places his energy-filled hand on one of their heads, causing a lot of blood to gush out and throwing him far away with his lightning power. The man who was hit goes flying while Sheng keeps his lightning power focused on him. Sheng starts to smile as an intense electric charge comes from his arm, and he says that one is down, now just one more to go. The remaining man, hidden with a mask, asks if it is really Sheng there. Sheng asks if he recognized him immediately, and then asks if he has seen a portrait or if they have met before. Sheng says he heard them mention that he is the final target, and asks for a detailed explanation of why he is the final target. The masked man says it's a surprise, and it looks like Sheng showed up alone. The masked man says they have gone to great lengths for Sheng, and it seems he has come here just to die. The masked man summons his energy sword and says he will finally get the credit he truly deserves. Sheng finds this odd and says that speaking in such a way implies that what happened at the Xuan Shui sect was his doing. The masked man, with his purple sword overflowing with immense energy, replies to Sheng that a man who is about to die doesn't need to know anything. The man leaps and rushes at Sheng at full speed, telling him to ask himself after he goes to hell. Sheng smiles and simply prepares for battle. The man strikes, but Sheng dodges easily. Sheng raises two fingers and begins to gather energy to execute his technique. The masked man attacks Sheng, but his strike is blocked by the lightning sword that Sheng created with his hand. The man steps back, indignant that his attack was blocked. He realizes that his sword lost power after the impact, and becomes furious. The masked man grips his sword tighter, wondering what kind of martial art Sheng is practicing, since he has never heard of that thunder method. Moreover, Sheng's speed and strength are not typical of someone in the second foundation stage. Sheng, still with his lightning sword summoned, thinks that the masked man has quite a high level of cultivation, at least at the 7th level of the foundation stage. Sheng realizes he will need to use all his strength to defeat him. The man then starts running towards Sheng. Sheng does the same, running towards him. They cross paths, each delivering a sword strike to the other. Sheng's eyes and the mark on his forehead overflow with electrical power. Sheng holds his sword firmly as it also overflows with energy. The masked man turns to Sheng after exchanging blows and notices that Sheng has taken a huge leap. The masked man quickly tries to look behind and sees Sheng approaching at full speed. The two cross swords again, causing shields of their respective colors to appear. Sheng takes advantage of this moment, starts shouting, gathering even more energy, and invokes the technique of the 10,000 celestial tribulations from the Sutra of Immortality. A massive explosion of lightning occurs, throwing the masked man far away. As the masked man flies and his mask gets damaged, he can't believe it since Sheng is apparently more powerful than he is. Sheng flies at full speed towards the masked man, trying to finish him off with the same move he used on the other man. The masked man, anticipating the danger, prepares himself and dodges at the last second, causing Sheng to hit the ground, creating massive destruction and lightning shooting everywhere. The man slides backward from the force of dodging the blow. The masked man, indignant at such power, asks Sheng if he is really only at the 2nd level of the foundation stage. Sheng slowly dissipates the energy in his hand. He then raises his arm and responds that yes, he is only at the 2nd foundation level. The masked man takes off the cloak he was wearing and says he truly underestimated Sheng. But all of this was expected from the heir of the great Zhou. A ring on the masked man's finger begins to shine, and he says that this all ends now. He adds that Sheng will learn a lesson he will never be able to surpass. At this moment, he summons a huge blue hammer. Sheng is surprised to see this, saying that it's a high-grade spiritual treasure. Right after realizing this, Sheng is surprised by something else. The masked man wasn't wasting any time and was already coming at him with that spiritual treasure. Sheng manages to dodge at the last second, but the attack creates a massive crater and an explosion that sends rocks flying everywhere. Sheng, observing this, says that the treasure is just one level above the intermediate spiritual magic sword that Sister Qing Yu possesses. However, even with the small difference, this weapon is extremely powerful. The masked man, amid the dust stirred up by the blow, tells Sheng that he really is quite fast, having managed to dodge that strike. The man then smiles and says he wants to see Sheng dodge the next blow. He then starts running at full speed, advancing towards Sheng, ready to attack again with the spiritual treasure, while saying that Sheng will die this time. Sheng watches the man approaching and thinks he won't be able to fight back. The man approaches with the spiritual treasure, and at that moment, Sheng notices a symbol-like mark on the spiritual treasure's body. Sheng gets distracted by seeing that mark, and because of this, takes the full brunt of the hammer. Sheng manages to block by crossing his arms and using magic, but he is thrown far away by the force of the spiritual treasure. The force is so great that he flies far from the cave and along the way destroys a bunch of trees with the impact. The masked man, confident, says that victory is already guaranteed. He then leaps towards where Sheng was sent flying by the blow. Sheng is standing, wiping his mouth. He says that the superior spiritual treasure is more powerful than he imagined, as he can't fight back at all. At this moment, he hears the masked man approaching quickly. Sheng looks to the side and the masked man is already close, striking again while asking Sheng where he thinks he's going to run this time. Sheng quickly dodges, causing the masked man's blow to hit a tree, cutting it in half. Sheng continues running at full speed, thinking he needs to calm down at all costs. He also thinks that, in this situation, he needs to keep a good distance between them to come up with a plan. The masked man, laughing loudly, begins to spin the sacred treasure at full speed and says that the more Sheng resists, the greater the satisfaction in killing him. The masked man then hurls the hammer towards Sheng, which now looks more like a tornado due to its speed. The hammer quickly approaches Sheng, who is running at full speed without stopping. Sheng looks back before being hit and wonders if he will be able to dodge that sacred treasure or not. A huge explosion is caused by the impact of the sacred treasure. The hammer is embedded in the ground due to the enormous force with which it was thrown. The masked man approaches it and does not see Sheng nearby. The masked man can't believe Sheng managed to dodge again. Sheng runs behind a rock, thinking that he will just flee at that moment, as the only sword he brought with him was a low-level one, and it was destroyed during the daily tribulation mission. That said, at the moment, he has no means to fight seriously. Sheng takes his sect token, gathers energy into it, and says he hopes this will be enough to help. He also points his finger at the token, causing more energy to overflow. Sheng still imagines that the token contains the power of Master Zhou injected into it when he finally ascended. So, everything should work out as long as Sheng can trigger a trace of the celestial tribulation's power. The masked man approaches, strikes the sacred treasure on the ground near where Sheng was hiding, and shouts, saying, "There is nowhere to hide and it's not even possible to escape him." Sheng remains silent, hidden behind the huge rock, while the masked man shouts for him to come out wherever he is hiding. Sheng tries to accelerate the energization of the token. The sect's token continues to receive that strong electric charge from Sheng's technique. The masked man notices some lightning bolts coming from behind that huge rock. This catches his attention, and he begins to laugh nonstop. The masked man starts walking towards the huge rock while carrying his sacred treasure. He still taunts, saying that he finally found him. Sheng starts sweating, worried if he will have enough time to gather energy into that token. The sacred treasure, so heavy, is dragged along the ground as the masked man tells Sheng not to resist unnecessarily. Sheng remains focused on energizing the sect token. The man gets closer and closer to the rock, still taunting, saying that today Sheng will not escape death no matter what. Sheng grits his teeth, thinking he needs to finish this urgently. The sect token begins to overflow with enormous energy after being electrified for so long. At this moment, a light appears in the dark sky, and a lightning bolt descends with all its force, striking the forest. The powerful lightning from the sky hits exactly where Sheng was hiding. The masked man watches that strong electric discharge falling behind the rock he was approaching. He is startled by this, asking what the hell is going on. The electric discharge from the sky becomes stronger, completely shattering the huge rock that was in the way. At this moment, Sheng emerges, still being hit by the strong electric discharge from the sky. With his eyes glowing, Sheng says that now the one who won't escape is the masked man. The masked man looks up, asking what kind of martial art that is. He notices that lightning continues to appear everywhere in the sky, and says that all of this surprisingly came accompanied by a celestial and terrestrial phenomenon. The masked man points a finger at Sheng and says that all of this is impossible. There's no way Sheng could have such spiritual power being only at the second-level foundation, so it must be a trick. Sheng, with his body completely energized, smiles, and says it's not a trick. After all, the masked man will soon find out. The masked man says Sheng is a very strange child, and it seems it's not safe to prolong this fight any longer. He becomes more serious and tells Sheng how he dares to speak so arrogantly when he's so close to death. The masked man starts gathering energy in his hand and says he will show the true power of the superior grade spiritual treasure. He then raises 2 fingers of the hand overflowing with energy and says, "Dragonhammer, rise." At this moment, the spiritual treasure begins to fly on its own, overflowing with orange energy. The treasure flies up to the sky at full speed, forming a dragon's head with all the power emanating from it. When the hammer reaches the sky, it becomes the spiritual form of a complete dragon, while Sheng just watches, still overflowing with electricity all over his body. The masked man commands the spiritual treasure to kill Sheng immediately. The enormous spiritual dragon of the sacred treasure roars loudly and immediately starts speeding towards Sheng, who remains standing, waiting to receive the blow. The sacred dragon-shaped treasure gets closer and closer to Sheng, ready to kill him. Sheng remains calm, while his power strongly radiates from his eyes. The dragon-shaped sacred treasure is about to hit Sheng, but at that moment, a powerful lightning bolt descends from the sky towards the dragon. The enormous lightning bolt hits the spiritual dragon head-on, cutting it in half while Sheng just stands there, watching. A crater is formed in front of Sheng due to the powerful lightning. In front of the crater lies the fallen hammer, having lost its strength with the spiritual dragon destroyed. The masked man is in shock, looking at his hammer on the ground and saying how that was even possible. Sheng begins to walk slowly towards the masked man, his body overflowing with energy, electricity bursting in all directions. Sheng simply says that nothing is impossible in this world, especially coming from him. The masked man decides to flee, saying that this time Sheng got lucky, but when they meet again, it will be different. He speeds away, but a huge lightning bolt strikes down towards him. The powerful lightning bolt hits him directly, creating another crater in the ground, and the bolt is enormous. Smoke starts to rise from the impact site of the lightning. At that spot lies the masked man, fallen on the ground. The blow from the lightning was very strong. At that moment, the masked man couldn't believe how he lost that fight. Disbelieving, he simply asks Sheng where all that power came from. Sheng, face to face with the masked man, asks how he thinks Master Zhou managed to ascend. The masked man, bleeding from all over, says he can't believe Sheng did that with the celestial tribulation. Sheng just bids farewell, saying that now it's all over, as he gathers power in his fingers. He then finishes off the enemy, while several birds fly away. At that moment, in another place, Hong Ya is meditating inside a hall. Suddenly something breaks in front of him. He is startled by the noise that came out of nowhere. Hong Ya looks ahead and asks what is happening and why the destiny tokens of Zhang He were broken. He starts to think, imagining that very few people in the entire Xuan Shui sect would be capable of killing them. So this is a very serious matter. Hong Ya figures it couldn't be Leader Song, as he wouldn't have any reason to do so. It also couldn't be Du Ping, as he is a loyal dog of Leader Song. Hong Ya thinks a bit more and wonders if it was Heiyu. Hong Ya starts to consider this possibility, but based on what he had observed until that moment, Heiyu wouldn't act for personal reasons. In other words, all of this was orchestrated by Leader Sheng. Hong Ya, smiling, says that apparently Sheng has already found out, so everything is ready. Now when Sheng finally dies, the promise to that person will be fulfilled, and then it will be time to inform the Xuan Shui sect that he, Hong Ya, will be the new leader. At that moment, Sheng is sitting, concentrating energy throughout his body after that difficult fight. He starts to spit blood on the ground as it was a tough battle. Sheng places his hand on his chest and thinks that it was more difficult than he imagined to invoke the celestial tribulation that remained in the token, especially doing so with what was left of his cultivation. To make matters worse, the token is no longer valid, not to mention the celestial tribulation. The grand formation of the celestial sect can no longer be activated. Sheng extends his arm and summons the spiritual treasure he won after the fight, saying that he has almost fully recovered and is ready for action. Sheng holds that hammer firmly and says that the superior spiritual treasure is extremely powerful. Sheng looks at the masked man on the ground and says it is finally time to see who that person is. He then approaches the mask and removes it. As he takes it off, He can't believe who the masked person is. He is surprised to see that it is Jiang He, the strongest disciple of leader Song. Sheng asks if Song is behind all this because, if so, his mind is truly deep. Sheng takes a deep breath and puts his hand to his head, thinking that everything is becoming more complicated. Sheng notices a ring on Jiang He's body. He decides to take this storage ring to see if there is anything else inside. He activates the ring and notices that there is an envelope inside. Sheng decides to see what it is and finds that besides some cultivation items, there is only that letter inside the ring. Sheng reads the content of the letter and is shocked by what he reads. He gets nervous, saying he can't believe that person is responsible for all this and is frustrated for not having thought of it earlier. Sheng, still looking at the body on the ground, decides to burn the letter. The letter flies away, burning little by little. Night falls, and at Sheng's residence, he decides to leave in the middle of the night wearing a coat and hood. He closes the door of his residence and runs at full speed. He jumps over the wall and follows his path. In the next room, Heiyu is meditating. He notices a strange noise outside. He begins to think if that noise is from Leader Sheng and why he decided to leave so late. Heiyu decides to go back to meditating, saying he'll just let him go. In another place, Sheng appears jumping off a house. He starts walking towards a door. As he approaches, he pulls his coat down a bit and says that success or failure will depend on the next day. He still intimidates, saying they will need much more determination if they want to kill him. The next day arrives. Someone slams a cup on the table. It was Leader Song, demanding explanations from Sheng. Sheng continues drinking tea while Heiyu stands beside him. Fang Shu points his finger at Leader Song, calling him a foolish old man. After all, everyone is there to help, and he's making accusations against the group. Qing Yu also gets irritated, saying that Song's sect lost more than 100 disciples in a short time, and they've been quite understanding. But after all this, doesn't he think he's being very rude? Qing Yu asked. Fang Shu starts shouting that it's true, Sister Qing Yu is right. Duping and Hong Ya exchange glances at that moment. Duping says there are things he would rather not comment on, but since everyone is saying whatever they want, he will say a few words. He changes his expression and tells Patriarch Sheng that it's been a while since the group arrived at the Xuan Shui sect to investigate the violent death of a disciple. Since then, there has been no progress in the investigation, and more disciples have started disappearing. Duping criticizes Sheng, saying he makes many promises that everything will be resolved, but the situation only gets worse by the minute. He even questions if this is what happens when the celestial sect interferes in others' problems. Tianlin remains silent, observing Duping speak, and starts to think that none of this makes sense. After all, wasn't it Master Sheng who saved everyone there, including his own life? Hong Ya stands up and says that Elder Duping has a point, and that he shares the same thought. Hong Ya tells Master Sheng that if he can't investigate properly, he should leave and let the Xuan Shui sect handle their own problems. Heiyu gets angry at this declaration against Leader Sheng. Fang Shu and Qing Yu are also irritated, calling them ungrateful. Sheng places his teacup on the table and asks Master Song if Vice Leader Hong Ya's opinion is the same as his. Song remains silent at the question. Elder Duping starts shouting, asking Master Song why he's hesitating to answer. Duping adds that he's always been dissatisfied with this second-layer kid, referring to Sheng. Duping, already stressed, points his finger at Sheng and accuses him of showing off every single day. Jin also says the best thing to do is to send him away from the Xuan Shui sect. Song calmly tells Master Song that, as he can see, Song is not the only one bothered by his visit, and apparently, the entire Xuan Shui sect doesn't trust him. Leader Song then asks Master Sheng to please leave, and that Song will take care of the investigations with great care from now on. Qing Yu asks Song if he's sure about that. After all, everyone there did a lot to help them. Fang Shu agrees. Duping stands up and asks to please expel them all. After all, what's the point of everyone staying there despite that rejection? Fang Shu and Qing Yu look at Sheng and ask him to say something since he's just been sitting there listening. Sheng then starts clapping, saying that's fine. Sheng gets serious and tells Song to remember everything he said that day, and hopes he doesn't regret it later. Sheng asks everyone to follow him out. His group begins to follow him out of the hall. Tianlin runs to his father and asks if he's sure he wants to send Master Sheng away. He also says he hopes he doesn't regret it later. Song, with a serious look, asks if he intends to continue causing problems for the sect. Tianlin, feeling embarrassed, says he doesn't want to do that. Song, with his arms crossed behind his back, says that's all for today. He also orders Hong Ya, Jinlong, and Duping to speed up their investigations regarding the disciples' disappearances. All three stand up and say they will do so immediately. Hongya is pleased that his plan is proceeding smoothly. The sky is clear at that moment. Fangshu is happy that they will finally be able to fly in the chairs again. Sheng responds that they will not. They will walk to take a break. Fangshu, puzzled, asks, "What do you mean, take a break?" They cross the sect gate. They continue on their way, as the day is nice for a walk. While walking, Qing Yu asks if they are really leaving and abandoning the Xuan Shui sect's problem as it is. Fang Shu agrees and even imagines that the sect brothers must be laughing now. Sheng simply responds not to rush, that the show is just beginning. Fang Shu asks Qing Yu what Brother Sheng meant by that. Qing Yu responds that she has no idea. He Yu also ponders, wondering why Leader Sheng plans to leave on foot slowly instead of flying with the winged beast. After all, what does he expect to happen? He Yu also thinks that apparently Sheng is no longer interested in the Xuan Shui sect's affairs. So what did he do in the middle of last night? The four continue walking slowly through the forest. They all notice that the sky has started to darken and ask if it's really going to rain out of nowhere at that moment. Sheng looks at the darkening sky and then smiles, thinking the fun is about to begin. Suddenly, a shadow rushes through the trees. He Yu immediately notices the movement. The person apparently was following the group and jumps from the treetops. A person in a trench coat appears and then throws several knives at the group. The knives speed towards Sheng. Sheng waits for the knives to get closer, and then He Yu jumps in front and blocks them all with his power. He Yu, holding one of the knives, asks Sheng if he is okay. Sheng replies that he is. At this moment, more knives are thrown by the enemy, but this time in a much larger number. The knives speed towards the group. He Yu changes his expression and then begins to deflect all the knives with immense speed in his arms. The knives fly away after being deflected. He Yu starts to get angry and orders the enemy to stop being cowardly and show themselves. A person then appears, clapping, saying that it was really surprising. It was Hong Ya, accompanied by several corpse puppets. Hong Ya says he is impressed with Master He Yu, that he lives up to his name. Hong Ya also comments that he tried to ambush him, but apparently underestimated him. Qing Yu and Fang Shu are surprised to see that it is Hong Ya, and ask if those corpse puppets behind him are the missing disciples. He Yu observes this seriously while Sheng just smiles at the situation. He Yu, looking at Hong Ya, says that it seems he was responsible for the incident that happened in the Xuan Shui sect, and then asks what was the purpose of killing his own disciples. Hong Ya says he doesn't care about any of that. After all, the plan was simply to bring young Sheng to the sect. However, he did not imagine that a powerful person like He Yu would be accompanying him. Hong Ya also says that this complicated his plans significantly, which otherwise would have been too easy. He Yu looks at Sheng and cannot believe that the entire incident happened just to drag Sheng to that place. Sheng, smiling, asks if it was the Grand Elder of the sect who ordered all that. Sheng says he is curious about what he promised as a reward. Qing Yu and Fang Shu are shocked, thinking that cannot be possible. Hong Ya laughs, saying that apparently Sheng already knows everything, indicating that Zhang He died by his hands. Hong Ya then asks if that's the case, then Sheng must know whose orders those were. Hong Ya decides to reveal what his reward will be. At this moment, he snaps his fingers to summon the corpse puppets. As he summons them, Hong Ya responds that the Grand Elder promised that Hong Ya would surpass Leader Song after completing that task, making him the head of the Xuan Shui sect. He also says that a simple mission like this, which is just to kill a mere young man at the second-level foundation stage. So with a reward like that, who would dare refuse? He shouts, his eyes turning red with fury. He points towards the group and orders the corpse puppets to kill everyone present. The hundreds of puppets start jumping towards the group, forming an enormous mound, covering all four of them, with hundreds of puppets on top. At that moment, a light begins to shine from within the mound. The light becomes increasingly stronger, so bright that it shoots towards the sky, sending some of the puppets flying. After that, all the puppets are blown away by the powerful force emanating from He Yu. Hong Ya stands still, watching all his puppets being defeated in seconds. He Yu tells Hong Ya not to be so childish, using mere corpse puppets against someone as powerful as him. Sheng, looking at He Yu, says it's true. Sheng starts to think, and remembers the conversation between the masked men, and that, according to them, they had many problems because of these puppets. Sheng wonders if these puppets can only be used as cannon fodder. It doesn't make sense. Something seems to be missing from this story. Hong Ya starts laughing to himself and then responds, telling He Yu not to worry, as those puppets were just a warm-up. After all, he wouldn't be foolish enough to be negligent in front of the powerful He Yu, who is at the 9th layer of Yuan Ying. He says this while making some small rods fly into his hand. He raises the rods using his magic and then lifts his fingers shouting "sickness" to activate his technique. The rods in the air start exploding one by one, causing enormous explosions in the sky. Sheng begins to worry about what's coming next. The rods turn into several coffins that fall from the sky towards the ground. Hong Ya, laughing maniacally, says that after the warm-up comes the main course. A bloody hand emerges from one of the coffins. Then all the coffins begin to break open, with monsters emerging from within. Qing Yu, terrified, asks if those are the fused bodies of the puppets they found a few nights ago. Sheng, seeing this, replies that it unfortunately seems so. However, this time the body is not as large as the previous one, but the pressure is much greater. Sheng is worried that the strength of those puppets is at the golden pillar level. Qing Yu, enraged, asks how many disciples he had the courage to sacrifice to create those 9 golden pillar level corpse puppets. Hong Ya smiles and says it wasn't much, only about 3,000 disciples at the 4th foundation stage. It was approximately 30% of the lower-ranked disciples of the Xuan Shui sect. Those enormous corpses start falling from the sky, while Hong Ya, with a sinister look, says that in addition to all that, he captured all the doctors within a radius of 150 kilometers. He put in so much effort, so he hopes Master Heyu still doesn't feel underestimated. Heyu becomes serious, realizing that things are getting complicated. One of the giant corpse puppets begins gathering energy in its mouth. At that moment, an enormous energy beam shoots through its head, finishing it instantly. It was Heyu who fired that enormous power with his hand. He still asks, "This makes no sense after all, whether at the foundation level or the golden pillar level, it makes no difference against me." At that moment, Heyu takes a huge leap, and from above he summons an axe, saying that those actions were too evil. The axe then increases in size as Heyu invokes his intermediate magic, a terrestrial level treasure, the annihilating weapon. Heyu looks at Hong Ya and those corpses and says that all of this is very annoying. A beam of fire is caused in the sky with such speed by the treasure summoned by Heyu. A huge explosion ensues, reaching the size of an enormous mountain. Sheng, Qing Yu, and Fang Shu protect themselves from the wind caused by the explosion, as it even manages to blow away the surrounding trees. Hong Ya, smiling, leaps back after the explosion. The axe is embedded in the ground, the crater caused by the blow melting from the sheer power. Heyu uses his power to bring his spiritual treasure closer and taunts Hong Ya, saying those useless corpse puppets have already turned to ashes, so it's all useless. Heyu adds that if Hong Ya has any tricks left up his sleeve, he should use them once and for all. Hong Ya, smiling and raising 2 fingers, says that whether it's useless or not, Heyu will soon find out. At that moment, some fragments on the ground begin to emit pink smoke. This smoke starts rising from all corners of the crater, probably coming from the defeated corpses. Heyu quickly notices this and becomes worried. The smoke begins to ascend towards the sky, forming a kind of barrier above Heyu. Qing Yu, not understanding anything, shouts to ask what is happening. Sheng, concerned, says that it is the formation of the Dark Death Seal. Qing Yu asks what the hell that formation is. Sheng replies that he saw it in a celestial sect book. It's basically a demonic path array. This technique is not lethal, but has the ability to trap enemies, and is extremely powerful. Among cultivators of the same level, it's practically impossible to escape from it. Sheng, worried about the situation, starts to think that if Heyu can't escape from that, they can only hope another team arrives as soon as possible. Hong Ya, still flying above the barrier, laughs loudly and says Sheng indeed has sharp eyes. The corpse puppets were just a distraction. That barrier was the main course Hong Ya had prepared for them. He further explains that using the bodily aura of thousands of low-level disciples as a base, it will be enough to trap Heyu for at least half an hour. Inside the barrier, Heyu begins to unleash numerous attacks with his axe. He notices that none of the blows have any effect on the barrier. He starts to worry about how he will get out of there to help Sheng outside. Heyu shouts from inside the barrier that it is indeed very resistant. However, the user who invokes it needs to stay focused on it, so Hong Ya cannot move either to maintain the barrier. Heyu questions what the purpose is if Hong Ya will also be stuck. Hong Ya laughs, saying he is indeed correct. He adds that Heyu is forgetting the reason for their visit. After all, Hong Ya is not there to fight him. Hong Ya also says he never mentioned being alone. Heyu becomes extremely worried upon hearing this and shouts for leader Sheng to flee immediately. Sheng becomes concerned while Heyu continues to shout for him to flee. At that moment, someone appears flying behind Sheng. It is Jinlong, who says it is too late to try to escape. Heyu sees this, and cannot believe Jinlong is also a traitor. Jinlong then summons several kunai and immediately throws them at Sheng, calling him a piece of trash and telling him to die already. The kunai fly rapidly towards Sheng. He prepares to take the attack. At that moment, someone appears, blocking all the kunai with a single strike. Qing Yu is surprised to see who has arrived. Sheng is pleased, saying that they finally arrived. Jinlong is shocked, asking how that person showed up there. It is Duping, who says he arrived just in time and that Sheng is very lucky. Hong Ya, looking down, asks why the hell Duping appeared there. He says this, but doesn't notice that someone is also flying behind him. This person says they are also present. Hong Ya is startled and immediately turns around. However, before he can do anything, he is hit and thrown forcefully to the ground, destroying all the trees around the impact. Sheng just watches the fight. Hong Ya is furious, not understanding what is happening. He then looks up and asks why that person is also there. It is Leader Song, who calls Hong Ya a traitorous parasite. He explains that if it weren't for Master Sheng telling him what was happening the night before, Song would still be blind to Hong Ya's deceit. Song further says that he discussed with Patriarch Sheng the night before, and they devised a plan to reveal Hong Ya's possible accomplices. Song looks at Jinlong and says he didn't know he had such ill intentions. Heiyu looks up and thinks that apparently this was what Sheng had been doing behind everyone's back. Jinlong is startled and says that it seems his plans had already been revealed. Feng Xiu points upwards and asks her sister Qing Yu to see that Master Song is helping, so Leader Sheng indeed had a plan. Qing Yu, looking up, is impressed, realizing that all of this was orchestrated by Leader Sheng. In fact, Sheng had discovered everything about the Xuan Shui sect on his own. She then looks to the side and wonders if the difference between her and him is really that significant. Jinlong goes to Hong Ya and asks how the hell they found out about that plan. Jinlong, looking at Hong Ya, starts cursing him, saying that the plan was foolproof, and that he should do something about the situation, or they are doomed. Hong Ya gives a slight smile and says that actually, there is one more solution to the situation. Jinlong, clueless, asks what the solution is. At that very moment, Hong Ya changes his expression and attacks Jinlong with his hand. Hong Ya's hand pierces Jinlong's belly. Everyone around is shocked to see this. Hong Ya pulls Jinlong's soul out with his hand. The soul starts to panic as it is pulled from its body. Hong Ya says that unfortunately, extreme measures are necessary for the situation, but he promises that nothing will happen to Jinlong, and that he will still become Vice Master after all this. Jinlong's soul becomes enraged, calling Hong Ya a monster. Hong Ya opens his mouth, and Jinlong's soul starts to panic, saying that they could find another solution. Hong Ya ignores this and starts to swallow Jinlong's soul, who at that moment could only scream desperately. Hong Ya continues to swallow little by little, and all Jinlong's soul can do is curse Hong Ya for the rest of his life. Hong Ya finally swallows the entire soul. At that moment, incredible power starts to emanate from Hong Ya's body. It was the secret technique Great Spirit Devouring Tide. The power overflowing from Jinlong becomes increasingly powerful as he just laughs, enjoying it. Song is furious for not knowing that Hong Ya was practicing such a forbidden technique. Heiyu says that Hong Ya's strength has indeed increased absurdly, but it's probably temporary. Heiyu asks Sheng, Qing Yu, and Feng Xiu to stay away from there as things are going to get worse. Sheng agrees. Sheng then starts to leave and asks Feng Xiu and Qing Yu to follow him immediately. At that moment, Hong Ya doesn't stop accumulating power after having consumed Jinlong's spirit. The power was immense. At this moment, Heiyu, Song, and Duping immediately charge at Hong Ya, saying that they need to end this quickly. Meanwhile, Sheng continues to lead the two away from the scene of the fight. Feng Xiu becomes thoughtful for a moment, and then says that they are far enough away, so probably no one will be able to detect. Qing Yu looks at her and asks what she means by detect. Feng Xiu gives a slight smile and says that's exactly it. Heiyu won't be able to sense from that distance. Feng Xiu's expression changes completely at that moment, and she advances from behind Sheng without him noticing. Qing Yu panics and screams for Sheng to be careful, saying that Feng Xiu was acting differently. At that moment, blood splatters everywhere. It was Qing Yu's blood, as she stepped in front of Sheng to take the blow. The knife goes through Qing Yu's chest. Sheng looks back in confusion and screams for his sister Qing Yu. Sheng cradles Qing Yu and begs her to wake up, but she doesn't respond. Sheng becomes furious, saying that Feng Xiu will pay for this. Feng Xiu laughs at the situation while holding her two daggers. Sheng, enraged, asks Feng Xiu why she was doing this. Qing Yu at this moment starts to feel a lot of pain as the cut in her chest was deep. Feng Xiu says that Qing Yu has always been against Sheng's leadership, but at that moment she protected him, which doesn't make sense. Qing Yu, weak, asks Feng Shu why she was doing this. Feng Shu, smiling, asks if she is inquiring about trying to kill Sheng. Obviously, it was to take his position as master. Sheng is surprised by this, as is Qing Yu. Still flying with Qing Yu in his arms, Sheng says he understands that she is a disciple of Murong, but there was no need to go this far. Feng Shu starts laughing, asking what that has to do with anything. She then hurls her swords toward Sheng, saying that everything she is doing here is for herself. The swords fly at full speed towards Sheng. Sheng dodges the swords while hearing Feng Shu say that she waited for years for the position of heir to the patriarch, but suddenly, Leader Zhao found a monster like Sheng. Feng Shu begins to give a sinister smile and says that at first, she didn't understand why Leader Zhao took someone as mediocre as Sheng to be his disciple, but on his ascension day, she understood why. Feng Shu starts pursuing Sheng while the swords continue to chase them as well. Sheng supports Qing Yu against a tree and asks her to hold on while she rests there. After that, Sheng summons his spiritual treasure and heads towards Feng Shu. Qing Yu only asks him to be careful. The swords return to Feng Shu's hands as Sheng charges at her with his hammer. Both exchange blows with their weapons with all their might. Feng Shu laughs and asks Sheng if he got worried when she said she knows his secret. Sheng is worried about what she means by that. Sheng observes all the power emanating from Feng Shu's sword and asks if her cultivation level is at the advanced stage of foundation. He says this while being worried, as he is sure of it. Feng Shu, excited, says that he is absolutely right, and that's why she said he is just average. She throws her swords again and says she waited for 10 long years and all she wanted was to show her hard work, but she never imagined Sheng would come to ruin that. The two swords start spinning toward Sheng. The swords then multiply with Feng Shu's power. At this moment, countless swords fly toward Sheng at full speed. Feng Shu merely says that she will finally get rid of that thorn in her side. Sheng quickly throws his hammer, charged with immense power. The hammer turns into a fire dragon with all its might. The fire dragon heads towards the swords with all its power. At that moment, Hong Ya is summoning his ghost governor's sword to attack the group that stayed to fight him. The swords multiply, and then fly towards all three who stayed to fight him. The swords, loaded with immense energy, cause a powerful explosion, destroying the entire impact area. At that moment, Hong Ya was panting heavily. Something wasn't right. Heiyu notices this and says that apparently the secret technique forcibly increases the user's power, and now Hong Ya can't bear this burden. The three then rush towards him, Heiyu throwing his axe and Song sending his water power. Feng Shu continues to defend against Sheng's hammer. She manages to block it but wonders how it's possible. Sheng is in the initial stage of foundation, and yet is so powerful that it leaves Feng Shu at a disadvantage. Sheng holds his spiritual treasure, and says he never imagined such betrayal coming from someone he considers a sister. He says if she surrenders, he will forgive her, although she will still be punished. Feng Shu becomes furious and asks Sheng to stop pretending in front of her. She says this while throwing her sword again. Sheng easily dodges that sword. Feng Shu, with a sinister look, asks if he really thinks it's a good idea to dodge. Sheng becomes worried and quickly looks back. The sword was heading towards Qing Yu, who was incapacitated on the ground. Sheng panics upon seeing this. He starts flying towards Qing Yu to protect her, becoming worried as he realizes he won't make it in time. Qing Yu sees the sword coming towards her, but can't react as she is out of strength. Sheng immediately invokes his technique, 10,000 celestial tribulations of the Immortality Sutra. Qing Yu closes her eyes and tries to protect herself, as there is nothing more she can do. She finds it strange that nothing happened and decides to open her eyes while sweating coldly. She notices that Sheng is in front of her with his hand bleeding because he held the sword to prevent Qing Yu from being hit. Qing Yu looks at Sheng and says he didn't need to hurt himself like that. Sheng smiles and asks her not to worry, as he is fine. Qing Yu immediately panics and screams for Sheng to look behind him. Sheng doesn't notice in time and is stabbed in the back by Feng Shu. He is taken aback by the blow. Sheng looks down and sees the sword piercing his chest. Feng Shu immediately pulls out the sword, causing Sheng to fall to the ground while Qing Yu screams for him. Feng Shu, looking at the blood-covered sword, lets out a diabolical laugh and says that Sheng is pathetic for wanting to save someone else, and now both of them will die. Sheng, already on the ground and bleeding heavily, tells Feng Shu that he never imagined she could be so despicable. Feng Shu mocks him, asking why he is still talking in that situation. Sheng starts thinking about the day his master ascended and asks if she was really there watching. Feng Shu comments that she noticed something was wrong, but she didn't discover the true nature of what happened. Feng Shu, still with her foot on Sheng, says she didn't tell anyone because if Murong knew about it, She would have to die protecting Sheng, and that would be bad for her. She then laughs and prepares to finally kill Sheng. However, something comes towards her. Feng Shu then notices something moving at full speed towards her. She looks from a distance without understanding what is happening. Blood splatters at that moment, and Feng Shu is thrown far away due to that powerful force. At that moment, Sheng and Qing Yu remain on the ground since both were injured, and then the person responsible for the power arrives. It is Hongya, looking exhausted. He orders Sheng to come with him. Sheng, still weak, asks what he is doing there. Hongya quickly grabs Sheng's arm and orders him to get up. Qing Yu can only scream, asking them to let Sheng go. Hongya looks worried as he glances back, seeing He Yu, Song and Du Ping flying quickly towards him. Without wasting time, Hongya starts flying, holding Sheng by the arm. At this moment, the three reach Qing Yu. Qing Yu screams to Master He Yu that Sheng was taken by Hongya. Song approaches Qing Yu, lamenting that they let Hongya escape like that. He Yu keeps looking to the side. He sees Feng Shu lying on the ground. He Yu states that it is his duty to protect Sheng, so he will go alone to find him. He only asks Song and Du Ping to protect Sheng's disciples. Du Ping disagrees, saying that Hongya is also a traitor to the sect, so they want to kill him too. He Yu doesn't waste time arguing and quickly flies away. Du Ping becomes furious, saying that He Yu is very arrogant. Song kneels and asks Qing Yu if she is okay. Qing Yu only groans in pain. Night then falls, and He Yu continues flying quickly, looking for Sheng and Hongya. Hongya keeps flying at full speed, carrying Sheng by the hand. He thinks he has hidden his presence and changed direction, so he must have shaken everyone off for a while. Hongya looks at Sheng and says he doesn't understand what happened, but it seems he won't survive. Hongya thinks he needs to find a place for both of them to recover. He then quickly heads to another location. Upon arriving at the place, Hongya meditates while Sheng lies resting. Sheng finally starts to wake up, and Hongya asks if he has finally woken up. Sheng is startled to see that Hongya is there with him. Hongya informs Sheng that he gave him a blood potion, so the wounds will soon be healed. However, if he tries to escape, Hongya doesn't mind bringing a corpse to Murong. Sheng begins to imagine that he worked secretly with Song to eliminate him, but in his current situation, he will probably end up dead. Hongya continues with his deep meditation, concentrating intensely until he remembers some memories. Hongya is happy, telling his master that he has finally reached the foundation stage. His master congratulates him for this, as he accomplished such a feat before turning 20. He also comments that Hongya will probably become his successor in the future. The master turns to Song and mentions that he needs to follow in Hongya's footsteps to be as good as him. Song says he will do so. Hongya is happy at that moment for being stronger. Hongya remembers his first competition in the Great Sect, where he was the champion. He celebrates, as because of that he was considered the strongest there. Song stood defeated at that moment, and all Hongya thought was that he should keep working hard. Hongya and Song stood before their master. Hongya imagines that he definitely deserves to be named the successor. However, his master names Song as the successor. Hongya can't believe it. Song is outraged by this, feeling that his efforts lost to another person's natural talent. Hongya, while meditating, thinks that it was very unfair to him. He can't agree with what happened in the past. Hongya stops meditating and looks at Sheng, imagining that now he has a new chance to take what belongs to him. Hongya starts to get up, thinking that all he needs to do is bring Sheng's corpse to Murong. At this moment, a giant beast appears flying above them. The two are startled as they look up and see the enormous bird. A person is on the head of that giant beast. Hongya is shocked to see this, and says that apparently there is a demonic beast cultivator, comparable to a Yuan Ying cultivator. Sheng, also surprised, says that someone is on top of the beast. They notice that there is a woman on top of the beast. The woman, looking down, asks if he is the leader of the celestial sect. She says this while looking at Sheng. The demonic beast keeps flying above them. Sheng, worried, asks who she is. The woman extends her hand while invoking energy and says for him to come with her, and then he can ask whatever he wants. At this moment, Sheng starts to float, being pulled by the woman's ability. Hongya doesn't understand what's happening. He just grabs Sheng's arm, not letting him be taken away. Holding Sheng, Hongya asks the woman who she is, as she is riding a very powerful demonic beast. Hongya says that regardless of who she is, the person she is taking is the patriarch of the celestial sect. The woman immediately uses her ability again. This time the ability hits Hongya. He becomes furious, as he can't move at all. The woman pulls Sheng up onto the demonic beast and asks him to be good, and she will explain the situation on the way. Sheng, worried, asks where they are going. She replies that they are going to the northern Vermilion domain. Both fly away with the demonic beast while Hong Ya is left behind. The power holding Hong Ya finally dissipates, and he can move again. Hong Ya, extremely frightened, asks who the hell that woman is, who has enough power to hold him effortlessly. He wonders if she is a great cultivator from one of the great sects. Hong Ya becomes furious, as he no longer has Sheng as a bargaining chip to ask Murong for help. At this moment, a beam of light appears, causing a huge explosion at the place. A person emerges from the explosion, asking where Leader Sheng is. It is Yu, with red eyes, and he is out of patience. Hong Ya becomes even more irritated, as his bad luck only increases. Far from there, the demonic beast keeps flying, carrying the woman and Sheng. Sheng has been silent until now, just observing the woman. He then decides to ask her who she is, as at this moment she could already tell him. She then informs him that her name is Gu Qing Yun. She asks if it's true that Sheng helped Master Zhou Lin ascend days ago. Sheng is surprised to hear this, as he didn't imagine anyone would know. She asks him not to be surprised, as she knows much more than he imagines. She then looks back and says she came to see him because she hopes he will help her with something. She hands Sheng a ring and says that inside it are numerous pieces of clothing, and he could use one of them to change. Sheng looks at the ring and asks why he should change his clothes. Gu Qingyun says that he needs to change clothes because he is the new patriarch of the celestial sect, so he must avoid being recognized by other sects to prevent trouble. Sheng ponders, wondering why it would be a problem for him to be recognized by other sects. He also recognizes the name Northern Vermilion, and imagines that this woman might be from the spiritual sect. Sheng becomes even more serious, and imagines that the woman intends to use his body to ascend. Sheng also thinks that she is much more powerful than he is, so he needs to disguise himself until he finds a chance to escape. Day breaks, and a meeting is taking place in the main hall of the celestial sect. The elders ask Yu if Sheng was really kidnapped by an unknown woman, and if they suspect that this woman is at the fusion stage. Yu confirms this, adding that Hong Ya orchestrated the entire assassination of Sheng. He personally saw Sheng being taken by this woman. Additionally, Yu informs that Hong Ya confessed that Elder Murong ordered everything. Yu says this while looking at Murong. Both Jiang and Feng are shocked to hear this. Murong, hearing that statement, informs that he will personally ask Song about these events. Besides, it is absurd to have attempted something against Sheng and then place the blame on him. Elder Jing becomes thoughtful upon hearing that report and wonders if anyone else knows about Sheng's body. He imagines if these people will use it to ascend. Feng immediately yells for them to stop with the nonsense. Feng shouts, saying that she doesn't care about Sheng's whereabouts, but she wants to know about Murong's disciple, Feng Shu, who almost killed Qing Yu. Murong responds that from what he understands, it was nothing serious, just a quarrel between children, basically a joke. Feng Shu continues smiling as if nothing had happened. Qing Yu looks at her furiously, knowing how false Feng Shu is. Elder Feng becomes irritated, saying that all of this is nonsense since Feng Shu is clearly a traitor. Murong quickly changes the subject and, with a sinister look, says that their priority now is to discover who this woman at the fusion stage is. Jing remains thoughtful while looking at Murong. Sheng continues traveling on the demonic beast. He notices something at that moment. He looks at the ground and recognizes the place. He asks Gu Qingyun if what is on the ground are the stagnant wastelands. She only responds that it is the fastest way to the northern Vermilion domain. Sheng smiles and says he remembers that place. He recalls flying on a sword with his brothers. One of them asks what is happening. Sheng points to a place and says they should follow that direction, and he doesn't understand why they are taking the longer route. One of the people with Sheng asks if he wants to follow where there is a great wall. The other guy informs Sheng that there is where the lands are called stagnant. It is a forbidden place inhabited by sky-devouring hordes. The brown-haired guy explains that there the sky-devourer has the strength of a second-degree demonic beast. A fourth-degree demonic beast is as powerful as a Yuan Ying cultivator. Sheng, still traveling with that woman, gets excited, saying that this is his chance. Back at the floating lands, Elder Jing asks Yu if it is true that Hong Ya attempted an assassination ordered by Murong. Yu responds yes, as he witnessed it with his own eyes. Yu says that Murong promised to help Hong Ya become the head of the Xuan Shui sect. All Hong Ya needed to do was assassinate Sheng. Jiang says that it all makes sense, as it seemed to be a setup to lure Sheng there. Yu takes the opportunity to ask Elder Jing why he thinks so much about Sheng. Jiang responds that there is no need to explain, just saying that Sheng is important to him, and for this reason, he wants Yu to go to the north of the Vermilion region and bring Sheng back safely. However, He is to make contact if something goes wrong. Zhang, sipping his tea, says that he will personally take action. Hong Ya is currently talking with a young man with white hair. The young man hands him some magical treasures and pills, telling Hong Ya that he needs to leave the celestial sect and change clothes immediately. Hong Ya takes the ring and asks the great elder if he is sure about this. The white-haired man asks Hong Ya to go to the north of Vermilion and make sure Sheng never returns alive. The man also says that if Hong Ya succeeds, he will not be judged for past mistakes and will sit on the throne of the Xuan Shui sect. Hong Ya is pleased to hear this and says he will fulfill it immediately. At that moment, Sheng is still traveling with the woman who kidnapped him. Sheng smiles, realizing that the place has a concentrated, powerful aura. Sheng then jumps off the back of the demonic beast. Gu Qingyun just watches Sheng do this. He then lands on the ground and immediately uses his 10,000 celestial tribulations of the Immortality Sutra at full power. At that moment, several lightning bolts begin to emanate from his body, forming a crater beneath him. Various monsters emerge from the ground due to all the electricity coursing through it. The giant monsters rise and head towards Sheng to attack him. Sheng smiles and asks the monsters to attack him quickly. Sheng immediately makes a huge leap, causing the monsters to chase him in the air. He then flies back to the demonic beast. Sheng looks at the woman and says that the journey was boring, so he added some fun. Sheng then starts flying in another direction. At that moment, all the monsters fly towards the demonic beast to attack it. The monsters approach, and Gu Qingyun simply prepares to use her ability. Just as the monsters get close, she activates the ability and slices all the monsters into pieces at once. The monsters fall from the sky, all cut in half. At this moment, another monster emerges, but it is extremely larger. Now the woman and her demonic beast are facing a colossal monster, dozens of times bigger than the demonic beast. The woman then decides to take things more seriously. Sheng continues flying away at full speed. He looks back and imagines that the monster that emerged is a fourth-layer sky devourer, so they can fight each other while Sheng escapes and finds a safe place. He barely finishes saying this when he immediately stops flying upon seeing that Gu Qingyun is already in front of him. She simply says that his games are over. The two resume traveling on the demonic beast, now flying over where the sky devourer was killed. Sheng is completely shocked to see such a powerful monster defeated with ease. She simply asks him not to do that again, and that she doesn't want to hurt him. Sheng says that even if she intended to hurt him, it seems there is nothing he can do about it. She then smiles and asks him to stay calm, as she will soon explain everything once they arrive at the place. They continue flying for 3 months. All Sheng could do to relieve his boredom was meditate. She then informs him that they are close and decides to dismiss her summoning, making the demonic beast disappear suddenly. Sheng, not understanding anything, asks why she dismissed the transport out of nowhere. She informs him that they are close, so they cannot fly with something so conspicuous around here, or others will notice. Sheng keeps looking at her, having no idea what this woman wants with him. Finally, they arrive flying at the northern Vermilion domain. Sheng asks if they are in the right place, as it does not seem to be a grand sect. At that moment, someone arrives flying, greeting Elder Gu Qingyun. Sheng is left confused. The person informs that he heard of her arrival and came to welcome them. He also informs that the sect leader and the elders are waiting for her to discuss the tournament. Some time passes, and tea is prepared for everyone. They enter a hall in the presence of the sect leader. Sheng stands next to Gu Qingyun. Sheng looks at her and imagines that she is overwhelmingly powerful, and yet she is merely an elder of that remote place. Ming Wan, the leader of the Fallen Cloud sect, announces that Elder Gu Qingyun has finally returned, so they can proceed with the preparations for the joint sects tournament. Gu Qingyun raises her hand and informs the leader that she has a proposal for him. She says that her disciple, Sheng, will take the place of Elder Li's son, Jimong, and participate in the competition. Sheng does not understand what is happening. One of the elders present shouts that this is ridiculous. He says he will not agree to this. The irritated man says that Elder Gu Qingyun has been traveling for 2 years and comes back out of nowhere with a child that no one there knows. He further adds that after all this, she comes with this talk about this kid participating in the competition. Elder Gu Qingyun informs them that this domain is the most backward among all the sects. She states that the competition only happens once every 100 years and is extremely important for the future, until the next competition. She then points to Sheng and says he is an extremely talented boy. She explains that he is her new disciple and she wants him to join the competition. The other elder says this is nonsense. At this moment, the sect leader interrupts their argument. The leader then asks Gu Qingyun if the young man is named Sheng and requests his background. Sheng then greets them and informs them that his name is Sheng. He has been practicing Qi for 6 years, and he is currently 18 years old. Elder Li immediately slams the table. Irritated, he says that his son Mang is 29 years old and has the best qualifications in the sect, besides being at the beginning of the foundation stage. The elder then asks what stage Sheng is in. He barely asks, and immediately senses Sheng's stage using his power. Sheng then responds that he is already at the true cultivation of the foundation stage. The elder is surprised that someone at 18 years old has already established their foundation. The leader, observing Sheng, says that he is indeed talented to have advanced so much in such a short time. At that moment, someone starts walking in, asking them to wait. It is Mang, who says that while Sheng has good qualifications, he is probably not as good as he is. But Mang also says that the competition is not just about talents, and that even if Sheng is talented, he is inexperienced in battles. Mang then points his finger at Sheng and says he challenges him since he wants a place in the competition, and adds that if Sheng defeats him, he can take his place. Sheng worries as the situation suddenly becomes a big mess. Time passes, and several girls appear when they hear that Mang will challenge a new disciple. They wonder who would be crazy enough to challenge someone so powerful. Everyone is present to watch the fight, while the girls say that either way, it will be a show. The girl in pink says that this Sheng is quite handsome, though being handsome will not help in the fight. Qin Weiwei watches the fight shyly while the other girls say it is impossible for anyone to beat Mang, especially someone younger. The sect leader announces the fight as both have agreed. Mang, concerned, thinks that he trained for years for this competition, and at the crucial moment, this person shows up to interfere. Mang looks at Sheng and says that he will not lose under any circumstances. The leader asks them to start the match, and Mang quickly runs towards Sheng to deliver the first blow. Mang swiftly uses his ability, creating claws on his fingers. Sheng, without changing his expression, begins to channel energy through his body and then punches Mang squarely in the chest. Mang spits blood as he takes the blow. The sect leader and Mang's father are surprised by this. Gu Qingyun shows no reaction. The girls are also surprised, imagining that the bloody shadow claws had no effect. Mang is thrown far away, scratching the ground trying to hold on. He becomes even more furious and decides to attack Sheng again using his claws. Sheng dodges the blow with extreme ease, causing Mang's power to strike in a straight line. Sheng immediately flies at full speed. An explosion occurs where the 3 girls were standing. A trail is left behind where the protagonist passed at full speed. The dust caused by the explosion continues to rise. Qin Weiwei is scared as an attack came in her direction. However, after the dust settles a bit, she realizes that Sheng came flying towards her to save her. Li Mang is furious with the protagonist's heroic act and wonders how he can think of saving someone in the midst of that situation. At that moment, the sect leader shouts, ordering both of them to stop fighting. He then approaches Li Mang and asks if he can't see that Sheng has been showing mercy towards him all along. The sect leader goes to Sheng and informs him that Li Mang's place in the competition now belongs to the protagonist. Elder Li is in disbelief. Mingwan just turns and says he has already made his decision regarding this matter. Li Mang cannot hide how furious he is with the protagonist. At this moment, Sheng hears a voice in his thoughts, telling him to go to a specific house because the person has something to show him. The protagonist looks at Gu Qingyu and wonders if that voice came from her through telepathy. Qin Weiwei approaches the protagonist and asks if his name is really Sheng. He doesn't understand what she might want. She, completely embarrassed, thanks Sheng for saving her at that moment. He notices something shiny on her neck. Immediately, the system alerts that an ancient water artifact from the clouds has been detected and asks if he wants to consume it. Sheng is pleased to see that there is a fragment right in front of him. The protagonist turns to her and says she doesn't need to worry about it. Qin Weiwei lowers her head and asks Sheng to show his knowledge in the future. The protagonist says it's okay and asks her to take care of him in the future as well. The other girls approach and call Qin Weiwei to return immediately, as Master Li Mang doesn't seem to be in a good mood. They think it's because Qin Weiwei almost got hurt. Seeing her leave, Sheng points to her necklace and says it's like a friend's of his, asking to see it. She holds the necklace and asks if that's what he's talking about. Sheng looks intently at the necklace and says that indeed, a friend has an identical one, and he didn't imagine he would find another in that region. He takes the opportunity to ask her if she has traveled to the northern Vermilion domain. She comments that she got the necklace from an elder after one of the competitions, and that this elder found it in a mysterious place called the Secret Realm of 10,000 Treasures. The protagonist finds this interesting and immediately touches the necklace and tries to absorb it. Immediately he feels enormous power coming into his body and can't believe he has gained so much power from it. Qin Weiwei smiles and tells Sheng that while he is in the competition, he can then proceed to the secret realm of 10,000 treasures. The girl next to her insists that they must leave. Qin Weiwei then turns and says she already knows that. She then turns and bids farewell to Sheng and warns that they will talk later. Sheng also says goodbye. After that, he crosses his arms, thoughtfully imagining this secret realm of 10,000 treasures. Sheng then moves away from the place, 1,000 miles from the falling cloud sect. He is with Gu Qingyu. She says that in recent months, Sheng has brought storms every 7 days, and still comments that she didn't imagine the body of 10,000 tribulations had such a powerful effect. He thinks it was only like that because he can only store them for up to 7 days. She looks at the protagonist and comments that since he can easily summon thunder, it became easier to ask what she would request. Sheng sits down and asks her what she really wants for having traveled so many kilometers just to find him. She responds that she wants the protagonist to go to the secret realm of 10,000 treasures and decipher the core formation. Sheng is confused and asks what this core formation is. She comments that in that area it is not rich in spiritual energy, but nearby there are very strong cultivation sects. She says that this was only possible because the practitioners were close to the secret realm of 10,000 treasures. She explains that this secret realm is rich in resources and abundant in spiritual energy. Gu Qingyu says that this realm will instantly kill any cultivator who tries to approach, but they discovered that the place weakens every 100 years. She turns to Sheng and further explains that any cultivator below the golden pill would not be able to enter. Thus, the 4 sects agreed that every 100 years they would choose a disciple under 30 years old to participate in the tournament. She explains that the top 30 will be able to enter this secret treasure realm to train for a year. Sheng says he understands and asks why she came to him. After all, she is extremely more powerful than he is, so how could he be useful? She says she has been in that sect for over 100 years and has tried everything, but it is not something that can be destroyed from the outside in. She says that because Sheng has the body of 10,000 tribulations, the story is different. Sheng is confused and asks what the body of 10,000 tribulations has to do with breaking the formation. Gu Qingyu asks Sheng if he knows the purpose of the formation of the secret world. He responds that it is to protect the treasures within the secret world. She becomes serious and replies that no, the purpose is to isolate the world. She explains that there are 7 formations of this type that serve as 7 centers. Essentially, this is the work of the immortals, up above, so the world cannot invoke the celestial tribulation for thousands of years. Basically, no one can ascend. Sheng becomes thoughtful as she says that his body, which is of 10,000 tribulations, can break this formation from the inside. Sheng starts to get up and asks what she meant by your world. He turns to her and comments that from her tone of voice, it is as if she is not a cultivator from that world. Gu Qingyu says that was all she had to say and that if Sheng helps, he will also be helping his world. She asks him to think carefully about whether or not he will help her. Sheng goes to the residence where he will stay and begins to think that he received too much information that night. He remembers Qin Weiwei's necklace and imagines it was found in this secret realm, so it seems interesting to go there. Sheng first decides to open the system to check his current strength. He notices that in the last 3 months, Gu Qingyu helped him with daily tribulations, so he ended up accumulating 475 tribulation points. However, it is still not enough to surpass the middle stage of foundation. He continues fiddling with the system while thinking that he needs to win the grand tournament. Therefore, he should probably allocate all the points to technique. He now enters the materials section and sees that everything is very expensive, so he won't have the luxury of refining. He imagines that magical treasures are also not an option, as they are quite expensive and won't be feasible until the golden pill realm. He remains thoughtful, looking at the system screen, and believes that the best thing to do at the moment is to really improve the techniques. He looks at the list of techniques and sees how good it is, since he doesn't need to waste time understanding them after purchasing. Sheng notices one specific technique, the secret thunder technique, which, when combined with another thunder technique, exponentially increases power. He finds it interesting, just like his Immortality Sutra. After considering all this, he decides to buy the skill. His body begins to receive enormous power as the system informs him that he has acquired the secret of thunder technique, and it has been automatically learned. His eyes shine brightly, overflowing with immense power. The table he was at even tilts to the side. Sheng comments that apparently This new ability transforms magical power into thunder and stores it in the body for a period of time. He imagines that it is definitely powerful. He looks at his hands and imagines he will be able to use it once or twice a day. More than that will damage his foundation. The protagonist looks at the system again and thinks he can only check it properly another time. At this moment, something from the system catches his attention. He notices that there is a sword, a celestial-grade spiritual treasure, but for some reason it is being sold for just one immortal stone. He sees the word erosion next to it and wonders what the hell that means. He ponders, looking at the system screen, and thinks it might be a defective item. The protagonist starts to think more deeply and finds it strange since, by the name, it seems to be a high-class item, but for some reason it is being sold very cheaply. He raises his finger and says that one stone isn't that expensive, since he will still have 2 stones left. Sheng touches the system and decides to buy this spiritual treasure. At that moment, the sword begins to emerge from within the system screen. It floats in front of the protagonist's face while he stands in disbelief. He reaches his hand towards the sword, thinking it must be a mysterious sword. Before touching it, the sword starts to glow even more intensely. At that moment, all the light flies towards the protagonist's forehead. He becomes worried as he doesn't understand what is happening. He feels as if his body is in another dimension. He looks around and asks what the hell is this place. At that moment, the protagonist hears a voice saying that this is the internal space of Excalibur. Sheng looks behind and sees a clone of himself smiling. This clone with a sinister look says he is happy to see his new master, and says he has been waiting for that day for over 10,000 years. The confused protagonist asks how the hell he looks like him. The clone gives a slight laugh and says he will introduce himself first. The clone comments that he is the spirit of the Excalibur sword, and his name is Zhuantian. He also explains that there is only one reason Sheng was able to get there. The spirit of Excalibur explains that he recognized him as his master. Hence his appearance is the same as the master's. Sheng asks Excalibur if it is sure it recognizes him as its master. The protagonist is worried because, despite being recognized as the master and having the same appearance, this Zhuantian doesn't seem to be a good person. Zhuantian extends his hand and says he has waited for this day for 10,000 years, and now he will help his master conquer everything he wants. Sheng doesn't like any of this since he has never heard of a magical weapon with a spirit inside, especially one sold for just one immortal stone. Sheng asks if his name is really Zhuantian. The protagonist then decides to take Zhuantian's hand, since he recognized him as his master. Upon touching hands, Zhuantian gives a devilish laugh. Sheng starts to worry, as the Excalibur's body begins to be absorbed into the protagonist's body. Some marks begin to appear on his body, and Sheng asks what Zhuantian is doing. Sheng starts to feel a lot of pain as the spirit says he has waited for this moment for 10,000 years, and finally, he will leave that sword and have a physical body. The protagonist finds himself being possessed and asks if the damned Excalibur had not already recognized him as its master. Zhuantian laughs and asks how he could recognize someone so weak as his master. The spirit also comments that he has no idea how a brat at the foundation level managed to get him. Sheng continues having his body possessed while Zhuantian says that this body isn't bad, so he will accept it gladly. At this moment, a system alert arrives saying that it detected Zhuantian trying to possess Sheng's body and asks if he wants to spend 300 points to cancel the possession. Sheng, with little strength, responds yes. Immediately, Zhuantian is expelled from Sheng's body. He is furious, not understanding what happened to be expelled like that. Sheng looks back, scared of what just happened. His body is then teleported back to the world. He falls heavily to the ground and starts breathing deeply, enraged as he almost lost his body to that damned sword. At this moment, he hears Zhuantian asking what Sheng did. The protagonist looks down and asks why the hell that spirit is still in his body. Zhuantian responds that there is no other place for him to be, and asks how it was possible that Sheng defended against that attack. Sheng, irritated, asks how a mere magical treasure can possess its own master. The spirit laughs at being called a magical treasure. Zhuantian says that Sheng was really strong for resisting that attack, but next time, he will not fail. The protagonist looks at his hands and notices that the voice has disappeared from his head. He starts walking around the sect after this incident. He crosses his arms and says that it was a complete waste since he spent an immortal stone and also spent 300 tribulation points for nothing. It was a complete waste. Sheng thinks he will have to ask Gu Qingyu about this spirit. Maybe she can help with something, and leaving it inside his body could cause a huge problem in the future. At that moment, a person approaches, asking if he is Sheng. This person is accompanied by Li Meng and says they were looking for Sheng. The protagonist says they found him and asks what they want. The man with a fan in his hand says his name is Tianjie and he is a senior brother of that sect. He informs Sheng that he is also a disciple who will be in the sect competition. He mentions that Sheng and his brother Li Meng had a disagreement the day before. The protagonist responds affirmatively and asks what the problem is. Tianjie says he wants to mediate so they can resolve the issue between them. Sheng gets serious and asks how they plan to resolve it. Tianjie mentions that his brother Li Meng has been preparing for 10 years, and this competition is extremely important to him. He continues by saying that if Sheng joins them and returns Li Meng's position in the competition, they will protect him from future problems. The protagonist starts walking, saying he refuses the offer, and asks them to mind their own business. Li Meng steps in front of Sheng and asks him to stop being shameless. He adds that if it hadn't been for the sect master's intervention, it wouldn't be clear who the real winner of that duel was. Tianjie steps between them and tells Sheng that, as he is new, he might not know Tianjie's temperament well, and warns him not to think he won't be touched just because he has Elder Gu's support. Hence, they hope to resolve this peacefully. The protagonist simply asks what they intend to do about it. Tianjie gets serious and asks Sheng if he wants to die. Sheng starts walking again and says he is in a bad mood that day and doesn't want to be bothered. Tianjie pulls out 3 needles and says that it looks like Sheng really wants to die. Immediately, he throws the needles at the protagonist. Sheng begins to gather energy in his hand and then turns, deflecting all the needles coming his way. The needles fly toward a pillar. The protagonist says he warned them about this. Tianjie becomes concerned with that tone of voice. Sheng turns with a furious expression and tells them to leave him alone. He then starts walking again. Li Meng, worried, asks his brother if he will really just let him walk away. The needles detach from the wall with Tianjie's power. He grabs the needles again and says he never imagined Sheng would be able to defend against that technique so easily. He also affirms that if Li Meng had not stopped the fight yesterday, he would undoubtedly have lost. Li Meng, worried, asks if there is really nothing they can do. Tianjie tells him not to worry as he will still help him, but it seems it will be more difficult than he thought. He gets serious and says they will have to wait for a good opportunity to do it right. Qin Wei is meditating at that moment. She remembers the moment when Sheng appeared to save her from the explosion and feels embarrassed thinking about it. She is startled by the thought and feels even more embarrassed as she seemingly can't get Sheng out of her head since that incident the previous night. At that moment, someone knocks on her room door calling for her. Qin Wei opens the door and asks what happened. Her sister responds that the situation is not good. She says Xiao Tian from the White Jade sect is there again to propose marriage to Qin Wei. She is shocked immediately, not believing this is happening. A meeting is taking place among the leaders, and the sect leader tells his nephew Xiao Tian that Qin Wei has clearly refused his marriage proposal. Yao Tian, the son of the leader of the White Jade sect, responds that he loves Qin Wei with all his heart, and that is why he is there with great sincerity. Beside him is Elder Chen, who says that the White Jade House is not there just for the marriage between the two, but for the development of both schools for the next 100 years. He further says that the 4 families have been in control for over 1,000 years, and the White Jade House is ranked 3rd. The sect leaders listen to Elder Chen's explanation about how the disciples will develop after the competition. Elder Chen also explains that compared to the Fuling sect, which has 40 people in the competition, White Jade has only 20, and the Master's sect has only 10. So if they continue this way, they will never be able to recover. The sect leader asks what solution he has in mind. Xiao Tian responds that he is the son of the leader of the White Jade sect, so he is proposing this marriage for both sects to become allies. One of the elders asks what good this marriage will bring to their sect. After all, the other 2 sects will just focus more on them. Xiao Tian smiles and says that in addition to the items they have already brought as gifts, they will also offer 5 places in the alliance competition. The elder is surprised and asks if this is really true. At that moment, Qin Wei enters the hall, saying she does not accept this. She approaches Xiao Tian and says that she made it clear last time that she has no problem with an alliance between the sects, but she will not be forced into a marriage she does not want. Xiao Tian is embarrassed by the situation and says it is not like that. The sect leader interrupts everyone and says that this is a matter of great importance that they need to discuss calmly. He calls Tianjie and asks him to take Xiao Tian to a room to rest in the meantime. Elder Li is thoughtful, considering that if they have 5 more places in the competition, his son Li Meng will be able to participate. Tianjie starts accompanying Xiao Tian to his room, asking him not to worry, as the sect leader has not yet rejected the proposal. Xiao Tian remains silent after being rejected once again in this manner. Tianjie takes the opportunity to ask Xiao Tian if it is true that he is in love with Qin Wei. The leader's son remains silent. Tianjie then says it is a shame because he heard that Qin Wei had some positive feelings for the leader's son. Xiao Tian immediately asks if that is true and why she rejected him again. Tianjie comments that some time ago, a new student joined the sect, and this guy fell in love with her. Since he is good with words, he ended up leaving her confused. Xiao Tian asks how this student dares, especially since everyone among the four sects knows he has been interested in Qin Wei for a long time. He takes the opportunity to ask who this guy is. Tianjie, with a malicious smile, tells him everything about Sheng. At that moment, the protagonist is facing a stone golem for his training. He begins to gather a lot of energy and invokes his 10,000 heavenly tribulations technique from the Immortality Sutra. Power starts to overflow through his body with increasing intensity. His eyes are already pure electricity, ready to strike. Sheng then takes a strong leap, causing an explosion where he stood. He rushes towards the golem at full speed, leaving a huge trail of electricity. As he approaches, he activates his new technique, the Secret of Thunder. He then delivers a powerful punch to the golem, causing a massive explosion and destroying the entire area. Sheng is panting as a huge cloud of dust rises from the blow. Already sweating, he says that the lightning is truly worthy of the disaster class, but with his current cultivation, it took almost half his mana to deliver a single blow using that technique. He looks at what remains, just the golem's head, and says that the attack was indeed powerful since the hall was strengthened precisely not to be destroyed in that manner. He looks at his hands overflowing with power and says it's still not enough if he doesn't want to be used as a pawn anymore and wants to control his own destiny. The protagonist, sweating, already imagines that it makes no difference whether what Gu Qingyu said is true or not. He needs to explore the secret realm of the 10,000 treasures anyway, for the sake of the water fragment. At that moment, Qin Wei is talking to the sect master and asks if he is really going to force that marriage just for the sake of the alliance. Ming Wan responds that there is no one else present at the moment, so why doesn't she call him father? She just stays silent, looking away. The sect leader says that having 5 more places in the competition is really important, but he has never forced his daughter into anything. He only says that her cultivation strength is average, so he wants to find a partner for her soon. She gets frustrated and says that person cannot be Xiao Tian, as he only relies on his status as the son of the White Jade sect leader. Her father says he is aware of the situation, but his cultivation is stuck in the Golden Pill realm, so he doesn't have much time left, maybe 200 years, so he has little hope for the future. Therefore, before he departs, he wants to see her with a good husband. Upon hearing that, Qin Wei feels embarrassed as the image of Sheng comes to her mind. One of the girls interrupts their conversation, saying she has bad news. She heard that Xiao Tian caused trouble with the newcomer Sheng. Qin Wei gets worried about this, while the sect leader also stands up, not believing it. Sheng is at the martial arts pavilion. He has just finished his training. At that moment, Xiao Tian and Tianjie are waiting for him outside. Tianjie comments that this is the Sheng they talked about. Xiao Tian, enraged, says it's good to know. The protagonist at that moment can only think that he needs to visit Gu Qingyu to ask about the spirit of the Excalibur sword. As he barely thinks about it, a spear falls in front of him, and he immediately dodges. Xiao Tian, using his technique, launched the spear. He retrieves the spear and asks if the person there is really Sheng. The protagonist, not understanding anything, asks who this person is. Tianjie, who was far away talking to Elder Chen, says he should have warned the young master that this Sheng is quite strong, despite appearances. The elder says there will be no problems, since Xiao Tian is the strongest disciple of the White Jade sect. Xiao Tian introduces himself as the young master of the White Jade house and says he challenges Sheng. He gives a malicious laugh and says that this challenge specifically is to the death. Sheng, not understanding anything, just turns around and says he is not interested. Xiao Tian can't believe he got that response. The young master, furious, calls Sheng a bastard and asks how he dares to ignore him like that. He immediately throws his spear at Sheng's back using his technique. Sheng activates his power in his hands and grabs the spear. The protagonist becomes serious and says this is the second person who attacked him from behind that day. With a serious look, Sheng says he's had enough of all this and will deal with this rudeness right now. Xiao Tian activates the powers in his rings on each hand and says this is all foolishness and Sheng will die right there. He throws several explosive papers towards Sheng. The protagonist, who was holding the young master's spear, just throws it towards the explosive papers, causing a massive explosion before they hit him. At the same moment, Sheng appears behind Xiao Tian, who is startled by the protagonist's speed. The punch is so strong that it throws the young master far away. Elder Chen and Tianjie can't believe what they are seeing. Xiao Tian jumps back after receiving the blow and immediately prepares more bomb papers to throw at the protagonist. Still furious, he curses and immediately throws all the bomb papers. Sheng, with extreme ease, keeps dodging them all. Xiao Tian is frightened at this moment, his mouth bleeding heavily from the blow he received. Sheng charges at full speed until he hears someone shout to stop right there. A person radiating immense green power steps in front of the young master. It was Elder Chen who shouted at Sheng, asking how he dared to hurt the young master in such a manner. Sheng remained silent in the face of the situation. Xiao Tian became enraged, asking how the elder dared to interfere with the fight, and demanded he step aside, as he himself would kill that boy. Elder Chen turned and said that the sect leader had asked him to take care of the young master, so he had the obligation to defeat that boy. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain himself to the White Jade sect leader. The protagonist laughed, mocked the situation, and clapped his hands, asking if this was the young master's idea of a fight to the death. This made Xiao Tian even angrier, while Elder Chen asked him to ignore it, as this would be over in an instant. Immediately, the elder threw several power balls towards the protagonist. Sheng leaped instantly, causing the powers to create a huge explosion where he had been. Chen then aimed high and unleashed even more power, saying he wanted to see if Sheng would dodge this time. Sheng became worried upon seeing so many high-level attacks coming his way. The protagonist was concerned, saying that the elder was overstepping his bounds. As he said this, a huge explosion occurred where Sheng had been. The elder just laughed, having concluded his mission. As he did so, he saw a lightning bolt coming towards him at full speed. The elder started to worry, not understanding what was happening. It was Sheng, furious with his flying thunder technique activated. The elder created a shield while laughing, thinking that technique was insignificant. Sheng struck the shield squarely, causing a strong vortex throughout the area. The elder was worried to notice that the punch was stronger than he thought, having destroyed the shield with ease. A small crater formed at the impact site. Tianjie, watching from a distance, was shocked. The elder became extremely angry to see his arm injured. The protagonist, kneeling, imagined it wasn't good, as the difference between them was vast. One of his strongest attacks barely scratched the elder. Chen, furious, summoned a sacred sword and told Sheng that now he would die for doing that. After saying this, he heard a voice shouting for them to stop immediately. It was Qin Wei and the sect leader who had arrived at the scene, ordering them to stop the ridiculous fight. Qin Wei ran to the protagonist and asked if he was okay. He stood up and asked her not to worry. Mingwan, furious, shouted, asking what the two thought they were doing in the Luo Yun sect. Xiao Tian made a respectful gesture and said he had a personal grudge against Sheng and gently asked the sect leader not to interfere. The sect leader became furious, asking how this was a personal grudge when Elder Chen, a golden core level cultivator, was attacking a foundation disciple and using a sacred weapon. He asked how they dared to disrespect them like that. Xiao Tian became extremely furious upon seeing Qin Wei care for Sheng in that way. Jealousy hit even harder. The young master couldn't hide his displeasure and told the sect leader that they would resolve the alliance later, but at that moment, he just wanted to kill Sheng. After that, he would give up the 5 tournament spots. Elder Chen was shocked to see the young master like that. Qin Wei intervened, saying that Xiao Tian was delirious and asked what he thought the Luo Yun sect was. The sect leader agreed, saying they would never trade a disciple's life for tournament spots and gently asked them to leave. Xiao Tian became even more furious and said he would inform his father about all this. Xiao Tian and the elder started to leave, glaring furiously at Sheng. The protagonist began walking towards the sect leader, thinking that it seemed the smaller sects also had their own problems. He then made a respectful gesture and thanked the leader for his help. The sect leader says there's no need to thank him, as it's his duty to protect the disciples. He only asks that you do your best in the tournament to not disappoint Guqing Yu. The protagonist replies that he will indeed do his best, but asks to leave, as there is something he needs to resolve at that moment. The leader says he may go. Sheng leaves the place and Qin Wei tells his father that Xiao Tian is definitely unpleasant and asks if he will be a problem in the future. The leader responds that he is just a problematic child, but his father, who is the head of the White Jade sect, should not turn against the Luo Yun sect just because of his son. He also praises the protagonist, saying that even though he is in the foundation cultivation stage, he managed to injure Elder Chen, who is in the golden core stage, which is amazing. He also comments that this year's grand tournament will be interesting. His daughter agrees. Tianjie doesn't like hearing these things. Some time passes and the elders are in a meeting. Elder Li is furious to learn that the sect leader will not exchange Sheng for 5 spots in the tournament. Tianjie asks him not to get angry. After all, the sect leader must have other plans. Elder Li asks what those plans would be. It seems that the leader doesn't even remember Li Meng or the future of the Luo Yun sect anymore. The man also makes it clear that the problem there is this Sheng, since if it weren't for him, Li Meng would not only have his spot in the tournament, but would also have 5 other spots available for the sect. The elder's son stands up and says it's true. Basically, the Luo Yun sect would benefit a lot from Sheng's death. The elder responds that it doesn't matter at all if none of them there manage to beat him, since he himself, being in the golden core cultivation, cannot attack a mere disciple in the foundation stage. Tianjie smiles and tells them not to worry, as he has an idea. Some time passes and Sheng tells some things to Gu Qingyu. She finds it strange that the protagonist is talking about a celestial spiritual treasure, and asks where he heard that term. He comments that he saw it once in an ancient manuscript when he was the leader of the Wantian sect, and decided to ask about it. She finds this very strange, since there should be no records of celestial spiritual treasures in that world. The protagonist is intrigued by this and asks if they are really that rare. She replies that they are much more than rare. They literally shouldn't exist in this world. She explains a bit about the treasures, saying they belong to the general category of weapons and treasures, but their quality is on another level compared to all the others. Even in the immortal realm, there are only 100 treasures, and very few people would have the power to control them. She explains that each treasure has a powerful form, and there are also some evil treasures. Basically, they were created by a golden immortal who sacrificed a world in the process. After all this, the treasures were sealed so that no one would dare to take them out. Besides, each treasure has an internal spirit with consciousness. Gu Qingyu also explains that if the treasure does not recognize the person as its master, then it will simply devour them, even if that person is extremely powerful. In the end, it turns out that they bring more harm than benefits. Sheng says he understands and comments that, basically, the celestial spiritual treasures are powerful weapons, but also harmful to all users. She replies that yes, after all, if people wanted to use it as a tool, it wouldn't allow that to happen either. The protagonist thinks this is true and remembers when Zhou Lin used him just as a tool to ascend. She asks if he visited her just to ask about this. The protagonist replies that yes, but he also wanted to know about the secret realm of the treasures and what he should do exactly. Gu Qingyu finds it interesting that the protagonist has thought about the subject. After all, it's not only beneficial to her, but also to that lower realm. She conjures a high-ranked talisman in her hand. Sheng is confused, wondering what it is. She says it's a high-ranked talisman, the Sky Shield. He observes this high-ranked talisman and remembers that there was one for sale in the system store for 100 celestial stones. Gu Qingyu says she has never entered the secret realm of treasures, but she has heard accounts from some disciples who have been there. Essentially, the core of the formation is located in the deepest part of the realm, and this talisman can protect his life just once. Sheng looks to the side and says it seems extremely dangerous. She admits that it truly is, but he has no choice, since this world is in danger and might cease to exist soon. He becomes worried about everything she's saying and mentions that there's no evidence of the world ending, so he asks how he can trust her. She responds that she really can't prove it, but when he reaches the realm of treasures, he will know whether it is true or not. She also says that when he returns, she will explain everything in detail. After this, Sheng flies off towards the realm of treasures. He is thoughtful, pondering how trustworthy Gu Qingyu is, but either way, he has his own plans since he needs to find more fragments of cloud vapor to strengthen himself. While flying, he notices something odd on the ground. He descends rapidly to the trunk of a tree. He sees Qin Wei tied up while Li Meng and Tianjie call her naive. He says he asked Lu Ling to tell her that Sheng would be waiting there, and she fell for it like a duck. Qin Wei, frustrated, yells at Lu Ling, saying they grew up together and she always considered her a good sister. The girl bursts into laughter, saying they are from different worlds. She also mocks, saying that Qin Wei is not as good as her, but because she is the daughter of the sect leader, she has access to good resources, so she will have a good future, while she herself has no future at all. She grabs Li Meng's arms and tells him that she's taking a big risk by doing this, and asks him not to abandon her. He tells her not to worry. As long as she follows him, she will have his and his father's support, who is an elder. However, Li Meng has it all planned. He thinks these weak disciples are very easy to deceive, so later he just needs to find a way to deal with her. Qin Wei, scared, asks what they want, because when her father finds out, no one there will be spared. Tianjie says that won't happen because they will have everything well prepared. The girl then hands a piece of clothing to Tianjie and says she took it while sneaking into Sheng's room. Qin Wei becomes desperate, as they want to frame the protagonist. The girl asks them to just kill the leader's daughter quickly, as if they delay, they might face problems. Tianjie stands up and tells the two to come closer. They don't understand why. The man, smiling, says he's going to have some fun with the girl to get revenge for ignoring him all these days, so they can go ahead. Lemang laughs and says that's fine, and he wishes him good fun. Liu Ling also leaves the scene saying that men are all the same. Tianjie is pleased and says this is all very good, as besides having a lot of fun with the sect's number one, Sheng will be eliminated by the accusations. Qin Wei, trembling with fear, asks what he thinks he's going to do. The man crouches down and asks if she recognizes that flask, because that's what he's going to do. That flask is a renowned aphrodisiac, acacia powder. She will love it quickly. The girl begins to cry, saying that her father will avenge this, while Tianjie throws the powder in her face. He says that's exactly what will happen, but her father will go after Sheng. Immediately he begins to tear her clothes. Qin Wei, crying a lot, begins to scream for help. At this moment, a power hits Tianjie squarely in the stomach. He spits blood without understanding what just happened. That power was the sacred hammer that threw him far away, causing a huge explosion in the place. The girl, still crying a lot, tries to understand what's happening, and who appeared there to help her. Tianjie, furious and all battered, asks who the hell is there. He then becomes worried when he sees who it is. It was Sheng who had launched his sacred treasure. The girl looks at Sheng and sees that he is more serious than usual. She, still crying a lot, asks if he really came to help her. The protagonist looks at Tianjie and says he understands that disciples from sects have their conflicts, and originally he wouldn't stoop to this level, but now things are different. He uses his power to untie Qin Wei and states that this will not be cheap, as Tianjie not only wanted to harm her, but also tried to incriminate him. Tianjie pleads with the protagonist to wait a moment so he can explain himself. He becomes thoughtful, since it's just Sheng who witnessed what happened, and to make matters worse, is someone who managed to fight against a golden core elder. The wretch begins to explain, claiming that it was all Limang's idea, and that since his father is an elder he had no choice. He even claims that he sent the others away to release Miss Qin Wei without being seen. She starts screaming that it's all lies, and begs the protagonist not to believe him. Sheng begins to gather energy in his hammer, and tells the wretch that he is very cunning, but does not know how to use his cleverness correctly, so he will die today. Tianjie tries to convince him again, saying it's not a lie. After all, Qin Wei is the daughter of the sect leader and no one would ever dare lift a finger against her. He says this while hiding the flask behind his back. He then changes his expression and throws the aphrodisiac flask toward the protagonist, who manages to defend himself by hitting it with the hammer. However, the flask explodes, and all that powder goes toward his nose, startling him. Tianjie prepares to attack, laughing, saying that this powder can mess up a person's mana with just a few breaths. After saying this, he quickly activates his piercing needle's ability and orders the protagonist to go to hell. He becomes worried, as his mana is indeed messed up. He then throws his hammer, which takes the form of a dragon, repelling all those needles. Tianjie is shocked by this and asks if that really is a high-rank spiritual treasure. He quickly jumps to avoid being hit by the hammer. At this moment, the protagonist moves at high speed to hit him with a kick. Tianjie doesn't waste time and summons his vast sky shield. However, it is of no use, since Sheng's attack is much more powerful than the shield, hitting him squarely and causing him to spout a lot of blood from his mouth. The blow was so strong that it created a huge beam toward the ground, destroying everything around. Sheng lands on the ground while Tianjie is completely destroyed behind him. He takes his last breath with his body completely broken. Sheng becomes worried, as it seems there is something wrong with that powder from the flask, since after using all his mana, it only increased the effect of the substance. At this moment, Qin Wei approaches calling for Sheng. She is also embarrassed and under the effect of the aphrodisiac powder. She says her chest feels tight. She says she can't resist the urge. Sheng, also under the effect of that powder, asks what she means by that. At that moment, she jumps on Sheng, kissing him immediately. He is startled, as he was caught off guard. He begins to close his eyes until he opens them again. He pushes Qin Wei away from his body, and then he places his finger on her forehead to use his ability. After that, she begins to faint bit by bit until she finally falls unconscious in Sheng's arms. He holds her firmly, worried, as he almost succumbed to the temptations. All he can think of now is that his future is uncertain. He gets up and says he cannot hold her for the rest of his life. It's night now. Sheng is meditating while Qinwei is sleeping. He focuses on removing all that effect from his body. The protagonist breathes a sigh of relief, saying that he finally managed to remove all the toxin. At this moment, Qinwei starts to wake up. She notices Sheng sitting next to her, and he asks if she finally woke up. She covers herself with the blanket, frightened, since she didn't know where she was. At this moment, she becomes extremely embarrassed as she remembers kissing Sheng. The protagonist asks her not to worry, as he did nothing to her. He just brought her to his room, since it could cause a misunderstanding if others saw her in that state. Moreover, he used mana to neutralize the toxins in her body. He also mentions that Tianjie was killed, but there is still the matter of Limang and the other girl. Additionally, he worries that perhaps an elder is involved in all of this and asks if they should report it to the sect leader. She, still embarrassed, is unsure what to say at the moment. Sheng then smiles and says he understands the situation. Basically, if other people find out about this, it wouldn't be good, and her reputation is also at stake, so he will handle it secretly. Qinwei agrees that this is okay. The protagonist starts walking and asks her to just rest, as he has some things to do. As he leaves, he closes the door. She smiles at how good a person Sheng is. At that moment, Elder Li is refining a weapon when someone knocks desperately on the door, calling for him. The elder uses his power and asks the person to enter. It was Limang, desperate, saying that something happened. His father asks why such panic that he couldn't wait for him to refine a weapon. Desperate, Limang says that noticing Tianjie did not return this morning, he went to look for him and on the way saw Qinwei and Sheng walking through the hall, safe and sound. The elder panics and asks how the hell she is still alive. Furthermore, he asks where Tianjie is. Limang replies that seeing the two together, he ran to the place and found Tianjie dead, probably Sheng's doing. He, still desperate, asks his father what they should do. After all, if the leader's daughter reveals what happened, they are all doomed. Elder Li asks him to calm down. After all, if they were going to have problems, they would have had them last night. Thus, they haven't made it public to avoid scandals. Limang asks if this means they will not tell the sect leader. Elder Li is furious, since Tianjie is a piece of trash who can't do anything right and still brought this huge problem. Limang asks his father if he has a plan. He replies that now there's not much to do but risk everything. At this moment, Sheng is in the treasure pavilion. He comes out and Qinwei is waiting for him. She asks if he found something he liked, and if so, she will order it delivered to him. The protagonist replies that there's no need for that. He was just curious about some things and decided to look around. He also thanks her for showing him around the sect. Qinwei laughs and says he just saved her life, so showing him around the sect is nothing compared to that. Moreover, there are only low-ranked treasures inside, so they wouldn't be to the protagonist's liking anyway. He also smiles and says she's being very modest. At that moment, he invokes his system. The protagonist notices that the name Tribulation Points has changed to Disaster Points. Only the nomenclature changed, not affecting the powers. He is happy because he had more than a dozen relics inside the pavilion, earning him many points this time. Now, he has 675 disaster points and 37 celestial stones. He gets more excited, thinking that he already had enough disaster points. But now he has even more. This makes him even more eager for the secret realm. Qinwei comments that she is still very worried about what happened the previous night and asks if by chance Limang and the others will not try to do anything more. He asks her not to worry, since they are within the sect walls, so they wouldn't dare go that far. He says this while thinking that it's really not good to leave them alive, so he will ask Gu Qingyu to help him deal with them after the tournament. The girl smiles and says there is another thing she would like to ask. He asks what it is. She comments that Elder Gu Qingyu once said that the protagonist used to be a dishonest cultivator, but she feels he is different. Not just in terms of strength, but the aura he emits is not that of a dishonest cultivator. She also mentions that Elder Gu Qingyu joined the sect a long time ago and is completely different from the other elders, being much more reserved and not competing with others for resources. Qinwei says that despite all this, Elder Gu Qingyu offended Elder Li for the sake of Sheng. The elder says it's for the tournament, but it's hard to believe if that's really the case. Sheng is worried, since this girl has a very sharp sense. Qinwei, embarrassed, says that no matter the reason for Sheng being there, as long as he doesn't bring danger to the sect, she will definitely support him. She says this and quickly tiptoes up, giving the protagonist a kiss on the cheek, leaving him confused by the gesture. She runs off and asks Sheng to do his best in the grand tournament. He at that moment is left baffled, only managing to say yes while feeling extremely embarrassed by the kiss. 3 days pass, and the day of the grand tournament arrives. A man announces that the draw is complete. Yoonhee, who is an elder of the Fueling Gate, announces that the 100th grand tournament among the 4 major sects will start today. All the leaders of each sect are present. The elder announces that although there are 100 candidates, less than half will be able to enter the secret realm of countless treasures. He shows the portal to the realm and says that the place has as many risks as opportunities, but it is perfect for someone in the foundation stage to grow. Sheng watches the elder explain that the disciples will face each other in one-on-one fights, and whoever steps out of the boundary, loses consciousness, can no longer fight, or dies will be defeated. At this moment, Sheng looks to the side and notices Limang completely restless. He ponders, realizing that apparently Limang has taken Tianjie's place after his death. Xiao Tian points to the side and shows his senior brother that the person in blue is the said Sheng he had talked about. His senior brother finds this interesting. This person named Guang Xiao is a cultivator in the advanced foundation stage. He declares that he will crush Sheng for everything his brother went through. Xiao Tian reassures him not to worry, as he spoke with Elder Yoonhee, and he will not refuse this request. The elder approaches the box where the fight draws will be made. He uses his spell to draw 2 names from the box. He announces that the first fight will be between these 2 disciples. One of them is Guang Xiao from the Baiyu Pavilion. His opponent will be Sheng from the Luoyun sect. Guang Xiao and Sheng prepare for the fight as it is announced that the first fight is between the 2. Feng Yun, who is the leader of the Baiyu Pavilion sect, tells Mingwan that his disciple is unlucky, having drawn someone in the advanced stage right away. Qin Wei, on the other hand, is extremely worried about the fight. Elder Li is very excited, since Sheng is doomed in this fight, likely to be incapacitated. He imagines it would be better if they just killed him, but incapacitating him is good enough. Gu Qingyu, watching from a distance, only asks that Sheng not disappoint her. The 2 then prepare, and the examiner asks them to begin. Immediately, Guang Xiao summons several swords with his ability, and tells Sheng that he dared to stand against his brother, so he probably wants to die. The protagonist wastes no time and summons his sacred hammer, realizing he needs to be careful since his opponent is from the advanced stage. The leader of the pavilion is startled to see Sheng with a high-rank spiritual weapon and asks if the sect has no more places to spend money. After all, someone in the foundation stage is not worthy of such a treasure. Guang Xiao wastes no time and immediately launches his swords towards the protagonist. He jumps, dodging one of them. His opponent does not waste time and launches another 3 swords, asking how he will dodge this time. Sheng decides to repel the swords using his hammer. At this moment, he is startled to notice something coming at his back. It was a spirit of his opponent trying to hit him, but he narrowly evades it. The protagonist is concerned, wondering if his opponent really managed to multiply into 2. Mingwan is surprised by that, asking what magic that cloning was. Feng Yun bursts into laughter, saying that it's a technique from their sect elder, which he obtained in the secret realm of treasures. He says it's incomplete, but extremely powerful, and currently only Guang Xiao can use it. The clone begins to unleash several attacks against the protagonist, who dodges all of them. After the last attack, he sees an opening and then decides to strike, hitting the clone squarely. However, after hitting him, he sees that it wasn't enough, as apparently just cutting him isn't sufficient. The clone regenerates and counterattacks the protagonist, who jumps back trying to dodge. Yet the attack still hits him, causing a cut on his chest. Sheng ponders, realizing that attacking the clones seems to be futile. He then changes strategy and decides to target the original body. Guang Xiao bursts into laughter, calling Sheng naive. At this moment, the other 3 swords also turn into clones, and all head towards the protagonist. He leaps at the last second, dodging all the attacks. He retreats slightly and worries, as now there are 4 clones he has to deal with. Mingwan can't believe there are now 4 clones. His daughter remains worried about Sheng. Limang gets excited seeing him cornered, and urges them to tear him apart. The surrounding people are shocked by this. All the clones attack at the same time while Sheng just tries to defend himself. He feels increasingly cornered, and senses that he can't hold back much longer. His eyes begin to glow as he thinks he needs to end this once and for all. Immediately his body begins to overflow with enormous energy from his Great Calamity Immortal Sutra ability. The protagonist makes a huge leap and prepares to launch his sacred hammer. He throws it, creating a massive dragon aura on the hammer. All the clones position themselves to defend the attack while Guang Xiao laughs, saying nothing will work. After all, as long as he has mana, the clones are immortal. The attack hits the clones squarely, and the aura becomes even more intense. The clones, which seemingly have a life of their own, say they need to resist at all costs. Another clone urges everyone to hold their positions. Immediately, Sheng activates his ability for his hammer to explode. Powerful energy begins to emanate from inside the hammer, causing a huge explosion that could be seen from afar. Guang Xiao is startled, as he did not anticipate that it was possible to detonate one's own weapon. Before he could think, Sheng emerges from the smoke heading towards his opponent. Guang Xiao is shocked, as he did not foresee any of this coming from a mere low-rank cultivator. Sheng wastes no time and lands a punch squarely on his opponent's chest, a strong electrical energy flying in all directions. Feng Yun is worried about the unfolding of the fight. Li Meng is also startled by what just happened. Qin Wei is pleased, as it appears Sheng managed to win. Guang Xiao falls hard to the ground next to his sect brother. Xiao Tian can't believe that someone in the initial foundation stage defeated someone in the advanced stage. Moreover, the crazy Sheng exploded his high-rank spiritual weapon, a weapon that not even the elders possess. Feng Yun is furious, asking what the problem with the Luo Yun sect is. After all, a disciple who might not even enter the realm of treasures just exploded a high-rank spiritual weapon. The leader of the Fooling sect, named Feng Chun, asks Feng Yun to calm down. After all, the Luo Yun sect has been in the lowest ranking for hundreds of years, so they probably invested heavily to achieve something this time. Feng Yun crosses his arms, still in disbelief. Meanwhile, the leader of the Luo Yun sect can hardly believe that Sheng defeated someone in the advanced foundation stage, and imagines that Gu Qingyu must value him greatly to have given him such a high-rank spiritual treasure. The examiner then announces that Sheng is the winner of the first fight. He leaves the arena pondering that, just in case, he didn't use his flying thunder tactic. Additionally, he destroyed his own dragon hammer to preserve his strength, since he doesn't know if he'll have to fight later. Xiao Tian is still in disbelief that Sheng destroyed his own spiritual weapon just to win. Li Meng is excited about this. After all, the protagonist is without his high-rank spiritual weapon, so it will be easier to deal with him later. The second fight then begins. Yun Shui comes out victorious from this fight. The next fight begins, and a woman from the Baiyu Pavilion is the winner. In the next fight, a fighter from the Luling Gate wins. The elder prepares to draw the next fighters. At this moment, the leader of the Fueling sect enters his mind, asking him to make Sheng fight again. Elder Yunhei questions how he could do such a thing. Feng Chun states he doesn't care, as he knows about the private affairs the elder has been involved in. Thus he commands that Tangxi be Sheng's opponent. At this, the elder simply obeys his leader's order and announces the candidates for the next round. He announces that it will be Tangxi from the Fueling Gate against Sheng from the Luo Yun sect. The protagonist is confused about what is happening. Qin Wei asks why sect brother Sheng was chosen again. The leader ponders this. The protagonist walks towards the arena, suspecting that something is off, as the odds of him being chosen again are minimal, given that there are 100 candidates present. As he approaches his opponent, the person says he saw Sheng's performance earlier. He introduces himself as Tangxi, and comments that it was a low blow to destroy his own sacred weapon just to win. Moreover, now he no longer has a weapon to help him. The leader of the Fueling sect looks aside and tells Patriarch Qin that his disciple is unlucky to fight again, especially against Tangxi, who is top 3 within the sect. Mingwan simply remains silent, observing. Qin Wei becomes enraged and says that Patriarch Feng Yun said the same thing, yet Sheng still won. Feng Chun looks towards the arena, imagining things are different now, since Sheng no longer has a high-rank spiritual weapon. So it's impossible for him to win against someone in the advanced stage. At this moment, Tangxi spits out a small sword. Those around can't believe that Tangxi spit out a weapon. Another fighter mentions that Tangxi is among the best fighters of the sect, so this time that Sheng will be killed, especially since he doesn't have a spiritual weapon to assist him. Tangxi's opponent says before they start that if he wants to surrender, now is the time, as once they begin, he will be beheaded so quickly he won't have time to beg for mercy. The protagonist immediately fills his body with energy, realizing that a sword cultivator is indeed powerful, and he can no longer hold back. Xiao Tian is excited, finally going to see Sheng dying. The examiner asks them to start, and quickly Tangxi launches his magic sword towards the protagonist. His eyes glow brighter than ever, and immediately he uses the thunder technique, dodging at high speed from the opponent's sword and heading in his direction. Tangxi is startled, not understanding what is happening. However, Sheng doesn't give him time to think, and strikes a powerful punch, throwing him far out of the arena and causing a massive explosion. Those watching are also unclear on what happened, as it was too fast. The protagonist prepares in case his opponent has resisted the blow. However, he sees that the person did not withstand the attack and ended up fainting from the pain. Those around witness Tangxi's condition and say that he is truly finished. Sheng smiles and apologizes, saying he went a bit too far, but he didn't expect the defense of a sword cultivator to be so weak. The leader of the fueling sect stands up and says, "This is impossible." He questions why a cultivator in the initial foundation stage is stronger than a sword cultivator in the advanced stage. Feng Chun shouts at Mingwan, asking if he is so desperate to win that he gave strength pills to his disciples. The leader of the Luoyun sect is furious, stating that even if someone takes such a pill, it becomes useless after a few hours, so who would be foolish enough to use it unless it was a matter of life or death? Feng Chun says he's not sure, as he might have gone mad over the sect rankings. Mingwan, enraged, destroys part of his seat using his hand. Overflowing with immense energy, he asks Feng Chun if he thinks he can humiliate the sect like that. Feng Chun, also overflowing with strong aura, asks what the problem is and if he wants to fight. The audience, not understanding anything, asks what is happening, as apparently the leaders of the sects are fighting in the VIP box. At this moment, Qian Shui, who is the leader of the current sect, intervenes in the fight, saying that he understands the feelings of both, but unfortunately, deaths in a fight can happen. Moreover, the sect leaders need to set an example in front of the disciples. The two then turn around, but Feng Chun contacts the examiner telepathically. Extremely furious, he tells him to keep finding a way for Sheng to always fight until he ends up dead. He sits down and contacts the leader of the Shui sect, asking if he also wants to get rid of that boy. The man smiles, seeing that others also want Sheng dead. He looks at the protagonist and thinks it's surreal that he is so strong, even at the initial foundation stage. So if he enters the realm of secret treasures and eventually reaches the golden core, it will be a big problem. Feng Chun asks what he has in mind. Feng Yun responds that probably there are not many fighters left capable of stopping that boy in the ring, as he finished the two most powerful ones and even killed one of them, so they will have to improvise something. Gu Qingyu continues to observe everything that is happening. At this moment, a person arrives greeting the protagonist. He introduces himself, saying his name is Wang Yun and that he is also a foundation disciple. Chen asks if he needs something. The man responds that it is not that. He just admired the previous battles and wanted to meet him personally. However, he is surprised, as the examiner has just announced that the fight is between him and Zheng Shun from Fuling Gate. All the sect members start mocking him, as he is over 10 years old and still at the foundation stage, and will probably suffer the greatest humiliation of all in this tournament. Sheng gets irritated by these mockeries, and with a terrifying look, makes all the fighters scared, causing them to apologize and say they were just joking, so he didn't need to take it seriously. The protagonist only wishes the man good luck, who thanks him for the kindness. His opponent laughs, asking if he is a chubby man in his 40s and, even being so old, is still at the initial foundation stage. He puts on his armor, and even his helmet. Now he is protected by scale armor. Zhang Sheng bursts out laughing upon seeing him use a defensive artifact, and even calls him a coward, saying this while casting his spell that hits Wang Yun squarely. He makes an angry face trying to defend himself from the power, while his opponent is still laughing, saying that things will still get worse. The spiked balls start to glow strongly until they start emitting several beams of light in all directions. The chubby man continues to defend himself, while the other sect disciples mock him, as they are all at the initial foundation stage, and yet he is being humiliated in that way. Moreover, he chose a defensive artifact to use. Observing the fight, Sheng realizes that Wang Yun is not just taking a beating. His strategy is different. The fooling fighter is getting worried because he has spent a lot of mana so far, and the chubby man is still able to resist. He then decides to appeal, invoking an extremely larger spiked ball, imagining that he needs to land a fatal attack once and for all. Immediately, he launches that huge spell, while Wang Yun thinks that finally the time has come. He blocks that powerful attack that was coming his way and starts groaning from the force he is putting in until he shouts loudly, sending that spell back to its caster. Zhang Sheng starts to despair upon seeing his power approaching and tries to protect himself with his arms, but a huge explosion occurs in the place. All the fighters who were mocking are in disbelief that the fight had that turnaround. Sheng is happy with the result. The examiner notes that the fighter is incapacitated and announces that Zhang Sheng from Fuling Gate is out. The man is thrilled, as he managed to win. The protagonist thinks that the strategy was very good, as Wang Yun kept defending at the beginning to absorb all the damage received. This is a very special technique that can return all absorbed damage at the last moment. He congratulates him, and Wang Yun simply thanks him, saying that, unfortunately, he ended up taking quite a beating. The next fights continue as they are called. Elsewhere, a man is meditating atop a giant statue. He remains focused on his meditation until a beast approaches, calling for the Lord. It informs him that apparently the mortals are fighting outside the formation again and will soon cause trouble again. The man replies that it's all right after all, they are just a bunch of ants. So as long as they don't disrupt the functioning of the formation, it won't be a problem. At this moment, a small portal appears in front of him. The person inside the portal asks Tianzhen how the situation is there. He responds that there is no situation at all, as it has been the same for thousands of years. The man in the portal says that's great, but it's necessary to stay vigilant, as an immortal realm spy reported that a person from the White Swamps descended into that realm centuries ago. The Lord becomes thoughtful about this. Back to the sect fights, Li Meng is the next winner. So far 30 disciples have been selected, 14 from Fueling Gate, 8 from Baiyu Pavilion, 5 from the Yunshui Current, and lastly, only 3 from the Luoyun sect. Feng Chun laughs and tells the master of the Qin sect that he managed to get 3 finalists this time, which is better than the last time, when he had only 1 person, and that one ended up dead. Mingwan looks serious but says nothing. All the candidates head toward the portal, and upon passing through it, will be teleported to a different area. Xiao Tian becomes furious looking at Sheng, and imagines that he will crush him in the secret realm of countless treasures. At this moment, Gu Qingyu enters the protagonist's mind, and tells him to go directly to the deepest area of the secret realm, and when he gets there, to invoke the celestial tribulation. She also says that at that moment, she will be able to work with him to destroy the formation. Everyone is finally teleported to another location, and Sheng immediately lands on the ground and gets up, asking if this is the secret realm of countless treasures. As he walks, the protagonist notices that it is indeed immeasurably richer in spiritual energy than the outside. He looks to the side and feels an energy more intense than usual, imagining that it is the deepest part of the realm. He decides to fly to see what awaits him in that place. Elsewhere, a beast is roaring and trying to kill Wang Yun, who is desperate. He runs, thinking about his bad luck as he barely arrives in the place and encounters a second-class monster. At this moment, Sheng arrives and strikes the beast's head, causing its entire body to explode with just 1 punch. He stands up and asks his colleague if he is okay. The chubby man grabs the protagonist's leg, emotional for receiving that help, as he thought he would become lion food. After that, the two fly off, and Wang Yun tells Sheng that their cultivation base is low compared to the place, so it would be interesting to find a secret place to cultivate. The protagonist replies that he will not do that, and explains that he is not there to cultivate or collect spiritual herbs. The chubby man is confused and asks why he is there then. He looks to the side and replies that he is looking for some low-level weapons that came from other people in other times. His colleague shows an item and asks if it's something like that. The system informs him that it is an ancient magic item and asks if he would like to absorb the fragment. The protagonist is surprised and asks why he has that item. He explains that it is a weapon of his father, who was previously in that secret realm. However, unfortunately, after leaving, his father couldn't get past the foundation stage and ended up dying years ago. The man says that his father taught him many things and that there are several low-level artifacts there. Sheng, interested, asks if he can find these places. Wang Yun smiles and says that of course, he knows. After all, his father told him countless times, so it's just a matter of following the same route to find the ruin. The protagonist, excited, asks if he could take him there. If he does, he will earn weapons, spirit stones, or whatever terms he wishes. His companion asks what he is talking about. After all, his life was saved just moments ago thanks to him, so of course he will show the way without asking for anything in return. Sheng thanks him and asks them to head in a specific direction and to inform him if the place seems familiar. Elsewhere, some candidates are gathered. One of the candidates says that he does not feel anyone else's presence besides them, so they were probably teleported far away. Xiao Tian says he doesn't care. After all, there are 3 at the intermediate foundation stage and 2 at the advanced stage here, so it should be more than enough to kill Sheng. He then turns and asks Li Meng if what they arranged is indeed possible. The man laughs and takes an artifact out of his clothing. He informs that the artifact has Sheng's aura imprinted on it, so if he is within a radius of 5 kilometers, they will be able to pinpoint his exact location. Meanwhile, The protagonist continues killing some bats that are in his way. He says that there are plenty of weak monsters here, but flying in open fields is very visible. The system shop opens, and the protagonist decides to look for something that can help them hide easily from the monster hordes. At this moment, he has 37 celestial stones. After browsing the shop, he decides to buy a crystal bead that costs 7 celestial stones. The item covers the aura to prevent disasters and avoid dangers. At this moment, Xiao Tian's group is heading at full speed towards Sheng, as they are able to locate him with the artifact. But suddenly, they lose the signal. Li Meng says he doesn't understand what happened, but Sheng's aura simply disappeared. At this moment, the protagonist, who was invisible, observes that group of candidates hunting him. They pass by the candidates and hears Xiao Tian angrily saying that the plan was supposed to be foolproof, and now it will be impossible to find him in such a large realm. He just continues his journey, thinking that he has no time to waste on slackers, as the top priority is to find the cloud vapor fragments. Some time passes, and the two arrive at the entrance of a cave. They quickly land, and Wang Yun points, saying that this is probably the place. They both enter the cave, and the chubby man says that the place seems very old, and that everything there must be made of iron and ash to last thousands of years. Sheng notices that he has never seen such large statues, and the place looks very much like the so-called upper realm that Elder Gu mentioned. At this moment, as they pass by a statue, the system appears, saying that a magical item has been detected and asks if he would like to absorb it. He is startled, as it was a quick search, and he did not expect there to be fragments in the statue's bodies. Wang Yun calls his attention, saying that he has spotted some items just ahead, and upon entering the room, the system appears several times for identifying various fragments in the same place. Sheng is happy as he found them easily, and asks his friend to help him collect all the items. After some time, all the items are gathered in one place. The system alert appears, informing that 45 disaster points and 2 celestial stones have been absorbed. At this moment, he has accumulated 2,875 disaster points and 172 celestial stones. He is excited, as there were 49 artifacts there, and with the current disaster points, it is already possible to advance to the advanced foundation stage. The chubby man asks if they will go deeper. The protagonist says yes, to discover what lies ahead. He imagines that if there were so many artifacts at the entrance, there must be much more deeper inside. After all, he wants to evolve as soon as possible to the golden core and finally meet his former master. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, they notice something wrong. They encounter a blocked path. From the outside, the ruins seem gigantic, but inside, there is no way out. Sheng approaches the wall and notices that it is made of stones that have mana fluctuations. He starts using his lightning until he activates the disaster refinement secret, which energizes the entire wall. He begins to worry as apparently it hasn't moved at all, so he opens the system and decides to increase the strength of the disaster refinement secret, evolving it to the complete realm, which considerably enhances the ability to refine items and additionally elevates his alchemy realm to Grand Alchemist Master. He prepares his fist, now that his skill has been increased by 2 levels, and smashes the wall with his newfound strength. They enter through the hole in the wall and are surprised by the size of the place. Wang Yun says that it looks like they've reached the end, as there's nothing there. At this moment, an old man approaches, asking who the 2 of them are. He also asks if they are elite disciples sent by the 4-sex affiliation tournament. Sheng notices that the man seems to be in the foundation realm as well, and asks who he is. The man bursts out laughing, saying that the heavens have not abandoned him, and then grabs the chubby man, saying he has been trapped for centuries, but is lucky that 2 friends appeared to save him. The protagonist asks him to calm down and inquires if he really has been trapped there for centuries. So, probably, he is a cultivator from the last tournament. The man says that's exactly right. He introduces himself as Jia Hua from the Yunshui Mist. Hundreds of years ago, he activated an unknown matrix and ended up being trapped there for centuries. Sheng is intrigued and asks the man how he survived so long trapped there, as even being a cultivator, they still need spiritual energy support. Jia Hua responds that he had thousands of spiritual stones with him and starts laughing, saying that if it hadn't been mentioned, he would have forgotten, and asks the 2 to follow him to show the treasure he has there. Upon reaching the back of the cave, he shows a small fruit at the top of it. Wang Yun asks if that is the famous northern starfruit. The man replies yes, and it was thanks to this precious fruit that he managed to survive for so long, as he ate 1 fruit every 10 years. The chubby man gets excited, as it is indeed a famous treasure that nascent soul and fusion cultivators would beg to have. Jiahua says he doesn't mind if they take the fruit. After all, he was finally rescued, so they can consider it a reward. Wang Yun is happy and quickly goes to get the fruit, but as he approaches, Sheng yells for him to wait. The chubby man laughs and apologizes, saying he didn't ask how they would divide it, and suggests maybe 40% for one and 60% for the other. However, he is surprised when the protagonist says they will not take that spiritual fruit. Wang Yun is confused and asks why they won't take it. The man is also surprised and asks what this means. Sheng simply turns and calls his friend to leave. Wang Yun is upset, looking at the fruits, but the man says he can take everything since the other boy didn't want it. However, he doesn't pay attention and, even upset, starts to follow the protagonist out of the cave. The man begins to change his appearance and even his voice, telling them to wait. The two look back, noticing the change in voice. Jiahua turns into a monster resembling a zombie and says he won't let anyone leave the cave. The two are surprised, but Sheng already suspected something was wrong there. The monster jumps and says that one of them must take those fruits today. The protagonist immediately prepares to counterattack and slices through the monster's body, tearing it to pieces. Additionally, he looks at the fruit, and a dagger appears in its place, revealing the illusion. The chubby man is surprised and asks Sheng how he knew the fruit was just an illusion. He responds that the northern star fruit has a strong fragrance, while the one there had no scent at all, besides the fact that the man didn't seem trustworthy. At that moment, some roots emerge from the ground and bind the two with several vines. They notice something emerging from the dead body, and the protagonist realizes that the so-called Jiahua was just a walking corpse, with the vines in his body actually controlling everything. A new body emerges from the vines and says it didn't expect mere foundation stage cultivators to uncover that illusion. They are surprised because it is a plant demon that has apparently cultivated spiritual intelligence, which is quite rare. The woman gets furious at being called a demon and calls them ignorant ants, as she is a respectable earth spirit from the immortal realm. The protagonist gives a slight smile and asks if she is really an earth spirit from the immortal realm, since she doesn't seem like much, having only the advanced layer of the foundation stage. The monster gets furious, saying her roots are being sealed by a black artifact, otherwise she would have already crushed everyone inside. She asks them to help destroy this artifact, promising to let them leave. Otherwise, she will suck out all their life essence until they turn to dust. Wang Yun panics as he sees the vines draining their mana. The earth spirit confirms and says they don't have much time left. However, Sheng, irritated, tells her to shut up as she's talking nonsense, and delivers a punch that splits her in half. He says that if there's an artifact sealing her, how could they trust their lives to her promise? She begins to regenerate and says that his soul will be the first to be sucked. He smiles and says he wants to see her try, prepares to run, and charges towards the vines using his flying thunder technique. The power causes significant damage, although not enough, but the spirit is still surprised, asking if that man is really at the beginning of the foundation stage. He opens the system and decides to go all out, putting all the points into his cultivation. With this, he advances to the advanced foundation stage. His body starts to overflow with immense energy, while the monster notices that seconds ago he was at one stage, and now suddenly, he is at the advanced stage. The protagonist prepares and leaps at full speed, charging a huge amount of energy in his fist. The spirit despairs and asks him to wait a moment, as she is willing to let them leave. He doesn't pay attention and lands his flying thunder technique squarely, causing a massive electric explosion, shredding the vines. Even the ground is destroyed with such power. The protagonist flies to the dagger, and as he approaches, the system notifies him that a magic item has been identified and asks if he would like to absorb the fragments. Choosing yes, an absurd amount of points is transferred to the protagonist, totaling 4,230 disaster points and 140 celestial stones. He is surprised by the huge amount in that dagger and thinks it might be an item from the upper realm. At this moment, the entire cave ceiling begins to collapse, and the chubby man shouts, urging them to run immediately or be crushed. They quickly start running and fly high while witnessing the entire cave being destroyed. Wang Yun notices that the protagonist is in the advanced cultivation state and asks if he had hidden his cultivation before. This makes Sheng thoughtful, as so far his companion doesn't seem like a bad person, and even though his cultivation is low, he could be a very reliable person in the future. Thinking about this, he responds that he didn't hide anything. He really advanced to the advanced foundation stage at that moment. The chubby man is surprised and asks how something like that is possible. Sheng smiles and says it's true. He also tells his friend that if he continues to follow him and helps him sincerely, he will ensure he reaches at least a golden core in the future, without worries. Saying this, he buys a primordial reservoir pill that cost 1 celestial stone. After buying it, he tosses it to his friend, saying it's now his. The chubby man is amazed because it is something that even nascent soul cultivators could only dream of possessing. He then stays silent for a moment and thanks Sheng for all his kindness so far, saying he has no idea what a powerful person like him is doing in the Luo Yun sect. But it doesn't matter. He also says that he has poor qualifications, and if there were no accidents, he would probably remain at the initial stage for the rest of his life. He looks intently at Sheng and says that if there is hope in following him, then he will do so and will never betray him for the rest of his life. Sheng is pleased and asks him to remember these words from now on. Elsewhere, Tianzhen remains meditating. He opens his eyes, noticing something is wrong. The beast asks if there is a problem, and the Lord responds that the earth spirit reinforcing the ruin seems to have been released or killed. He also says that cultivators from the lower realms are very annoying and asks his beast to go there and prevent more problems. The small fox smiles and says that the time has finally come, as it has been a long time since it tasted human flesh. Back in the realm of treasures, Xiao Tian and his colleagues are battling the local beasts. However, they start losing and flee at full speed. He gets nervous, complaining that something is wrong there, and calls Limang's attention, asking if they are heading in the wrong direction. He yells, saying that he feels they are going deeper and deeper, and consequently, the number of demonic beasts is increasing significantly. Limang gets worried, but says that the artifact's compass is pointing exactly in that direction, even if it is the deepest part. One of the candidates approaches and asks if it wouldn't be more interesting for them to leave and cultivate. Xiaoshen, furious, tells him to shut up, as Sheng must die at all costs, and if they don't help, they will be expelled from Bayou Pavilion. Still angry, he imagines that Sheng must be crazy, as he is only at the initial foundation stage and yet is going so deep into such a dangerous place. Night falls, and the two are sitting by a campfire. The protagonist takes the opportunity to distribute some points and notices that even though he spent 1,000 disaster points to improve his cultivation, something is still missing. He realizes that to cross the foundation peak, it is necessary to use external objects, and the quality of the golden core is divided into 9 ranks, from highest to lowest. He decides to open the shop, thinking he should use the best possible items to progress. He finds 1,000-year-old gold, 5-colored wood, celestial cold drop, magma, and earth spirits. All these items are for progressing, but there is no translucent spiritual energy, which is the most important. He pauses to think, and imagines that the source of this energy is the foundation of every sect, and unfortunately, they are located in the 8 main sects. He then decides to forget about it for a moment, as he still needs to complete the mission Gu Qingyu asked for, and since it's uncertain whether it will be dangerous, it would be interesting to spend the disaster points on combat skills. The shop presents a clear thunder sword that costs 35 celestial stones. The protagonist finds the description of this weapon interesting and thinks it will be great combined with his bonded weapon. He buys that beautiful weapon and grabs it in his hand, imagining that he still cannot use the sword's full power at his current level, so he will have to refine it again when he advances to the golden core. Wang Yun is surprised to see that and asks Sheng if that sword is, by chance, an earth-rank weapon. He replies yes, making the chubby man even more excited, as not even the leaders of the 4 main sects have a low-rank earth weapon. The protagonist opens the system again, and some armors pop out. He asks his friend to take them and says it's a gift since he will be following him, so he needs to protect himself as best as possible. Wang Yun is even more surprised, as that armor is also an earth-rank artifact. He still feels embarrassed to receive such powerful items, but Sheng asks him not to worry about it, as they are just low-rank earth artifacts, and in the future, they will find better ones. He becomes thoughtful, as before the golden core, he can only control 1 artifact, so he will have to find a good technique that suits him. The system presents a technique called Divine Law of Calamity of Thunder. It's a high celestial rank technique that costs 150 celestial stones. He can't believe that such a powerful technique exists, as previously some people suffered from his bad luck, but after this, even high-level cultivators will be affected, something that never happened before. He looks at this technique in the shop and imagines that as long as his strength is sufficient, the body of calamity won't affect him. Upon purchasing the technique, His body begins to float and overflow with immense power. The system notifies that the divine law of calamity of thunder has been successfully loaded. He gets excited, realizing that his body is becoming a calamity, absorbing everything around, including bad luck, which is being used as energy to become even stronger. Day breaks and Xiaoshen's group is still searching for the protagonist until something catches Limang's attention, making him shout that they have finally found their target. Xiaotian gets excited, saying that Limang did a good job locating him. They all land on the ground, and the chubby man asks who they are. Limang tells the chubby man to get lost if he doesn't want to die, as their business is only with Sheng. The protagonist mocks them, asking if they were playing in the mud to be in such a state. They get furious, and Xiaotian orders his minions to capture Sheng, not needing him alive. The three candidates invoke their spells and shoot towards the protagonist, causing multiple simultaneous explosions in the area. As the dust settles, something irritates Xiaotian and Limang. No damage was caused, as the chubby man stepped in front, blocking all the attacks. The men are surprised to see an Earth-rank defensive artifact before them. Limang, worried, asks Wang Yun not to interfere, as the matter is only with Sheng. However, the chubby man tells them to shut up, and that if they want to hurt the protagonist, they'll have to go through him first. Xiaotian gets furious and says if that fat man wants to die so badly with Sheng, then his wish will be granted. This time all the candidates decide to attack simultaneously. Wang Yun shouts, asking his friend to be careful. At this moment, Limang jumps towards him and attacks using his blood shadow claw. The protagonist merely looks to the side and cuts the claws with ease. The man doesn't understand what just happened and looks furiously at Sheng holding a sword. The other candidates use their spells to ensure there's no time to dodge them all at once. Sheng just starts gathering energy and cuts through all the attacks coming his way. Everyone is worried, not understanding what just happened, and upon looking, they see their spells in pieces, asking how such a thing is possible. They can't believe their weapons were split in half in seconds. Limang, in shock, starts lamenting that now they have no chance of winning. He begins to fly, needing to escape at all costs, and passes between the candidates, extremely terrified. Sheng gives a big smile and says that now the only way out of here is death. He jumps, and a lightning bolt strikes Limang, making him scream in pain. The protagonist had cut him in half, causing each part of his body to fall to one side. Xiaotian begins to tremble with fear and tries to escape, ordering his subordinates to hold Sheng. Meanwhile, if they do, they will each receive 100 spiritual stones. He says this, and wonders how someone could become so powerful so suddenly. Now his priority is to find a hiding place to escape and survive. Wang Yun points forward and warns his friend that someone is trying to flee. He responds that it doesn't matter, as they won't be able to escape anyway. After saying this, he notices a strange presence approaching. The red fox is in front of Xiaotian, who turns and is startled by that presence. The beast immediately opens its enormous mouth and devours him whole. Everyone is shocked to see that fox chewing their master's body. The beast thanks for the meal, saying that the spiritual energy of that food was really very good, and probably the result of many cultivation pills. The squad is furious, asking where that monster came from and how it dares to eat their master like that. They say this and fly towards it, making the fox smile and attack them with its tails. All three had their bodies pierced without having the slightest chance to react. The protagonist and the chubby one are frightened to see how easily that beast is defeating the cultivators. And not only that, but it was full after eating all of them, and still says its strength was suppressed, besides having a reduced appetite in that secret realm. She looks down and notices that there are still 2 more people nearby. Sheng asks the fox why she is eating people as if she were a low-rank demon, since clearly she is more powerful because she can talk. He says this, and imagines that the situation is dangerous, as a more powerful monster than all the others has emerged. The fox crosses her arms and asks if it's not normal to eat people. After all, in the superior realm, Lord Yue raised an entire city with mortals just to be devoured. He is confused by what the fox means by superior realm and who this Lord Yue is. The beast says that cultivators are tastier and immediately attacks the two, imagining they will be even tastier. Sheng starts running at full speed, dodging all the tails at the same time. He jumps towards the beast and tries to strike her with his sword, but it is easily blocked, leaving him worried, as something like that shouldn't be possible. The fox attacks with her tails again and manages to grab the protagonist, as her speed is on another level. She brings the sword close and says that an earthly level weapon is interesting, but expecting something so weak to hurt her is really a country bumpkin thing. The protagonist gets furious and frees himself from the tails using his divine ability, Thunder Calamity Law. The fox can't believe such power. Immediately, Shung attacks and cuts all the tails that were coming his way, leaving the beast in disbelief to the point of saying that a golden core cultivator cannot enter the matrix. He, with a lot of energy emanating from his body, responds that he is not in the golden core, and positions himself to use his ability at maximum power, jumping towards the monster and using the flying lightning tactic. The fox starts screaming, as she was completely cornered. After all this battle, the fox is captured, but Wang Yun is a little worried and asks if it isn't better to kill her while they have the chance. The protagonist replies that it is not necessary, as it is a condensation spiritual rope. The fox finally wakes up and starts moving from side to side, asking how the hell a mere human was able to enter the black spiritual matrix being a golden core cultivator. He replies that he already said he is not a golden core cultivator. The beast responds that it is clearly a lie, as there is no way a foundation cultivator could have all that power. Besides, she has already devoured countless golden cores, and the protagonist is among the strongest of them. Sheng crouches and asks the monster who the hell he is, and who this Lord Yue is. She responds that she is just a spiritual pet of the powerful Tianzhen, who is the evil star of the upper realm. The protagonist wonders what this evil star is, and asks if this master Tianzhen is there in the secret realm of treasures. She replies that her master has been responsible for protecting the core of that world for thousands of years, and just because he can't leave doesn't mean he won't do anything about it. She makes it clear that if she isn't released soon, she will make that mediocre cultivator into a stew later. Wang Yun gets angry and starts kicking the pet's head, asking how she dares to make threats even in her current state. The fox becomes furious and says that the fat man will become a huge feast later. Sheng asks both of them to stop and asks the pet to take him to the formation core. The chubby one becomes desperate and asks why he wants to do that. After all, if that beast is already so powerful, imagine the power of the Lord. He replies that it's okay. After all, that was his goal from the beginning. The fox asks him to think carefully. After all, he will meet the master of the immortal realm, and not even fusion cultivators dare to set foot in that place. The protagonist responds that it's not a problem, and asks his friend to stay there cultivating to strengthen himself, as it won't be necessary to follow him. The pet is happy to hear this after all, that man is just a cultivator with one or two good abilities, and will be disintegrated shortly afterward. At that moment, the leader of the Luo Yun sect is talking with his daughter, saying that he is happy because that year there are 3 people in the secret realm. He also says it will be very good if at least one of them reaches the golden core stage, further strengthening the sect. She responds that she strongly believes that person will be Shang, and it definitely wouldn't be a problem for him to reach the golden core in, say, 10 years or less. Her father laughs and asks his daughter if she likes him, but this makes him happy, as having Sheng as a son-in-law would reassure him, knowing that someone powerful would be protecting his daughter. She becomes extremely embarrassed about this topic. Mingwan changes the subject and comments that Elder Gu has not appeared recently, even during the tournament, or when her disciple entered the secret realm. Qin Wei responds that he heard from some disciples that Gu Qingyu was seen several times in front of the secret realm portal, as if she were waiting for something. Indeed, she is always in front of the portal. She calmly observes everything happening inside, becoming more and more thoughtful, wondering if the great moment is approaching. Inside the secret realm, Sheng is using the fox to guide him to the upper realm. She asks if he is really crazy to want to go there, even knowing that Lord Yue will be there. This makes her ask if he has any relation to the person from the White Swamp. The protagonist, confused, asks what the hell is White Swamp. She responds that this is the largest rebel group in the upper realm, and the Lord heard from some followers that someone from this group went to the mortal realm. So the assumption is that he has some connection with this person from the White Swamp. This makes him thoughtful, wondering if they are referring to Gu Qingyu because if so, they already seem to know about her existence. The two continue flying until the protagonist decides to land somewhere, leaving the fox confused, asking what the hell he is doing stopping there. He stands before an entrance and asks if that is another construction. The pet says that is the formation pillar, and asks why they stopped there. He, confused, asks what the formation pillar is. The fox says that some pillars were created before the Great Formation, but after this creation, they became useless. Sheng asks if there are more of these ruins around, and she responds that there must be around 8, and wants to know why he is asking. After all, there is nothing special inside them, except maybe a demon trapped to act as the eyes of the formation. However, as they approach, They already come face to face with two statues with magical items, making the system immediately appear asking if he wants to absorb the fragments. This makes the protagonist happy, as he really hoped there would be good things there. The fox observes him and asks why the hell he is taking those useless items. After all, the spirit of cloud vapor that was inside them has been gone for millennia. This makes him ask what a cloud vapor spirit is. She responds that they are items containing the vapor spirit, but they are rare even in the upper realm, thus useless. Additionally, they only helped a little in creating this formation. The protagonist finds it strange since the spiritual beast keeps giving new information without caring. He throws the items on the ground after absorbing all their power, and asks to go to the next ruin. The fox gets furious, as it seems she will have to accompany that kid through all 8 ruins first. The two continue entering all the ruins they find, already passing through 6 of them, always absorbing all the magical items within. They find a new ruin, and the protagonist immediately begins absorbing all the magical items he finds. After that, they fly to the next ruin, and he decides to open the system to check his points, surprised to see that he has already collected 15,250 disaster points and 1,025 celestial stones. He imagines that after leaving that formation, he will be able to greatly increase his strength. After this, he lands once again, and notices something strange about the next ruin. He comments that this ruin definitely looks different from the others. The pet, sweating nervously, responds that it's just his imagination and there's no need to worry about it. The protagonist begins to suspect something and warns the useless fox not to try anything funny, or she will die immediately. She responds that she won't do anything. After all, her mana is sealed. The two then decide to enter the last ruin. The protagonist notices that there is nothing containing the cloud vapor spirit and thinks it must be a joke. He continues walking and the fox says there is indeed an item. Approaching the token, the system notifies that it is a magical item and asks if he would like to absorb it. The protagonist becomes suspicious and climbs the stairs to get closer to the token. The pet urges him to quickly grab that item, as its quality is much higher than the useless items from earlier. Sheng, suspicious, responds that he won't touch that item and turns to leave the ruin, as something is clearly wrong inside. The fox starts sweating nervously, saying it's nothing, and then changes her expression, as she will have to change her plans. She immediately bites the protagonist's hand, making him let go in surprise, as he didn't foresee this happening. The fox wastes no time and bites the talisman, shouting the teleport ability. A huge beam of light appears, falling on the spirit, leaving the protagonist worried as he realizes he just made a mistake. The beam of light transports them to another location, causing Sheng to fall to his knees in the new place. He looks ahead, asking where the hell he is, and is surprised by what he sees in front of him. Lord Tianzhen is meditating, who becomes serious and asks who this person is that just appeared in front of him. The fox starts screaming, saying that the boy is from the White Swamp and asks for rescue. The Lord, confused, asks if he is really someone from the White Swamp. The protagonist is paralyzed with fear, as it seems the token was a teleportation trap, and to make matters worse, the aura of that man is much more terrifying than that of his former master Zhou. The spirit responds that the boy is indeed from the White Swamp, as he kept asking questions about the formation's secrets. However, Tianzhen begins to exude enormous power, and asks his pet why the hell, knowing that person is from the White Swamp, brought him to the upper realm. He says this and summons a cube that becomes gigantic and heads towards the protagonist and the pet to crush them. He becomes desperate, as does the fox, who begs for forgiveness for making this mistake. The enormous cube crushes them both instantly. The Lord says that bringing someone from the White Swamp to such an important place is unacceptable, and a stupid creature that makes this mistake must pay with its life. However, he notices something strange. He sees that the giant cube didn't crush the two of them for some reason. Sheng had activated a talisman that generated a shield around them. The spirit, trembling all over, asks how it is still alive. Tianzhen begins to rise, saying that the defense talisman is definitely of celestial rank. Such quality doesn't even exist in that world, so without a doubt, that kid is a thief from the White Swamp. He says this and prepares to launch another giant cube. Sheng starts sweating and says it's sad that a simple misunderstanding is reason enough to kill one's own spiritual pet. He asks if all the immortals of the upper realm are so cruel. The Lord, not caring about anything, says that he may not be at his full strength, but a mere celestial rank talisman won't be enough to stop him. He says this, and launches another giant cube on top of the first one, while the fox can only scream for mercy. The protagonist begins to worry, as in his current state he won't be able to unleash the full power of the talisman, so his time is short. Imagining he has no other choice, he opens the system and decides to invoke his celestial tribulation. Tianzhen says it's a shame that someone at the foundation stage was manipulated this way by the White Swamp, even though it doesn't make sense to send someone so weak there. At this moment, something catches his attention, and he asks what the hell is happening. The sky changes completely, even outside the realm, making Gu Qingyu say that the time has finally come upon seeing the celestial tribulation. She wonders if Sheng has finally made his move. In the enormous palace, a strong lightning bolt strikes. The Lord can't believe it is actually the celestial tribulation. He looks up confused, imagining that this shouldn't be happening, but soon realizes that it might be coming from Sheng. This makes him furious, as he understands it is the body of the great calamity, and says that using the celestial tribulation to touch the great paneling formation is unacceptable. He says this and launches another giant cube to crush the protagonist. Sheng starts sweating, as he can't withstand the enormous weight on him. The fox, crying, begs him to hold on, as she doesn't want to die there. He imagines what he should do, as even if he buys another defense talisman, it won't help because he has no more energy to use it. At this moment, he hears a voice saying that it looks like he's in a tight spot. The protagonist asks if it's the sword spirit talking. Zhuantian laughs and tells Sheng that he will die, and asks if he wants to be saved. It will only be necessary to open his consciousness to allow him to use his physical body. The protagonist starts shouting that he won't allow it under any circumstances and tells him to stop talking nonsense. Zhuantian responds that it's okay and wishes him good luck since he will die. The pet is confused as the protagonist suddenly started shouting. Tianzhen notices that a new celestial tribulation is about to arrive, but will ensure Sheng is dead before that happens. Already without strength, the protagonist starts imagining that he already died once, and by some luck was blessed to be reborn, finally having the chance to take revenge. Sweating heavily, he wonders if this is his fate. Will he really die there like that? The Lord lowers his hand and launches the fourth cube at him to finish him off once and for all. This makes him extremely serious, imagining that he can't die in any way. The various giant cubes smash the ground with such power. Tianzhen says he is surprised, as he didn't expect that in an inferior world there could exist a body of the great calamity. However, nothing else matters, and probably the person from the White Swamp must be nearby, as their location has been revealed. At this moment, a new lightning bolt from the celestial tribulation strikes the realm, which blocks it with its shield. This makes him nervous, wondering how it is possible. After all, why is the celestial tribulation still happening, since the technique was probably Sheng's and he has already been killed? At this moment, the protagonist stands up, leaving the Lord completely shocked, as this shouldn't be possible. He starts laughing, scaring the fox, who is witnessing all of this. Tianzhen, confused, asks what is happening, and Zhuantian, now possessing the protagonist's body, responds that he missed having a physical body, and that it is indeed a satisfying sensation. Back in the mortal realm, the enormous storm over the entrance portal to the treasure realm is visible. Feng Yun is confused and asks why there is a storm right at the entrance to the secret realm. Mingwan responds that it is not an ordinary storm. It is definitely a celestial tribulation, and so powerful that it sends chills down her spine. The other sect leaders comment that a celestial tribulation hasn't been seen in the last 100 years, and wonder if someone inside the secret realm has enough power to ascend. Feng Yun says he doesn't care, and flies toward the portal since his son is still inside. As he approaches, he notices Elder Gu blocking the passage and starts shouting, asking what she is doing there. She responds that something big is about to happen and suggests that to protect innocents from being caught up in it, all 4 elders should take their disciples and go as far away as possible. The sect leader becomes enraged and asks if she is behind what is happening, charging at her and attacking with his sword while asking what exactly she has done. The sword attacks head towards her, but are blocked with extreme ease by her shield, leaving all the leaders surprised at her immense power. She turns and makes it clear that she tried to warn them gently, but if they do not want to listen, she will no longer show mercy. All the leaders are intimidated, as the difference in power is evident. Meanwhile, in the upper realm, Tianzhen continues attacking Sheng, summoning a new giant cube and trying to crush him. However, the cube is sliced in half, and inside it is the protagonist, smiling while cutting through that power. He flies to face the Lord directly, who, seeing him approach, asks who the hell he is. Sheng, still possessed by the sword spirit, carefully analyzes the Lord and says that his power is decent, although he is only in the celestial immortal realm. This confuses the Lord, as he wonders how someone dares to say only for such a powerful rank, and even calls him arrogant since he is merely a Foundation realm cultivator. Tianzhen bursts into laughter and responds that the body's cultivation is indeed low and has no chance in a fight. He starts pulling a sword from his chest and says they don't need to fight to the death. After the sword finally comes out of his body, he just laughs, leaving Tianzhen in disbelief at the sword he is seeing. With all his power, he makes the sword grow larger, destroying the palace due to its immense size and power. The Lord begs Sheng to stop immediately, as that palace is the Foundation core, and if it continues as it is, not even he will be immune from the immortal court. The protagonist, always laughing, says that the immortal court sounds interesting, but that he doesn't care about it. He then starts cutting everything around him with that enormous sword, slicing all the giant cubes in half with extreme ease. The destruction increases by the minute, leaving the Lord more and more worried, pleading for him to stop. But the powerful sword keeps cutting through the entire palace until a new celestial tribulation strikes them all, completely destroying the palace. With this, Tianzhen becomes extremely furious, saying that it is all a disaster. Outside, Gu Qingyu continues observing the portal cracking. She notices something strange and sees the portal completely disintegrate, revealing the other side of the secret realm. The leaders can't believe what they are seeing, and ask if what has emerged from the portal is the secret realm of countless treasures. They approach the portal and confirm that it is indeed the realm, but don't understand why it has appeared that way. The elder wastes no time and flies into the realm, making leader Feng Chun question her actions, as they seem too suspicious. Feng Yun declares that if his son is harmed by her, the one who will pay with their life will be the leader of the Luo Yun sect. Tianzhen watches the entire palace being destroyed and begins to grow furious, as the grand plan of the deity is falling apart. This makes him scream with rage in his heart, calling Sheng a bastard. Meanwhile, the sword spirit, possessing the protagonist's body, flies away, realizing that the Lord has gone mad and that Sheng is in trouble for provoking someone from the upper realm. He looks at the fox and asks how long she intends to cling to him. She responds that her master no longer cares for her, so all that remains is to flee, but she asks him to do it quickly since the palace has been destroyed and nothing can stop the Lord's great power. If they don't escape, both will be killed. The protagonist laughs, as the pet's fearful face looks like someone who has seen a ghost. He says this, but doesn't see Tianzhen coming at full speed and kicking him in the back, sending him crashing to the ground. He is now furious, saying that Sheng will pay dearly for what he has done. Sheng starts to get up, but is soon grabbed by the Lord's ability, who takes the opportunity to ask, despite it being impossible, if the sword from earlier is indeed a celestial spiritual treasure. The protagonist laughs and says he won't reveal if it is or not. This makes the Lord furious, as nothing else matters, and he just wants to send him to hell quickly. At this moment, a huge beam of light arrives, destroying everything, but both the Lord and the protagonist manage to dodge. He looks to the side, and smiling, says that she has finally arrived. Gu Qingyu finally arrives at the battle, leaving Tianzhen looking forward and noticing that it is indeed Gu Qingyu who is there. The protagonist, smiling, imagines that those two don't get along and needs to take this opportunity to disappear from there, flying away while the pet follows him as well. The Lord looks at the elder and says that he hasn't seen her in 10,000 years and never imagined she would join the White Swamp. Still furious, he says he didn't think it would be possible to place someone with the body of calamity inside to cause so much destruction, but he hopes she is aware of the consequences of those actions. She prepares to fight, saying she is perfectly aware of it. Meanwhile, the possessed protagonist flies far from the battle, saying he has waited so long for this day after being sealed for so many years, but now he has a mediocre body that will serve well. He bursts into laughter, saying that from now on, he will fly as much as he wants. The leaders continue flying inside the secret realm, and Feng Chun comments that Gu Qingyu's cultivation is definitely superior to the nascent soul stage. So who exactly is she? He asks for explanations from the leader of the Luo Yun sect, since she was an elder there. Mingwan responds that the elder has been in the sect for over 200 years, and during that time, she has never done anything wrong, so he has no idea about her origin. Feng Yun tells them to stop talking nonsense, and says that if anything happens to his son, the Luo Yun sect will pay dearly. At this moment, he sees Sheng approaching, as well as the four leaders flying. As they approach, the group asks if he has seen Gu Qingyu around. Feng Yun, no longer caring about anything, starts shouting, asking where his son is. The protagonist becomes nervous with all the noise, and with a single strike hits the leader directly, who is left speechless, not knowing what happened, and is now dead with his body cut in half. Mingwan, not understanding anything, asks Sheng why he is doing this, but he takes a direct hit to the chest without having time to react. The protagonist, with a sinister face, still possessed, says it is shameful for 4 golden core insects to try to stop him that way. The 2 survivors start to flee, saying that clearly, just like Elder Gu, that kid was also hiding his true cultivation. Immediately, 3 spears fly and hit Feng Chun's body directly, giving him no chance to defend himself. The protagonist, smiling, says there is no chance for them to escape. The last member of the group tries to flee, knowing he will be killed next. However, the evil spirit feels something strange upon seeing the system panel appear in front of him, asking if he wants to use 2,000 disaster points to compensate for the mental invasion. The sword spirit is outraged, asking who that kid is and what it all means. After all, it already has full control over the body and is still being expelled. The yes option on the system is selected, and with that, the evil spirit begins to be expelled from the protagonist's body until it is completely driven out, as the system states that the mental invasion has been neutralized. Now, the protagonist has 13,250 disaster points remaining and 1,025 celestial stones. Sheng, with his mind finally back, starts sweating, realizing he almost lost the last remnant of his consciousness. He quickly flies to Mingwan's body and sees him extremely injured, taking his last breaths. He apologizes to the sect leader, saying he had no intention of doing this, and says he will immediately heal these wounds. The leader responds that it is useless, since his golden core has been destroyed. With his last remaining strength, he asks only that Sheng take care of his daughter, Qin Wei. He says this, and his hand falls to the ground, dead. The protagonist becomes furious, asking for forgiveness as he didn't expect things to end this way, all because of that damn evil spirit. At that moment, a huge explosion occurs near them, making him worry about the enormous gust of wind it caused. He observes the power of the fight between the 2 fusion stage cultivators and realizes he definitely can't stay there for long, as even the shockwave has immense power. He stands up and tells the leader's body not to worry, as he will indeed take care of Qin Wei. He says this and flies away from the area. Nearby, the chubby one is desperate, not understanding why the whole place is being destroyed, until he sees Sheng flying over him. The protagonist shouts to his companion to leave the secret realm immediately, as it is collapsing, and after that, he will meet him outside. Wang Yun is confused, not understanding how it is possible for the secret realm to be collapsing, and asks what the hell is happening. Near the portal, several elders and disciples are watching the entire realm collapse and wonder how something like this could happen after thousands of years. Qin Wei is anxious, as she has no idea what is happening inside, especially with her father there. At that moment, they see the leader Chen of the Yuan Shui sect coming out of the portal. As he lands, everyone starts asking what is happening inside and where the other 3 leaders of the other sects are. However, they notice that the sect leader is panting and trembling with fear. He looks to the side and points his finger at Qin Wei, saying that it is all her sect's fault, as Sheng killed all 3 leaders of the 3 sects. She, trembling with fear and confusion, asks how it is possible that brother Sheng killed her father. At that moment, the protagonist also comes out of the portal and lands on the ground. The elder of the White Jade sect approaches and asks him where the sect leader is, as well as the young master. He calls him a brat, but is thrown away with a single strike from the protagonist, which worries him as only a few days have passed, and yet he has become so powerful. The protagonist wastes no time and says that there are 2 fusion realm cultivators fighting inside the secret realm, and all the elders need to get their disciples out of there. Otherwise, everyone will be killed by the combat. Qin Wei approaches, catching the protagonist's attention. He says it's dangerous to stay there for long and asks her to follow him to a safe place. She, with her head down, asks where her father is. The protagonist is startled by this question, and to make matters worse, she says that the leader of the Yuan Shui sect said that he killed her father, so she wants to know if it is true or a misunderstanding. He just turned his face, not knowing what to respond. She is in shock, unable to believe that this is possible, and starts running, saying that regardless of being alive or dead, she wants to see her father. The protagonist starts shouting for her to come back, as it is dangerous inside. He begins running after her, while a giant golem flies high and hits a mountain. This golem falls to the ground, and on top of it is Tianzhen. Gu Qingyu wastes no time and charges forward. He makes a seal with his hands, summoning numerous meteors. The elder also prepares herself and uses her sword transformation, creating a gigantic sword, even startling the Lord as the power hits him directly, causing destruction in the area. The nearby people begin to panic as the impact of the blows reaches them. Sheng starts shouting, asking where Qin Wei is. At this moment, Elder Chun jumps towards him and strikes, attempting to kill the protagonist, but he dodges at the last second. The man says that it seems the sect leader was indeed killed and questions what dirty methods were used to do it, but he will pay with his life. The protagonist asks if he wants revenge and makes it clear that both the leader and his son, Xiao Tian, died because of bad luck. The elder bursts into laughter, saying that he just needs to kill that boy to become the next leader of the Baiyu Pavilion. Suddenly, a giant meteor falls on them, but Sheng dodges at the last second and looks to the side, seeing Elder Gu still battling with the Lord, and asks why this fight hasn't ended yet. Tianzhen starts to get cornered and tells her there is still time to stop it, and if she does, he will forgive her. She asks him not to waste words, as he will die, and invokes her universal technique of the Jade Immortal. This completely terrifies him, as he never imagined she had mastered this technique. The elder asks to crush him, and her technique goes all out, while Tianzhen tries to defend himself by launching some giant spikes. Besides the spikes, he also summons various cubes, and then the giant golden bell to try to avoid being crushed. However, it is of no use, as he is hit directly and crushed by the powerful universal technique. Gu Qingyu withdraws his hand from the invocation to see the damage done, but feels very tired from using such a powerful technique. Sheng looks to the side and starts to worry, as now his main focus should be finding Qin Wei, since Elder Chen will no longer torment him after being crushed by the meteor. Severely injured, Tianzhen looks up and sees the protagonist flying, becoming furious, as the boy was responsible for all that disaster. So he decides to use the little strength he has and launches several meteors at him. The elder becomes worried upon seeing this. The Lord shouts that he may die today, but will take that insect with him, as he ruined all his plans. The protagonist despairs upon seeing that there is no time to dodge something so powerful until a protection surrounds his body, shielding him from the meteors. He is left puzzled about what just happened and realizes it was the elder who did it, unable to believe she just saved him. However, by using this power, she feels strange and begins to scream as her universal technique starts to unravel. Tianzhen bursts into laughter as a mana backlash is happening to her, leaving the protagonist in disbelief. He is in shock for a moment, and then looks closely at her, as she sacrificed her most powerful technique to save him. The Lord takes advantage of the situation, as the elder dared to get distracted while using a universal technique, and because of that, she will die. He invokes his vast sky mirror, enlarges it, and launches a powerful beam of light towards Gu Qingyu. She is worried about the power coming her way, and pulls out a talisman, summoning a protective shield. He says that she must be at her limit to be using a celestial golden shield to defend herself. She looks closely and tells him not to worry, as he won't kill her just for ruining the mission. He will only take her to prison to pay for what she did. With that said, he summons his nascent needle to seal her nascent soul, so she can't self-destruct, and launches it at full speed towards the elder. She becomes worried, realizing she probably won't have the strength to defend against it. But something approaching catches her attention. It was Sheng, with his body covered by Jun's 10,000 divine thunders, blocking that nascent needle. He starts to sweat cold, realizing that power is more formidable than he imagined, and using the sword, he makes the needle change direction, heading straight for the mountain, thus saving the elder and himself. He becomes concerned, as he never imagined something could be so powerful, and if he hadn't redirected the power's trajectory, he would have been pierced through the middle. Gu Qingyu begins to shout, asking the protagonist why he didn't take the opportunity to escape and instead return to the battle. He replies that he would never selfishly flee after being saved by a woman. Tianzhen, irritated, says he had almost forgotten that annoying boy since he's only in the Foundation realm, yet he managed to block the nascent needle. So who the hell is he? The protagonist responds that his name is Sheng, leader of the Wantian sect, and asks what the purpose of the immortals fighting in the mortal realm is. He imagines he needs to try to delay him with words. Moreover, he tries to contact Zhuantian, the soul of the cursed sword, asking it to possess his body again to get them out of this predicament. A man summons his cube and asks how one of the world's 8 greatest sects let an idiot be the leader. How could they allow a foundation cultivator to be a leader? Sheng replies that it's none of his business and asks what they plan to do in that world. He says this, and imagines the situation is terrible, telling the sword spirit that he'll even make a contract with it since, if he ends up dying, the spirit will be screwed too. Tianzhen wastes no time and launches his giant cube, which grows even larger, leaving the protagonist worried, asking the spirit Zhuantian to respond quickly. With this, the spirit possesses his body, asking the protagonist how he dares to threaten him like that. However, he wants to see how many times he can use the body reclamation method as before. The two immortals can't believe Sheng became so powerful in an instant. He charges at the Lord, who counterattacks, realizing that Sheng wants to destroy the vast sky mirror, but that won't happen even in a dream. Smiling, he dodges at high speed and goes all out for the mirror, striking it full on and breaking it instantly. Gu Qingyu feels relieved, as she is no longer under the pressure of that power. Tianzhen, meanwhile, summons several cubes at once and says that it seems he underestimated that boy again, but this time he wants to see how he will escape. The protagonist isn't worried at all about those cubes flying towards him. The Lord becomes alarmed, sensing a power approaching, and looking back, a huge explosion occurs on his back due to Gu Qingyu's power, who immediately summons her winged beast and grabs Sheng to flee together. She grabs his arm, making the sword spirit embarrassed. Tianzhen becomes furious seeing the two flee and looks at all the nearby cultivators, saying their sect caused this inconvenience by allowing Gu Qingyu to disrupt his plans, and for this reason, he will turn the whole place into a desert. Far away, the beast keeps flying while Sheng, who is possessed by the sword spirit, laughs at the outcome. Gu Qingyu asks him not to get so confident and also to hide his aura. Otherwise, the Lord will find them from a distance. The protagonist jumps and stands face to face with her, saying he has no fear of that weakling, and that if his body weren't so weak, cultivators of her level would be nothing against him. In fact, he's killed several in the past. She doesn't understand what is happening. He stands up and says he needs to find a place to isolate himself first, since the cultivation of that body is too weak. Then he approaches the elder, asking her to obey, as once he reaches the Golden Core realm, he will elevate her status to concubine. He says this but is shocked by what he sees next. The system appears again, asking if he wants to spend 3,000 disaster points to get rid of the mind control. The spirit is furious, unable to believe that this brat will succeed again, not understanding how this happened, as he was absolutely certain he had gained total control of that body this time. Enraged, he wants to know how this could happen, but the system informs him that the mind control has been undone, leaving 10,250 disaster points and 1,025 celestial stones remaining. As the black aura fades, Gu Qingyu asks the protagonist if there is another personality within his body. He replies affirmatively and asks if they managed to escape. She says that thanks to his other personality, they managed to escape, as it was at the nascent soul realm level, and apparently he has many secrets, always managing to impress her. Sheng ponders over this, realizing that Zhuantian's sword control is becoming increasingly powerful and costly to remove, so he cannot let this continue. He tells her he did what she asked, so now it's her turn to fulfill her part. She responds that she will destroy the 3 great formations later, but they won't be able to use his great calamity body, so they'll have to find another way. She then asks if he wants to return to the celestial sect. The protagonist imagines that he won't get stronger if he returns there, and will only be in danger. He's also concerned about Qinwei, as he doesn't know where she ended up, and now that Tianzhen is after him, it will be dangerous for her to stay close. He bids farewell, saying he will have to find a way to advance to the Golden Core, as their opponent is extremely powerful, but the elder asks him to wait and throws a token, saying it's the sound transmission she refined. Now that he has provoked the powerful Tianzhen, he will be hunted with full force, so when he's in danger, he should use that token, and she will help as quickly as possible. This makes him happy, as she risked herself before, and now wants to help again, and he thanks her for the kindness. With that, he jumps from the beast and follows his own path, while Gu Qingyu continues smiling, happy to have met him. Meanwhile, Qinwei is running, trying to find her father's body, observing the destruction happening in the area, imagining that all the great sects will suffer from that attack. She sees a body ahead and runs closer. She starts crying, realizing her father is indeed dead, and hugs him, recalling the good memories she had with Sheng, and still can't believe he did something like that to her father. Without her noticing, some roots approach and wrap around her body, leaving her confused about what's happening. These roots start to emerge from her body and then disappear, making her eyes turn red while she gives a huge smile. At this moment, Sheng is flying on his new terrestrial flying artifact. He is pleased, as the speed of this artifact matches the full power of the Mortal Great Calamity Sutra and cost only 6 celestial stones. He remains pensive, as most of the materials to condense the core are available in the system shop, but the most important one is not, which is the translucent spiritual energy. He knows this spiritual energy can only be found in the spiritual stone mines of any of the 8 sects, so he will have to think carefully about where to go, as due to the problem with Tianzhen, he can't stay in Northern Zhu. With that, he decides to head to the Chensu sect, as it is the closest, apart from Lingshen and Jinjian. 2 months pass, and Sheng is still traveling, impressed by how remote a place can be, as he has been traveling for days and only sees the desert around. At this moment, he notices someone flying in the sky, and this cultivator comes towards him at full speed, stopping in front of him. He notes that it is an early-stage golden core cultivator. The man asks which family that boy belongs to, as it is strange for a Foundation cultivator to be using a terrestrial flying artifact. The protagonist imagines he should avoid trouble, as he has just arrived, and greets the man saying he is just a solitary cultivator, and asks if the senior sees any problem with that. The man summons a sword saying it is his lucky day, as probably the son of some sect master is there alone. Sheng gets serious and asks what that means. The man asks him to remember the name Dongdu, as he will be the one to kill him. The sword flies at full speed towards him but is easily blocked, making Sheng ask the man if he wants to rob him. Dongdu can't believe his sword was destroyed so easily, and decides to flee immediately, imagining he is completely screwed, as that boy destroyed a spiritual rank weapon with ease, so he is probably a nascent soul cultivator in disguise. However, the protagonist approaches extremely quickly, leaving him scared, kicking him in the back, throwing the man hard to the ground. After that, he summons his sword and goes all out to finish him, but the man starts screaming that he surrenders and kneels, begging for his life, saying he will even sign a soul contract as a slave, but begs to be spared. Sheng decides to spare him, and takes him along on his flying artifact. Dongdu comments that the boat he has is not as fast as that spiritual rank artifact, but it is stable, and can avoid the dust. He says this, and asks where they are going. The protagonist replies that they are going to the Chensu sect, and begins to imagine that in that region there are many rumors that cultivators make a living by looting other people, so it will not be wise to fly around with a common boat. Back at the fortress of the 4 sects, outside the secret realm, Wang Yun is observing the enormous destruction in the area, wondering what the hell happened there, as he has been visiting the sects for the last 2 months. But now they are all ruins, and he wonders if senior brother Sheng is still alive. He hears something and is startled, as Qinwei suddenly appeared near him and starts crying happily to see her well, as all 4 sects are completely destroyed. As he approaches, a vine grabs his neck and lifts him, asking if that chubby guy doesn't remember who she is. Wang Yun is scared, unable to believe it is the monster they defeated inside the cave. Back to Sheng, they arrive at a Foundation testing site. Dongdu explains that the Chensu sect is one of the 8 largest on the continent, and for that reason, it is not easy to approach, as a person is killed as soon as they are noticed by them. He also explains that the testing site covers the entire western region, gathering potential disciples, making them do manual labor for a year, and the talented ones can become outer disciples. Sheng becomes pensive, knowing it was difficult to infiltrate that sect, but he didn't imagine it would be so hard just to get close. He decides to try his luck approaching to see what will happen, but is soon stopped by the guards, saying that recruitment for new apprentices is over, so they should return next year. Dongdu gets furious, calling those juniors blind. After all, he is a golden core cultivator. The guard says he doesn't care about that pretense, as they are just people who live robbing all day, and challenges him to touch them to see what will happen. The man gets furious, but the protagonist raises his hand and offers a bribe, saying it is a small gift, and hopes it won't be a bother. The guards notice they are intermediate-grade spiritual stones, and are completely shocked, as they are minerals that contain spiritual energy used by cultivators as a resource or currency. 1,000 inferior-grade stones equal 1 intermediate-grade stone. 1,000 intermediate-grade stones equal 1 superior-grade stone. The guards start treating Sheng as a VIP, saying he can enter immediately, and even offering a massage. Dongdu can't believe why that boy gave 2 intermediate-grade spiritual stones, considering he himself, a golden core cultivator, doesn't have a single one. The 2 continue walking into the mine until they meet Liu Hun, who greets them and asks if they want to join the Chensu sect. He immediately says that 2 mere self-taught cultivators who don't even have a recommendation dare to think they will be accepted there. Sheng offers a stone to Marshal Liu to recommend them. The man takes a good look at the stone, and both he and Dongdu are shocked to see that it is a superior grade spiritual stone. The man's eyes light up, welcoming the protagonist and saying he would love to be his recommender. Dongdu is seething with anger, wondering about Sheng's family background since he gives away superior grade precious stones like that. Sheng thinks the system is quite convenient for easily obtaining these stones, as normally a superior grade spiritual stone would take more than a year to acquire, so he understands why both are surprised to see one. At this moment, the hall master enters the mine, and the marshal warns that they should be careful with their words from now on. As he approaches, he greets the hall master. Hongya asks if they recruited excellent disciples this time. The protagonist is shocked to see that it is Hongya who is there. Liu Hun says that the newly recruited have average qualifications, but if he finds someone of quality, he will send them to the master immediately. Hongya looks at the two men and asks who they are. The marshal replies that they are just a friend and his disciple, and both wish to join the Chen Su sect, asking to be the recommender. The master quickly perceives from the aura that one is at the initial stage of the golden core, while the other is at the final stage of the foundation, and says that is not bad, as those are acceptable qualifications, and asks to send both to his own mine later. Liu Hun turns to the protagonist and says that this is wonderful since the hall master liked him. However, he is pensive, as he never imagined Hongya would be there. The three continue their journey on a new boat, and Sheng takes the opportunity to ask about the hall master's origin, as he seems to have an accent from another region. The man replies that Hongya is a cultivator from the central region who, for some reason, joined the Chen Su sect a few months ago, and as he is powerful, an elder soon took a liking to him, making him the hall master. The protagonist is pensive, as this is the person who was conspiring with the first elder and even orchestrated his kidnapping, including when Elder Gu appeared and saved him. At this moment, he is surprised when the marshal says that the hall master is responsible for the largest vein of translucent spiritual energy. Dongdu asks if this is serious, and the man replies yes, there is no reason to lie about it. This excites the old man, as at first he thought it was a bad idea to sign a soul contract with that boy, but he never imagined he could work in a translucent spiritual energy mine, and that is definitely better than constantly robbing. Sheng is pleased that things are going so well, but imagines he needs to be more careful than ever, so that Hongya doesn't recognize him. After a long journey, the three arrive at Dragonhead Peak, the spiritual energy mine of the Chen Su sect. The marshal soon introduces the place, asking both to be aware of each other's limits, as this will now be their new home, and soon someone will come to take care of their future work. A cultivator arrives at the scene, announcing that the hall master has arrived and everyone should line up in front of him. Everyone immediately gathers, and the cultivator informs that, in addition to the two the master brought in recent days, there are 17 other good people with qualifications. Hongya asks if there have been any recent fugitives. The man replies that in the past week there have been 11 fugitives, and this makes the hall master nervous, as although people can't stand working a little in the milling, they are still cultivators. Sheng asks why there are fugitives, and Liu Hun replies that some disciples feel it is too difficult to work there, and therefore try to escape. However, something catches the hall master's attention, who turns to the protagonist, and with a furious look asks that person to lift the hood. Sheng starts to worry about the situation he is in, and Hongya orders again to lift the hood to see the person's face. He decides to obey, leaving the hallmaster startled to the point of turning away, saying he has seen some deformities like that before. The protagonist looks different, with huge scars on his face. Dongdu asks the senior why he changed his appearance, and he just orders him to stay quiet, feeling relieved, as luckily he bought a talisman before and can't believe it's powerful enough to fool even someone at the nascent soul realm. 50 celestial stones were well worth it, though he still needs to be careful. Far away is Qin Wei, with her body possessed, dragging Wang Yun along with her. He asks what the vine demon wants, since he has no idea where Sheng is. She replies that she doesn't even need to ask, as she managed to absorb some of his energy, so she can sense where he is. The chubby guy still doesn't understand why she kidnapped him. The vine demon stops and says she also wants to know that, as the girl asked for it, otherwise she would have skinned him alive already. Qin Wei made it clear that he is not to be harmed, and if the demon tries to do so, she will rupture the meridians of her own heart, killing them both. The demon says the girl is an idiot, as she saw in her memories that the boy killed her father, yet she still wants to protect him. She responds that she doesn't know exactly what to do about Sheng, but she won't let the last person left from the sect be hurt. The vine demon is extremely furious because, due to the protagonist, her energy source was damaged, so she can't fully control Qinwei's body. At that moment, several cultivators recognize the sect leader's daughter and ask her for help. The demon smiles, as there are 5 foundation cultivators in front of her, and immediately kills one using her thorny vine. Another cultivator notices that it is coming from a demonic golden core cultivator. The vine demon is pleased, as it is wonderful to recover by absorbing those people. The remaining cultivators try to flee but are caught by the vines. One of them manages to get away, making the demon ask if she really thinks she will escape. However, she is shocked by what she sees next. The Lord's pet appears with its huge mouth and devours that cultivator. The fox asks where such a weak demon came from that dares to steal his lunch. The chubby guy screams, saying it is the Yuan spiritual beast there, making the fox immediately identify him as he is the damn fat guy who was with that brat. The demon releases Wang Yun to try to escape faster, as she was very unlucky to have encountered the damn fox there. But the spiritual beast wastes no time and grabs her body with its tails, asking if it isn't the vine demon there, but could swear the Lord had ended her. So how did she escape? She turns to the chubby guy and asks why he is there alone and where Sheng is. The boy becomes worried, as it seems the fox is also after the protagonist, and asks what he wants with him. The beast grabs his leg and starts to cry, asking not to speak that way, as it is obvious she will ask to take her along with him. Wang Yun doesn't understand what is happening. The fox says that for 10,000 years she had to work hard for the Lord without receiving anything in return, and now Tianzhen is controlling all the cultivation sects in the Juque region and ordered them to capture Sheng. Therefore, one way or another, she will be screwed. For this reason, her only option is to switch sides to the White Swamp, as anything else is certain death. She decides to stop talking and asks the chubby guy where the protagonist is. He replies that he doesn't know, but that demon possessing his friend does. Back at Dragon Peak, the instructor announces that from that day on, everyone there will be outer disciples of the Chensu sect, but will temporarily work there. He introduces himself as Li Zhang, but everyone can call him leader, and asks them to follow him, as he will teach everyone what to do, so no one can be left behind. He looks at the disciples and says they are all lucky to be cultivators who won't need to take a test to enter the Chensu sect, so they can't miss this perfect opportunity. Everyone flies following the leader until the protagonist notices a huge purple glow right in front of them. As they approach that light, a cultivator becomes scared, asking if that is translucent spiritual energy. Another cultivator asks if he didn't know that after all, they are there to collect that spiritual energy. The man starts to fly away, saying no one told him they were going to collect that, and for this reason, he's leaving. At that moment, several rats fly towards him, clinging completely to his body. Li Zhang says that apparently, that man is just a minor disciple sent by some sect to train there, and asks if he even knows how to collect translucent spiritual energy. The cultivator begs to stop, as he really doesn't know. The leader announces that he will demonstrate how to excavate the spiritual energy, so everyone should pay attention. The rats continue attacking the cultivator while he screams that his father is the leader of the Faiwan sect, so he asks to be spared. Everyone is surprised by this while hearing the explanation that translucent spiritual energy is important for advancing to the golden core, but isn't easy to obtain. He asks if they know why Dragonhead Peak only recruits cultivators who have some cultivation and resources. He says this while the man begs for forgiveness, asking to be saved, but falls right into the translucent spiritual energy, causing several snake spirits to attack him. The leader says this is the reason for recruiting strong disciples, to serve as bait. The spirits begin to coil around the cultivator's body. Li Zhang asks everyone to pay attention at this moment, and launches his giant hook, which hits one of the snakes, showing the correct way to catch translucent spiritual energy. He explains that even though translucent spiritual energy is a liquid substance, it has the intelligence to take advantage of the situation, and that magical tool prevents the spiritual energy from escaping. However, the most important thing is to use living creatures with high cultivation amplitude, as it is a temptation for the translucent spiritual energy, because, once in contact with it, it will absorb the creature's vital force. However, the spirits are shy, so if a person is a bit stronger, they won't approach. Therefore, it is necessary to seal most of one's mana before approaching to be able to capture them. The cultivator, already weakened, says he wants to go back and tell his father what happened and that the leader will pay dearly for it. Li Zhang asks if he dares to threaten him and points his finger, delivering a final blow to that boy. Everyone around is terrified by this, as they are witnessing a cultivator being killed right in front of them. Li Zhang informs everyone that they must start working, needing to collect at least 2 inferior-grade translucent spiritual energies daily. Otherwise, they shouldn't even think about resting. Everyone prepares their magical tools, and Dongdu says it will be an easy task and that they can leave it to him, as he will collect the seniors too and then get another 2 for himself. At this moment, a spiritual energy begins to wrap around the neck of a cultivator who fights with his colleague, asking why he attracted so many at once, as it almost gave him a heart attack. The protagonist becomes pensive, as he never imagined that the way to collect this spiritual energy was so dangerous, and these are just inferior grade. However, he is after the superior grade ones, so what should he do? He thinks this while some people around him are managing to do the work. A man says he is a little over 40 years old, and after 2 years became proficient in collecting this spiritual energy. His colleague can't believe he's been there for 2 years, and asks if they aren't supposed to leave there within a year. The old man responds that it is easier said than done, as it is said that it is necessary to collect at least 5,000 of those energies to be promoted. And so far he has collected only 3,000. He says that unfortunately it is like that, and that the only easier way is to be lucky, like another disciple once was when he managed to collect a superior grade translucent spiritual energy and was instantly promoted. This catches Sheng's attention, and he asks the Taoist brother how it is possible to collect that superior grade translucent spiritual energy. Far from that place, Lijiang is near several craters, telling his host that the harvest in recent years has been very good, and, although hundreds of cultivators have died, the stock has been very well replenished, leaving Elder Tang quite satisfied. Hong Ya is thoughtful about the cultivator he saw, as he almost made the mistake of confusing that child, having heard in the news days ago that there is a bounty on Sheng's head, even coming from a fusion realm cultivator, and if Prota shows up there, he will definitely die. Moreover, at that time the old man asked him to go north to hunt Sheng, but obviously that could only be a joke, as he would have to deal with Gu Qingyu, who is also in the fusion realm, which means it is equivalent to suicide. He becomes serious and only wants to use the Chensu sect to accumulate strength until he finally one day takes back the Xuanshui gate. Back to Prota, he listens to the cultivator's explanation that, apparently, due to an earthquake that shook a large amount of translucent spiritual energy, it was possible to get lucky and capture a high-level one. The man says that it was exactly that, as these spirits stay deep in the spiritual source, so they usually do not appear on the surface. Sheng, roughly understanding how it works, asks why they do not use a method to surprise these spirits and thus manage a large number of captures. The cultivator takes a deep breath and says that it seems the novices do not understand anything. After all, no matter how intelligent the translucent spiritual energies are, they are still just spirits, and if they stray too far from the source and are not caught in time, they will dissipate into the air, causing destruction. At this moment, Dongdu approaches, saying that he has already met the day's quota, so they can leave. Sheng smiles and says he is not in a hurry, as he wants to capture a few more. He then summons a sword using the system, leaving the old man scared, as that is an earth-rank magical weapon. This is the soul-devouring sword, and it costs 21 celestial stones, and by devouring spirits it significantly increases the treasure's power. Dongdu, still surprised, asks why Prota has put so many enchantments on it. He replies that it was for only one reason and throws his sword towards the source. The old man is outraged by this, as throwing the sword that way into the source will no longer make it possible to retrieve it. Prota just asks him to stay quiet, as he will have things to do later, and says that if he is assigned to another place in that spiritual source, he should throw this new treasure he summoned. He cannot hide his expression of surprise and asks how on earth his master has another earth-rank magical weapon. Sheng becomes serious and says not to dream of trying to steal this spiritual weapon, or he will activate the soul contract immediately to destroy it. The plan proceeds as agreed, with the earth spiritual sword on one side, while Prota observes around to see if no one is watching. On the other side is Dongdu, also doing the same and always disguising so that no one notices. Several days pass within the huge holes, and Dongdu says that according to the instructions he received, he threw the intermediate-grade magical weapon in other places. Prota says that's fine, and that they will wait until the end of the shift that night. After that, everyone starts to leave the crater until they gather with the leader, who asks if all the disciples of that group are already outside and tells them to rest, as the next group of disciples will work. Sheng is thoughtful, as the people from the other mines must also be outside at that moment, so no innocent person will be affected by what he will do next. He imagines this, and activates the effect of his spiritual weapon, which causes a huge glow due to the explosive talismans that create a crushing matrix. It is a spiritual enchantment that destroys magical weapons and artifacts. Due to the explosion, all translucent energy is thrown to the top of the mine, leaving the cultivators scared, asking to run fast. The leader asks what the hell is going on and why well 3 exploded. A disciple says he has no idea what happened. Li Zhang, seeing the situation, shouts for everyone to fly and catch the translucent spiritual energies, as they will dissipate soon. Nearby, Hong Ya and an elder are flying, saying that there is no need to worry as he is taking very good care of the dragon's head peak. This elder, named Yiming, continues listening to the explanation until he notices the spiritual energies jumping out of the mine, which leaves him and Hong Ya equally shocked, with Hong Ya shouting to ask what the hell is going on. The cultivators try to catch as many spirits as they can, although it is extremely difficult. Sheng just watches, imagining that there are many spiritual energies, but all of low grade and some of medium grade. Dongdu, terrified, asks his senior if he activated the artifacts that were in the source, and scared, says that with all that commotion, if they catch them, they will be screwed. Prota prepares, as he needs to continue. The mine leader flies to the host and the elder to greet them, and immediately says he has no idea what happened, as the spiritual source 3 simply exploded out of nowhere. At this moment, the elder looks closely downward and notices something strange. A high-grade translucent spirit energy appears, and Prota immediately flies towards it, preparing his weapon to catch it. However, he is startled to see that a weapon captured it before him. It was Hong Ya who, after capturing it, wonders how the hell that disciple got there so fast and immediately turns, shouting to the team leader to forget the lower-grade ones and tell all disciples to catch the intermediate and high-grade ones, as this will minimize the losses. That said, the energies are caught one by one, and each cultivator continues capturing at least one intermediate level 1, while the leader, worried, continues passing the instructions to do so. Hong Ya apologizes to the elder and says he will supervise better in the future to ensure something like this does not happen again. Prota, not liking any of this, makes a seal with his hand and activates the explosives in all the spiritual weapons in the mines, causing them all to explode at the same time, throwing the spiritual energies into the air. This scares the disciples who were capturing, as there is now an absurd number of spirits. The elder, furious, asks if this is what the host meant by saying it would not happen again. Sheng prepares, imagining that if this pace continues with Hong Ya supervising, it will not be possible to catch a high-grade, translucent spiritual energy, and something catches his attention as he identifies one near him. With this, he flies at full speed, as his chance to capture one has finally arrived. But this catches Hong Ya's attention, who turns and notices that the cultivator is definitely Sheng. Prota prepares to capture the high-grade energy, but a skull-shaped power comes towards him and explodes in front of him. The host approaches and is pleased not to be mistaken, as it is clearly Sheng there. He says this, and with a diabolical face, launches numerous powers in his direction. An explosion arises in the place, and Prota flies at full speed using his Great Mortal Calamity Sutra. Hong Ya is surprised, as it seems that Brat can resist the power of the energy corpses, and this must mean that Prota is no longer a mere Foundation Realm cultivator. He says this, and invokes a tremendous power, launching it in his direction. He prepares for the impact, and after gathering energy, flies at full speed with the 10,000 Divine Thunders of June ability, thus achieving great speed with his body fully energized. The elder observes all this, and shouts at Hong Ya asking what the hell he thinks he is doing attacking a junior in the Foundation Realm, instead of capturing the translucent spiritual energies. He turns and says he has unfinished business with that brat, and very likely the explosions in the mines must have been his work. The elder looks closely at Sheng, fleeing from that power, and furiously asks how he dares to cause this mess in the sacred territory of the Chensu sect. Suddenly something catches Prota's attention, and he sees a huge spiritual hand coming towards him and hitting him squarely. He starts falling towards the mine, while Yiming heads in his direction, shouting that he will kill him immediately for causing all that mess. He says this, and invokes a powerful spiritual fist, making Prota worried, imagining that he will not be able to dodge that blow. Suddenly, a strong light emerges from within the mine and hits the spiritual fist squarely, heading towards the sky. That beam of light was incredibly powerful, forming a kind of dragon spirit. Hong Ya cannot believe it, just like the elder. Prota also cannot hide his expression of shock as they were facing the legendary supreme translucent spiritual energy. The elder wastes no time and flies towards it, imagining that such a divine substance really exists, as it was just a myth, and if he can capture it, he will reach another level of cultivation. He approaches the divine spiritual energy and strikes it with his weapon, saying that he really managed to capture it. However, the weapon is destroyed due to the absurd energy that the spirit possessed. Moreover, the elder takes a blow that throws him far away, and then he notices that his hands are different. He is scared, as he barely touched that spiritual energy and had his vital force sucked out. He realizes that the spiritual energy was escaping back into the mine and shouts for Hongya to block it immediately, as he cannot let it escape under any circumstances. He observes that supreme energy coming towards him and thinks that he will not be a match for it, so he has no choice but to dodge. However, the translucent energy itself swerves away from him and goes towards Sheng, leaving him scared, as he does not know what to do. With that, the divine spiritual energy hits his body squarely. Meanwhile, the elder is furious, asking Hongya why the hell he did not block that energy as ordered. He shouts this, and also says that he did not imagine that the source really had a supreme spiritual energy. With this in mind, he asks the disciples to keep up the pace and continue clearing the translucent spiritual energies in the air. The elder, still furious, shouts at Hongya saying that the Sheng he hates so much must have surely died from being hit, so he should watch that source carefully in the coming days until they find a way to remove the supreme spiritual energy without destroying the source in the process. At this moment, Prota is confused, as it seems he is fine and his vital force was not absorbed. He remembers that the elder in the nascent soul realm just touched that energy and had consequences, and he wonders if it is due to his 10,000 divine thunders of Jun ability. If so, probably his thunder-energized body protected him from that translucent energy. He stays alert to his surroundings and notices the supreme energy coming back towards him. It gets very close to him, making him smile, as it is his lucky day. He says this and uses his flying thunder technique, causing a huge explosion in the body of that supreme spiritual energy, which was enough to shatter it with just one blow. After that, a golden pill emerges from that supreme energy, heading towards Prota's hand. He wonders if that is the essence of the translucent spiritual energy, and if it really is, he will definitely be able to form a golden core. He also observes that those depths are fatal to other cultivators, but as long as he keeps the 10,000 divine thunders of Jun ability active, he will be immune to the energies, and, moreover, will have a good shelter to hide. With this in mind, he opens the system and says that there are some high-quality supplements in the store to recover mana, so he will not need to worry about that. He takes the essence of the translucent spiritual energy and puts it in his mouth. After this event, 2 months pass, and the spiritual beast Yuan arrives at the Chensu sect, accompanied by Wang Yun and Qin Wei, who is still possessed. The pet asks if that really is the place, and the vine demon replies that it is, as it can vaguely sense Sheng's presence in that region. The chubby one, knowing they are in the Chensu sect, wonders why the senior decided to appear there. The beast responds that it has no idea, but first, they need to find a way to infiltrate that place. Night falls and some vines emerge from the ground, making the 3 of them rise from the earth. Wang Yun is impressed with that ability, as it was very useful for bypassing the sect's barrier. Yuan smiles and says that being a demon comes with some pretty cool supernatural powers. They fly to a certain spot and notice the presence of several people, making the chubby one question what they should do now, as there are many cultivators there, and they still do not know where Sheng is. The beast smiles and says it will be easy after all. They just need to ask about Prota. At this moment, inside the dormitory, Dongdu is thoughtful, as he is fine, which means Sheng did not die. However, he is worried because his master fell into the translucent spiritual energy source, and if the boy does not survive, it will be a problem since they both have a contract, and if the master dies, there will be severe consequences. While he was thinking, he does not notice the vines emerging in the room and completely grabbing him, leaving him scared. Sweating profusely, he looks to the side and perceives the aura of an advanced golden core demonic cultivator, and definitely should try to shout for help. He thinks this, and looks at the fox in front of him, which says that if he tries to resist, he will die in the same second. This leaves him in shock, as clearly that beast is a nascent soul realm demonic cultivator. The chubby one, seeing this, is surprised as the fox managed to subdue a golden core cultivator with extreme ease. He responds that this is quite easy, and was only caught by that boy because his powers were suppressed. Wang Yun wastes no time and shows a drawing of Prota, asking if he has seen him there. The old man immediately identifies who the person is, as he is his master. Near the mines, Li Zhang tells the host that they have already sent 3 Golden Core Realm disciples to release mana, but they still have not managed to catch a single translucent spiritual energy, and suggests that perhaps it might be interesting to do the same as that boy did, exploding the spiritual source to bring them to the surface. He becomes furious, as clearly this would destroy the source, and the elder made it clear not to do that, and he points, ordering him to go away and think of a solution to catch the translucent energies without destroying the source. After that he becomes thoughtful, wondering what is happening. After all, Sheng is supposed to be dead, but for some reason he has a bad feeling about it. At this moment, Proda is at the bottom of the source, meditating. He then smiles, and his eyes begin to shine, leaving his entire body completely electrocuted. He starts to imagine some necessary ingredients to raise his cultivation, and that it was a success to absorb them, with only one step left to reach the Golden Core Realm. Now the important thing is to integrate the supreme translucent essence, and only then will he be able to advance. Outside, the fox is asking if Sheng is really at the bottom of the spiritual source. Dongdu responds that yes, and please save him, as he signed a soul contract. So if Proda dies, he himself is completely screwed. Moreover, he says he has no idea what method his master used to survive even at the bottom of the source, full of translucent spiritual energy. The beast is surprised, recognizing how skillful that boy is, as he himself could not withstand the depths of a spiritual source. Besides, he looks at Hong Ya and imagines that they will first have to deal with that intermediate nascent soul guy, and it will be a problem. The chubby one asks if he cannot defeat him. Yuan responds that unfortunately no, as they both have the same cultivation, but because he is a spiritual beast that does not focus on combat power, it is a problem. That said, he says he will lure that man away, and then the chubby one can fly down there with the vine demon, as it is more than enough to handle the low-level cultivators. She asks what makes him think she will help. After all, she still has a score to settle with that boy. The fox says that it seems the main source of the demon's body was damaged, which is why it is using the girl's body as a temporary host. She responds that it is true, and does not care about being threatened, since she will not help. However, she is surprised when the fox says it can completely restore her power source. She turns and asks if the source of a demon beast is so easy to recover, and tells him not to try deceiving her. He smiles and says that despite being a rare demon, she is still ignorant, as she has never heard of the innate abilities of the spiritual beast that is with them. She says she knows that Yuan spiritual beasts can heal wounds and recover mana. After thinking about it, she is surprised to think she understands what he meant. The fox replies that exactly, if he could only heal wounds and recover mana, why on earth would Tianzhen have taken him as a pet? He further explains that the Lord spent 10,000 long years using much of his own mana to keep that immortal world standing for a long time, and inevitably had his cultivation source damaged, and without the recoveries he made himself, his Lord would not have lasted for so many years. She stands up and says that fine, but hopes he is not lying. Still inside the source, Proda continues accumulating energy. He keeps gathering power in that essence until he takes it to his mouth and swallows it completely. The essence moves towards his core, and immediately he notices it is a very large spiritual energy. This makes him thoughtful, as he has very low physical cultivation, and probably will not withstand that essence. He tries at all costs to merge the two until he starts sweating from the effort. Already out of strength, he imagines he cannot handle it, and should probably give up that high-grade essence and take a more common one. However, at the same time, he remembers the sword spirit that possesses his body, and that there are many people who would love to see him dead. Additionally, he recalls the promise he made to the Luo Yun sect leader to take care of Qin Wei. But because he was weak, he ended up fleeing, and now does not even know if she is still alive. With this in mind, he says he cannot give up. After all, one step back means defeat, and without power, he will not be able to do anything. He joins his fingers again, and immediately gathers even more energy to raise his cultivation. The essence close to his core gets even closer to merging. Outside, Hong Ya imagines that the emergence of that divine translucent spiritual energy was a great opportunity, as if he manages to capture it, he will be highly appreciated by the elder. Furthermore, he imagines that if promoted to outer elder, he will accumulate first-class resources and techniques until he is powerful enough to take back the Yunshin Gate. At this moment, something catches his attention, and he sees a huge demon destroying everything, while the disciples flee in fear. He becomes thoughtful, as that aura is definitely of a nascent soul realm demon, and wonders why on earth such a demon would appear there without reason. Li Zhang, who was captured by one of the fox's tails, desperately shouts to the host to save him. He becomes furious, summoning his skulls, and asks why that demon is causing trouble there. Yuan laughs and starts to flee. Hongya begins to chase him, asking how a monster like that dares to flee. The disciples are relieved as the monster fled, but they do not notice some roots emerging from the ground and trapping them in the air. The vine demon says that most of the disciples are under her control. Dongdu asks the chubby one to go immediately to Sheng and call him back. Some disciples try to stop him, but their bodies are hit by arrows from Dongdu's bow. Wang Yun, seeing how large and deep that mine is, prepares to use his ability to amplify the sound of his shout and calls his senior brother, saying that his friend Wang Yun is there, and it is safe to come outside. However, the shout was so loud that it reached the host, who turns and asks what the hell that shout was. The chubby one is worried because his brother Sheng is not coming out. Dongdu asks him to use all his mana to shout, as Sheng probably did not hear. Again, the shout reaches Hongya, who wonders who this senior they are calling is, and then decides to return to the mines, as no matter what happens, they cannot lose the translucent spiritual energy. Suddenly he notices something coming his way. The fox shouts, asking if he will not take her seriously, but the host simply replies that he does not care about a nascent soul beast, and will deal with her later. The three are close to the mine, and the vine demon asks why the boy has not responded yet, and, furious, suggests that the old man deceived them, and Sheng has been dead for a long time. Dongdu swears that there is indeed a soul contract signed, and for that reason, he knows that Prota is truly alive. The chubby one thinks he did not have enough strength to shout, and asks the other two to try. They prepare to do so, but Hongya is already close, launching his demonic skulls and shouting for those thieves to die. A huge explosion ensues, throwing everyone away. Wang Yun is relieved to have that earth-rank armor. Otherwise, he would have died. The host approaches and asks who they are and what they want there. The fox, in its giant form, jumps and tries to attack him, but Hongya gives no chance and throws his demonic skulls, causing several explosions that send Yuan flying. The vine demon observes the power difference between the fox and the host and thinks she should flee while there is time. With this, she opens a portal through the ground, as she does not even know if what the fox said is true. However, before she can flee, someone grabs her neck and pulls her up. She is worried about the immense power of that person and uses her vines to attack him, but a huge spiritual hand comes her way and throws her far away, making her fall to the ground while spitting blood. This catches Hongya's attention, who turns to see who is there. It was Elder Yiming, who furiously asks the host if this is how he manages the mines, causing all that chaos. The fox is worried because that old man is clearly superior to the bearded one, as he is in the advanced, nascent soul realm. He closely observes that elder, imagining he is the central figure of that sect, and decides to flee, thinking things have become too complicated, as they do not even know if Sheng is really alive, and will find another way to join the White Swamp. He flies away, thinking he does not need to risk his life, but is stopped from fleeing by the Iron Cage spiritual artifact. The fox can even destroy it with one blow, but when trying to flee again, he does not notice a huge spiritual hand coming from behind, hitting him squarely and smashing him to the ground. The fox keeps holding that power to avoid being completely crushed, and the elder takes the opportunity to approach and says that not long ago, a junior exploded the spiritual sources. Now, for some reason, other juniors appear there accompanied by a nascent soul realm demon, and clearly, they are not from any of the 8 sects, so he asks which faction he is from. The fox clearly sees the power difference between them and thinks he needs to try to outwit this old man. With that in mind, he asks for them to talk and even says he can help him ascend to the immortal world. The man laughs, and with his weapon hits the fox squarely, throwing him away. The elder, holding his flail, asks that beast to stop talking nonsense. The fox returns to its original form, already out of strength, and is captured by Hongya. The elder says he will refine that spiritual beast, as a nascent soul demon is quite rare. He says this and goes to the intruders, asking what they are doing there, causing all that chaos against the Chensu sect. Dongdu immediately begs for mercy, saying he knows nothing and has been there for only 2 months. He says this and is hit squarely by a blow from the elder, who asks him to stay silent if he knows nothing. The vine demon notices that Qinwei's body is seriously injured and thinks the best thing to do is to abandon it, even though it is hard to find another great body like hers. The demon escapes through her back and enters the ground to flee. Wang Yun shouts, asking if Sister Qinwei is really back. The elder says the 2 juniors are clearly pretending to be ignorant and tells Hongya to kill them. He summons his sword and prepares to finish them off. She starts crying and desperately screams for Sheng. Immediately, several lightning bolts come from the sky and go straight to the spiritual energy source. She looks to the side, confused by that. The elder and the host cannot believe that the boy is still alive. Prota appears amid the storm. Qinwei looks up and asks if that is really Sheng. The disciples nearby become desperate and start running. Hongya, frightened, asks if that boy really reached the Golden Core realm just like that. The chubby one is happy to see that his brother is okay. Qinwei, still crying, is happy to see him well. The elder looks at Sheng and is surprised because that boy clearly has great skills and managed to survive the depths of the spiritual source. With this in mind, he tells the host that, regardless, the boy's cultivation is still unstable. So why is someone in the nascent soul realm like him so perplexed? With that, he turns and asks to put an end to the boy, as he mentioned earlier that he has unfinished business to resolve. He immediately summons his demonic skulls and says his whole plan was ruined by that brat. Furious, he launches his ability, saying they will solve this problem today. Qinwei shouts for Prota to run, but he keeps his eyes closed until he is hit, causing a huge explosion. Hongya laughs, but then is shocked by what he sees. Sheng has no scratches, as he activated his mysterious leaf shield, an intermediate earth rank weapon. The host is excited, as he expected nothing less from the leader of the Wantian sect, but says that in any case, he is just a golden core novice. He says this, and prepares his spiritual spear to destroy that shield. Meanwhile, Prota is calmly looking at the system. He has 10,250 disaster points, and is using all these points to increase his cultivation until he finally completes what he is doing. After that, he easily blocks the host's spiritual spear. Prota is full of confidence at this moment, while Hongya is furious, unable to believe his attack was blocked so easily. That fight catches the elder's attention, as it is taking longer than usual. At this moment, Sheng continues frantically distributing disaster points to his abilities until they all reach the perfect level. After finishing this, Prota tells Hongya that back when the two had problems, his plans were selfish, and even threatened the Xuanshui portal and thousands of cultivators who lived there. Furthermore, he conspired with the first elder of the Wantian sect to kill the sect leader. The host is shocked that Prota knows all this. Sheng activates his perfect 10,000 divine thunders of Jun ability and says he will apply the true punishment that fool deserves. Hongya is terrified because this is very bad, especially seeing Sheng's new form, as he is definitely on another level. At this moment, the Great Mortal Calamity Sutra ability pierces the host in the middle, throwing him straight to the ground and causing a huge explosion upon impact. Extremely injured, he stands up, wondering how that is possible. Sheng summons his superior earth rank weapon and says no one can save him today. However, he hears the elder's voice asking if he is sure about that.
If you enjoyed this video, subscribe to the channel, hit the bell icon, and like the video. Thank you.